Hey guys, it's Users from BDS.
It's Una from G2.
Hello, I'm Gandraketti from the Wild R6 team.
It's Shinka from Wolf.
I'm Leon Gibbs from Fanatic, and today we're going to be playing Drone in the Under.
I have literally no idea what this is.
It looks so familiar.
Actually, maybe Bank. I'm going for Bank.
I was about to say Night Haven, but these flower pots are not in Night Haven. These round ones, I think.
It's Consulate.
No, it was Consulate. It's admin.
Well, I think I'm gonna go with Consulate. I'm pretty sure I've seen a lot of papers and flyers in that one.
I'm thinking maybe in the admin room, they're looking after each other and making sure they get the right things done.
Outside? Okay, yeah.
Surprise!
A skyscraper. I can see from the wood on the right, on the little house. But I have no idea what that is. That's in spawn, I think. The tower spawn.
It's Sky and outside of the stairs that goes into two windows to the building.
Yes, finally.
I never spawned here, so I didn't even know there was these stairs.
It might be on skyscraper, I think, or maybe Bank. I think it's skyscraper, but where exactly I don't know.
I don't even know. That's a guess, to be honest. It could be any map, but I'm guessing skyscraper.
Oh, it is. It's Geisha.
Yeah, I'm a complete genius. I knew it was skyscraper all along. I mean, I want to say buildup, but it's just not because it has to be comp map.
Which the border?
I'm guessing chalet then.
I saw at the end. I saw the wooden plank that we see on the right. I was like, it's crap.
Oh dear. That's actually poor from me.
Thanks for watching, guys, and enjoy your stream.
operators in Oregon. It depends how you want to play. If you want to play aggressive, you can take Maru, Ying.
Of course, it's not banned, it's Dokkaebi, because if some people roams, you can like call for your team and your open fraggers will get info faster. In my opinion, Osa is so good because she is really good on almost every plant in Oregon. It will be so easier to plant with her shields.
If you want to play slow, you can just bring, as usual, a hard breacher like Thermite or Ace.
The best pick for me on Oregon would be actually Twitch, because people play a lot Fenrir, Goyo, Mira. I think it's a good operator to deny all that stuff. All equipment you need on Oregon actually has one set of claymores, flashes, smokes, or grenades.
Flash are really strong. The MPs, you have to bring them to open the worlds. You can flash pit, you can flash top white, you can flash close trophy. It's easy, like, except if they have warden, but it's the game.
The main spawn is actually pretty fast to enter the map.
Spawn street, but watch out, a lot of players are spawn picking, garage, main door, and master door.
If you like attack the basement, for me, 2 guys need to spawn on main and then go through the master bedroom. 2 guys spawn from small tower, so they will work together in pair. One will drone for his teammate.
Easiest spawn I think would be to spawn small tower, to get 3 people rushing into the green window with someone baiting on the kids to put pressure on the vert. The last one could cut white or push Zulu to get the cover from server.
Those are my first entry chips on Oregon.
Impact grenade, I'm gonna go for Melusi.
Rook.
Impact.
Goyo?
No, Goyo has no more impact.
Ah non, pourri.
Maestro.
Oh, Echo.
Push.
Echo.
Echo.
Let's go.
Ash.
IQ.
Oh. Nice.
Let's go.
Goyo.
Doc.
Fenrir.
Melusi. Oh là 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 là. Let's go.
No. IQ? No, IQ is earlier, maybe.
Sledge. Oh là 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 là.
J'ai pas trop beau dire. Warden.
Oh là 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 là.
Let's go.
Let's go, guys.
I was playing a lot on Counter-Strike and I was studying in university, and they came to us and said, maybe you want to try to compete in our first Moscow tournament of Rainbow Six Siege with your Counter-Strike roster.
I met a group of people on DayZ who switched over to Siege and were like, you should get Siege, you should get Siege.
I was playing only for fun at the beginning, and then my friend Blaz, and he said, hey, I'm being paid to play Rainbow Six Siege. I was like, no, you're kidding. He sent me the proof, and I was like, how?
And there is the confinement because of the COVID, so I start playing more Rainbow Six as like the competitive part, and then I played the French League.
I was inspired to play in the top level when I used to watch the Brazilian league back in the days. There was players like Nask, Gohan, Astro. These guys motivated me to like buy a PC and just like play Siege on PC.
There is not one thing that made me become a pro player. It's like on everything, the atmosphere, the game as well. Like just everything made me feel like I need to be a pro player.
I think my big moment before becoming pro was Challenger League. We beat MCurse, and in Challenger League we beat them. Like that was a big opponent, and I was so happy to beat them. Like it was really a big moment. I wanted so much to be pro at this moment.
I think right now there's a lot of stuff for new players to like training their map knowledge.
I think if you want to become a pro these days, you have to watch a lot of VODs. Rewatching the same VOD, you're gonna understand like how the meta is being played.
Don't be able to like give in so easily. I was in Challenger League for like 5 seasons, right? Like I failed a lot.
Never stop the grind. Always like watching VODs of pro team, watching your VOD to see your mistakes.
Grind the game first of all, get good people around you, always have a good mentality in a team or work ethic.
As long as you have like the determination and the passion to carry on, you should always trust your gut and back yourself in those situations.
Cameraman be the hero now. He'll need to be. G with the line of sight and with a glance on the block to push them to not.
We're so happy to have you back for week 2 of Europe League. Very exciting games we have ahead of ourselves for today. And I'm your host, and I'm joined, of course, by request as well, by Fabian and Fresh. I had to say it the other way around. You requested Fabian. It feels strange. I can't lie.
Yeah, you know, second place is first loser, so I need to be said first.
It's Fresh and Fabian. Nobody ever says Fabian and Fresh. It's Fresh and
Fabian
Fabian.
and Fresh, I think, sounds better.
You keep leaving me. I'm the constant. You keep leaving me to join teams and come back. So it's always Fresh and somebody. And you just happen to be here at this moment, Fabian.
Let's agree to disagree.
You two are like a married couple
Team of the
sometimes,
day,
just
to be honest.
beefing left, right, and center. And sometimes you'd also really gel along well together.
And we love each other.
Nah. It really seems the affection's mutual from Fresh's side as well. But let's get back into things for Siege, because that's, of course, what we're here for. We have our standings after 1 week of games to see how things are shaping up so far. And this is our leaderboard for the 9 teams in Europe League. What is standing out to you most when you're looking at this?
League, in a way, is kind of looking a little bit upside down. If you'd have said before the start of the league, Fanatic, Secret, and ITB are in the top 4, and G2 and VP are in the bottom 3, I'd have gone, what? So, yeah, I think, you know, some unexpected results last week. I think, obviously, some teams didn't play. VP have only played once, but, you know, I think the biggest one that stands out is G2 all the way down there in 7th.
Yeah, it does stand out, and that's so exciting with this league right now, that anybody could be anywhere. There's only one team that's taken all full points, and well, not 2 actually, because Secret's only played once, but it's so even. Everybody's underneath on 4 points, right? Like, that's it. BDS is not a shocker that they're on top. I mean, look at how they've been playing. But everything else, up for anyone's grabs.
Fabian preying on G2's downfall? I never thought I'd see today.
Last time he did that, he got a job with them. So
yeah, I don't want the job with them anymore. But yeah, they haven't looked great, but everybody else, it's like the league is just so even.
It is very even, but also those top and the bottom spots are really important. The top, because you do get that bye, the top 2 spots going into decider, but the bottom 3, of course, as well, because if you end bottom 3 in Europe League after the group stage, you'll be dropping down to the open qualifier playoffs. And there, you will face the top 13 teams from the open qualifiers. Those 3 have happened over the last 3 weekends. The top 3 from those open qualifiers you'll see at the very top of your screen. Team 86, Into the Breach Academy, and Team Hanvet, that predominantly Hungarian roster. And as we said, as it stands right now, if we were to conclude our group stage for Europe League, that means they have to go up against G2, Virtus.pro, and Wild, and that is no easy cookie to crumble.
Yeah, obviously it's a 16-team seeded bracket, so it's the teams that they would be hoping to beat to qualify to the LCQs. Absolutely nuts. I think, Team 86, you mentioned them there, alongside what was Team Valor that's now Ent, dominated the whole of Tier 2, basically. They even went to the Multiland most recently. And I think some of these teams, it's huge for them to get that opportunity.
I mean, being able to play the 3rd place and 4th place from Essex Invitational, that would be nuts in itself. But also, as you said, Jack, there's one spot still open in EUL. If you play well in these open qualifiers, who says you wouldn't be the next team to be picked up?
It's literally what happened to Ents with the last year into
all
this.
5 of them went there with coaching staff as well. So why couldn't that be you if you put in the work and the effort?
It is really important for these players to really show themselves off during those open qualifiers. I mean, we've seen Team 86 win qualifier 1 and 3, a solid performance from them.
Yeah, absolutely solid. I think they're by far and away head and shoulders the best team probably in the Tier 2 region at this moment in time. But there's also some big names in there as well. We didn't even speak about them there, but Calories, for example, Lems is on that roster. There's lots of Tier 1 experience down there. We obviously saw Forgotten Days, crying, hungry, trying to make a comeback as well. So there's a lot of quality playing there.
Yeah, it's keeping you warm and just maybe making sure that you have that shot at coming back to Tier 1, well, if you've been there before.
And luckily for G2, Virtus.pro, and Wild, we still have plenty of days to go for our group stage. Unfortunately not for Wild though, because they have an off day today, as we can have a look at our schedule, what is ahead of ourselves for today. We'll be starting off with Secret versus Virtus.pro. Both teams have only played 1 game, of course. Excited to see what's going to happen on with that there. Then we'll have BDS versus Into the Breach. The question is whether BDS can remain flawless or whether Into the Breach can break that streak. Our 3rd game is Fanatic versus Wolves. Both have only got 1 win and 1 loss so far, so obviously that is going to change as well. And then we're ending the day with Ents versus G2. And you wouldn't think it, but G2 is currently below Ents in the scoreboard. It's only a 1-round differential though.
Yeah.
Now, what is speaking out to you most?
It's not that far into the bracket so far, and honestly, all of those games are really enjoyable to watch. Because a year ago, you could have asked me which team would win these games, and there would have been clear winners in all of them. Like, there wouldn't even have been a discussion. Today, maybe the only one I see as a clear winner is BDS. G2 is looking a little bit rough, and Ents could potentially take that because they looked a lot better the last playday. So all of these games could be a toss-up.
And that speaks to the quality of the league. I think most people's perceptions right now in the run-in for Manchester and the 4 spots for the major is that BDS will be head and shoulders above the rest and will take 1 of those spots. Any of the other 8 teams could take the remaining 3 spots. It's all to play for. I'm personally very excited about seeing Fnatic against Wolves because I think Fnatic have started the league really well, 4 points last week, and Wolves have had a lot to work on with their attacks. Obviously, we'll speak about them later on as well.
We'll get to that game later, as we'll start, of course, with the 2 teams that have only played 1 game so far, and we'll start off with Secret. That roster, of course, we've only seen 1 game from them so far, but what we saw, we did like for sure.
Yeah, it was very convincing, actually. And the way that they played, they looked much more like a complete unit, and they played together with each other, and they were so intelligent while doing so. We're seeing Adrian coming in, and we love that kid, but he had a massive game, and just the rest of the team around him, all of them took a step up. They all won their gunfights, and they were convincing when they were doing so. I think they really showed a dominant performance, but can we see more of that?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's the big question is, the scoreline especially was dominant. And I think we saw Ents maybe have a bit of a rough day. I think there was a couple of rounds, that came down to a clutch. Adrian got a 1v1, Grubby got a 1v1. It was 4-2 on the attack splits, but could have been a 2-4 if those 1v1s go the other way. I'm looking for them to make slightly less mistakes, and I think Virtus.pro is a really good test for them as to actually where they're at.
Speaking about their opponent, Virtus.pro, indeed. Their last game, unfortunately for them, didn't really end all too well. We saw a heartbreaking loss for them in full overtime. That last round, the 15th round, they had a 4v2, and then they were like the Avatar. When they were needed the most, they just disappeared in that final round. It didn't play out for them very well. And what came down to what we were seeing from Virtus.pro was that there were plenty of mistakes happening. Not something that we're used to seeing, but Fresh and Fabian have a clip explaining what exactly happened.
Yeah, so we moved on over to the Telestrator, and what we want to show you guys is the inconsistency we saw from Virtus.pro in their last game. We'll start the clip here, and what they're doing is they're attacking meeting. What have they done the first minute? Well, they've taken big tower, they're all around in tier 2. What they do next is actually quite questionable from our side, because what we see here is Always is using his Twitch drone to check out what's happening on the other side of the top floor, because obviously they breached Attic. He's just checking everything. Do we have anybody roaming up here? Do we have someone who can flank us when we actually go for the execute? And they see nothing.
The thing is, Fabian, if they see nothing and they see top floors clear, I would be expecting a team like Virtus.pro to pivot. If you just pause it for just a second, as soon as they know the top floor is clear, what you can see is that they can control the 2 flanks that can happen. White stairs, armory stairs, and then they can pivot and go away from a big tower take and go to a small tower take. There's only one person stopping them going to a small tower take. So if they start coming in and they pivot their players around, they've got plenty of time to do so. They can basically breach a hatch, drop the hatch, and plant in B for absolutely free. To be honest, Fabian, I would have expected Virtus.pro to see that and action that.
And that's why we're highlighting this clip, because these are the expectations we have on Virtus.pro. They are a much more experienced team like this. They shouldn't be making these, at least in my eyes, Jack, silly mistakes, because the gameplay that we have seen from them, and especially what we saw from them at SI, it's just incredible. The clock is a little bit wonky here, but we have about a minute left of the round. And if you look at the positions, we can show them all. Actually, just make it super simple. We have Always over here. We have 1 player here, and then we have 3 players in T2 still. But we'll keep playing it, and I'll show you what happens 30 seconds later when the clip cuts there. Because, look at it. They don't do anything. They're still in those positions. The only thing that's happened is 1 player has rotated over to the door for green door, but all the other players are at the same positions. They haven't adapted anything, they haven't thought through anything, they just haven't done anything special to change around the way this run is going to play out.
Here's my big issue with this as well. They've not dealt with Bibu on the T1 stairs. And the problem is, when you don't deal with that, you're walking into a crossfire from Bibu down on the basement stairs, and the 2 players, 1 in split and 1 in kitchen rotate, you're literally trying to plant in the middle of that triangle.
And if we highlight the players for Wolves, 1 over here, there's going to be 1 here on split, and there's going to be 1 guy at the kitchen rotate right over there. What do they have? Well, the plan is we're going to plant right here on stage. But how will you plant there when we have 3 players all covering it from different angles and they're all holding each other? This is impossible to attack. It's just, there is no way to get the plant down. And what do? We feed ourselves into the shotgun of Bibo on the stairs, and we feed ourselves into the crossfire on site. It's very disappointing to see them play this way, because it's much worse than what we saw from them in SI.
Yeah, I think it's seriously uncharacteristic as well. That's the one thing we have to say, is that we're not used to seeing Virtus.pro make these mistakes. Other teams, yes, but not Virtus.pro.
No, not them.
Very unfortunate for them, and we know that Virtus.pro is slow, but this seems to be very, very slow from them. And when last week we had a bit of a discussion about what the main spearhead is on the side of Virtus.pro, one of you said Dan, and then of course we have a head-to-head as well with the main spearhead from what we've been seeing so far from Team Secret. Dan and Adrian in the head-to-head, and despite Adrian playing those more supportive operator, he seems to be winning this head-to-head.
Yeah, what a debut. What a debut from Adrian. I will say, I did have an opportunity to scrim with him on a friendly scrim this week. Definitely didn't drop these kind of numbers when he was playing with me. Great debut from him, individual performance-wise on those roles was expected. And I think Dan was so used to seeing him at the top of that Virtus.pro scoreboard. He is like the Mr. Consistent though.
Yeah, we talked about it before the game, who we expected to step up. I said Dan, he did just that. And honestly, they fell just short of that victory. They had a 4 versus 2 advantage on the last round. And we saw Deadshot go away with a massive play. But that's Virtus.pro mistakes, like we showed you guys on the Telestrator. And then the last round, 4-on-2 with defense, you have full control. They lost that too. So small mistakes, they need to step that out.
And that's, I think, actually something I want to get into further, because you talked about Adrian playing those hard breach operators. We had the discussion that after Malta, Secret have been changing some of the rules around.
Yeah, I think so. I think they're trying to get him on a gun, and I think Secret have got an interesting predicament with Adrian, because I don't think they expected him to be as good as he was. I think Savage referenced it with his communication, with his understanding of the game and how the game plays out. And what that leads to is therefore an incredible amount of shot calling for him. So if Secret feel that he is the best on the role at shot calling, they want to put him in a position where he can do that the most, even though he's also an exceptionally talented gunner. So it's kind of like he's almost too good for the role that they initially trialed him on, and he's now on a different role. I think that's obviously a big positive. It clearly helps them out. But there's a lot of people sat there waiting to see Adrian on a good gun and just let him free.
Yeah, it's such a luxury to get a player like that immediately from Tier 3. We usually don't see that happening.
Now, with these two teams and their playstyles, what kind of map would we ideally want to see for a matchup like this one?
Yeah, so I think with the maps, it's a curious one, because obviously Secret played out on Clubhouse last week, and they were good. Their processes were good, but they were against a very scared end. So if they end up on a process-driven map, a Clubhouse, an Oregon, you know, you could maybe even argue like a Cafe in there as well.
Yep.
They might struggle against Virtus.pro, who will punish mistakes, whereas ENCE didn't punish the mistakes last week, and that's my one worry.
And also Virtus.pro is such a theory-driven team, right? They don't make those mistakes that ENCE were. They aren't afraid as ENCE were. So if they play the same style and they lose a little bit of the flair that I think that the Secret players, they do have that flair, then they might be in for trouble.
Well, drum roll, let's have our map video up, see where we're going to, whether it is one of those process-driven maps. And first, we are going to Clubhouse. How are you feeling about that?
Yeah, so this was the map that I was dreading. I kind of, mapped out some of the bans in my head. And I will say, I said it last week with Virtus.pro, I'm going to say it again. The fact that they've brought so many maps into their map pool allows them to bait out things like the Consulate and Chalets that they didn't previously play and would have had to ban. What that means is they can get themselves on the better maps for themselves. Virtus.pro on Clubhouse, they love it. We can talk about Russians on Clubhouse for days. So I think Virtus.pro have leveraged a little bit of an advantage and also seen the weakness in Secret's Clubhouse, even though they got a good result last week.
I mean, Clubhouse could literally be in Russia for all we know when Virtus.pro playing it. They just love it. The map in itself, I think it's weak for Secret to go back on it, because it doesn't make sense that you allow through the same map. You need to have that change, especially against these teams that have more experience, because they will VOD them and they will look through them and they will find every mistake they make and just use that against them.
I do think Secret did have a good Clubhouse last week.
They did.
Of course they did.
But against Virtus.pro,
I wouldn't be going there.
Yeah, I wouldn't do it either. It's just they have too much to see. They have too much experience to not use that against them. And honestly, the play style for Team Secret that they had won't fit into the Virtus.pro playstyle.
Well, our game is almost ready, so it's time to bring in our casters as well. Two different faces than we had last week. We welcome Ollie and Demo. How are the two of you feeling?
I'm feeling great. Can't wait to get stuck into some Siege here tonight.
I mean, just echo what Ollie said, yeah. We're here, EUL, where we want to be. It's the place to be. And yeah, the game should hopefully be a bit of a belter one.
We'll see whether it is going to be a bit of a belter one, to quote you there, but you two can take it away for your very first game in Europe League in 2024.
Thank you very much, Anne, for the kind introduction. We've also got Fresh and Fabian on the desk. I'll say it the right way around, don't you worry. Demo, we're in uncharted territory here. You're a little bit taller than me tonight, it seems.
Look, it's, cameras here, cameras there. I just think that you obviously had an issue with your camera, or maybe your chair's not high enough. Maybe that's the issue, Ollie.
Who knows at this point? Who absolutely knows? Let's get stuck into some Clubhouse here then to kick off game number 1 here. Week 2, Playday 3 of EU League Stage 1 2024. We, of course, have Secret versus the powerhouse that is Virtus.pro. I'm so looking forward to getting stuck into tonight, Demo. You have got no idea. I was sat up last night. I was like a little kid on Christmas trying to get to sleep, knowing that we had EUL around the corner.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's EUL. Yeah, it's especially with the orgs that we have in it now as well. Obviously, Fanatic coming in, Ollie. That's always a big name to cast. It gets us excited from that perspective. But hey, look, we're dealing with Virtus.pro with, I mean, the way the desk talks, it's Team Adrian at the moment. That's the way the desk have been firmly, talked about. Adrian this, Adrian that. Look, I look at Secret. I look at Grubster, for example. I know that they love Adrian, Fresh and Fabian. They love that guy, and they say they want to get him on like a better gun. How do you get him on a better gun whenever you've got the Grubster there, and you've also got Jum? Are you really going to move those two away and give Adrian that spotlight? I don't think Adrian's earned that reputation yet. That's a yet, of course. He is still the rookie in the team. But look at Jim and what he's done in this time. Look at what Grubby's done in this time. you still have to look at those two as the main guys who are going to get in there and get you your kills.
You've got to give everyone a bit of space. You know, you really have to, and that's one of the key things. And especially when you're sort of finding out about a new team and you're getting new players in, Adrian, of course, a new pickup in onto Secret. It's all well and good trialing and stuff, but there's only some things that you find out after the fact, after a few officials, after you've got a good number of scrims under your belt. And I think that's, you know, really the stage that they're going through right now. So we will see where he starts to slide in and make himself at home on that roster. But it is by no means going to be an easy game here tonight against Virtus.pro, a team that when you talk about maps and we say, well, you know, Clubhouse is a very, very standard map. It's one that a lot of teams should know and be comfortable with playing. VP can often be seen as a very standard team. You know, they don't tend to try and reinvent the wheel all too much. They are more than happy to stick with their basics and their core values, and it very often carries them over the line. Looking at the bans that we've got here tonight, anything that stands out? We've got the two-brow ban coming in.
Makes a lot of sense. Very strong operator for Clubhouse. Whenever you're dealing with a lot of hard walls, you know, you're dealing with the hatches, you're dealing with the top floor, exterior walls. You want to try and delay the attackers as much as you can, and yeah, obviously Tabara can do that extremely well. It will mean that you're probably going to be forced into always picking the cake now. And you need some form of denial, just anything you can to try and slow down the attackers. You know, we've said before about Clubhouse, nothing here is going to surprise us, Ollie, tonight. It's very run-of-the-mill. You know, we've been there, we've done that. We're not dealing with, you know, your labs, for example, or your consulate, but we're still kind of figuring things out. Clubhouse is, you know, very run-of-the-mill stuff. So, yeah, no surprise to see, you know, the K-Trick come in towards Kitchen, actually. Usually you would see it around Moto, for example. But no, they're going to try and stop the Kitchen, primarily. Any impacts? They do have two sets of impacts.
They do have some impacts, and especially with Habana being removed, you look more toward impact tricking now as a ways and means of getting around that. Obviously, we've still got EMPs, and Thatcher's still available. Thatcher, less of a pick nowadays, especially with how many secondary EMPs are kicking around.
I think that
doesn't have a good secondary.
Yeah.
And the main thing with the secondary EMPs is that the radius is, of course, quite small. So you do have to be quite accurate. You've usually got to get information as to where that Cade Claw is before you start hoying those secondary EMPs. Secret, they do look pretty comfortable here. There's a big stack up here around Moto. We do have a pre-placed C4 inside a Kitchen. I thought June was going to drop for a second then with the way that he was running around it and the players stacked up around. But no, he's just baiting everyone there and he's just going to make his way transition through into Lounge.
Have you clocked what their comp is as well? Have you seen what they're going to try and go for? They're going to try and go for W7M with W7M plant. Well, I suppose Fury now is what we call them, but this was historically done by, you know, your reigning world champions, where you bring the cinch, you bring the glass, and you flood church with everything you have, and you run in deep and try and plant towards the jukebox, having the glass cover with the sense. So that is going to be the goal right now. And here we go, in goes the sense. Glass is going to cover. Adrian going to run deep now. Player in towards blue. Can Adrian get this all successfully? Savage holding firm with the Capta bolts going in as well. Is it going to stick? It looks as though it is, Ollie, and that's going to be diffuser down in a 5v5.
A picture perfect plan there. Savage, he's going to pick up the first kill inside of the post. Adrian a second and making a third before he gets taken down. A double kill on the round, and VP are scrambling. They'd invested so heavily into Church. They were convinced there was pre-placed C4s for Kitchen and everything. And we didn't even see a single member of Secret step foot. Shepard going to try and bait out this defuse now, but he's got no chance. He got Savage holding from Moto and Grubby upstairs with the cross.
Just brilliant, isn't it? It really is. You love to see it. Look, obviously, like I said, that's a W7M strat. They come up with that. But there is absolutely no shame in doing that because it works so well if a team isn't ready for it. And you looked at the way VP were set up. They were so sure that it was going to be the Kitchen take, because that's what Secret did last time they played Clubhouse against Ents. Remember, they opened up the Kitchen, they opened up all the vertical, and then they walked in through long and set the Osta shield and tried to plant deep inside of Armory. They've completely flipped it on this head. They knew that VP would have, you know, probably counter-stratted their plays from last week, and they said, okay, let's do something completely different. Let's do this. Brilliant. Love it.
It's the double bluff. There's only one way to get around it. If you know you've played a map and you know that a team is likely to counter-strat you fairly heavily on that, you've got to bring new things. Fresh and Fabian were talking about it on the desk. They were a little bit concerned. If Secret come in tonight and play the same way as they did last week, BP are going to be ready for it. Now, they're not playing the same, well, they've played one round. It wasn't very similar to the way they played last week at all. But how many times can they keep pulling that rabbit out of the hat? A very similar lineup for VP. They haven't changed much here at all. They're going for the same Valkyrie. They're going to pop some Valkyrie cameras upstairs in kitchen, give themselves an idea if they're going to use any C4s. They do have a C4 on the cave. We've got impacts on the Valve and the Wamai this time. So they're still going to be potentially looking toward this impact trick style of play. But we've had a full change around from Secret and what they're bringing.
Yeah, I mean, also from VP, you know, you see the Warden be brought in. That's probably just out of fear that, hey, if they're going to run heavy smoke comps, if they're going to try and do the same thing again, let's bring the Warden in for that. I would say VP probably thought, oh, we won't need to play Warden because we went for the Ying ban. You know, it frees up an operator slot.
Yeah.
But no, I think Secret, again, they've just read into it very well. You know, already that first round, it shows that they're prepared. Like, they've really done their homework in VP, and they've came up with a good game plan at the moment. But like you mentioned, they're going to go for a different change of pace. This looks to be a much more slower take, doesn't it? Where you kind of have your Brim, you have your Capitao, you're looking to pressure out specific positions. Probably towards blue, probably towards AK is what you're looking at. So it'll just be, you know, pretty slow and standard from what we expect to see in Clubhouse. It won't be as too ferocious as what we see in the last round.
They are spending a little bit of time getting this top floor clear, and a couple of pre-placed drones maybe would have assisted in that happening a little bit quicker. That's maybe a bit too hypercritical of me, but we're approaching the halfway point in the round and hatches are getting open. So there's no major concern, and you've got the smokes on Shepard to deal with. You've only got one Nitro to worry about, so the denial isn't huge here from VP, but it does still exist, and you've still got to be mindful of it. Bit of a stack up in and around the main stairs, and Pasha just going to replace one of his caves and readjust the other, conscious that it's going to be those secondary EMPs. You're going to need a drone to get that info. There's one on either side of the panel there, so you really need to know exactly where those claws are so that you can be accurate with the toss.
Thankfully, they just have a Thatcher, so it's no brain. Just toss it and it'll get it. No problem whatsoever there for Secret, and they've already managed to get the first pick. Very, very important whenever you look at Clubhouse and all the different ways you can drop into this site. Being able to have that man advantage just means you can send one extra guy. Could it be Dirt? Could it be down Blue Hatch? Could it be Adam, Oil Pit, whatever it is. You can send them because you know you're going to be freed up with that flexibility of having that extra man. But Secret, they look as though they're pretty zoned in right now and getting the triple wall open. There goes the Thatcher and another smoke grenade as well. And Adrian's going to rush in deep and will sledge his way in. Tries to stick the diffuser. Doesn't have the Ossa shield as what he did last week, but it looks as though it's working. BP have no idea that he's in the site planting. Oh, Adrian! Pull up a masterclass.
How does he get away with that? Dan shuts him down, but it's too late. He's worried about kitchen hatch. We've got Miracle rotating upstairs as well, and there's so much vert available onto this. But who's watching inside of the post plant? We're still seeing that diffuser go down, but eventually Miracle will shut him down. A reattempt now from Dan, and a successful retake from Virtus.pro. They let Secret get in there. They let them get the plant down, and they were happy to readjust and play retake.
I don't know how they won that retake. That retake is so difficult to win. It looked as though that probably one player from Secret just wasn't in position. He wasn't ready. That's what it felt like. The guy in kitchen should always win that 9 times out of 10. You have that vertical open, the diffuser's planted in a position where there's no blind spots. He's going to be right in the open. Yeah, very surprising to see Secret actually lose that. But
it's almost a shame that it was Adrian to be putting the diffuser down, because I think with his positioning, he may have picked up kills if he'd have just pushed in a little bit deeper and had someone come in and plant behind him.
He would have killed the Warden, he would have killed Dan. Because I think
he
Dan
would have
was
at least killed Dan.
Yeah, he was aimlessly staring at a wall.
Yeah, you sort of got to look at that and go, oh, you know, with that space finding and that ability to just sledge in under the chaos. You know, the 3-2-1 so far from Secret in both the rounds we've seen has been fantastic. It's been brilliant cover, whether it's Dokubi calls, plenty of stuns going off, plenty of sound that's masking what's actually going on here. And that assisted in getting the plant down, and of course Sledge coming through. But BP, they certainly played patiently there. It would have been quite easy to just over-aggress onto some of those angles, but recognizing the clock and knowing exactly what was going on was certainly very helpful. We're not going to see a site change now, of course. With VP winning downstairs, it forces them off to a different site choice, and they've opted for gym and bedroom. Typical approach is going to be getting in through CCTV and clearing across, and having your hard breaches try and put a bit of pressure onto Jacuzzi wall, and of course this wall into CCTV, which seems very nicely done.
So they have Miracle and the Amaru, Ollie, which is probably the operator that we have to look at from the team comp of Secret. Realistically, the only two ways you're using the Amaru is either in through main stairs or going up a hatch. That's really your two options. I mean, he rightly could just go straight in, but he doesn't have diffuser, so it wouldn't really believe me to think that that's what he's going to do, is try and get up there and go for the plant. Yeah, it's weird to see. Okay,
oh, there we go.
Now it makes sense. That makes sense.
Now it's on.
Yeah, there we go. Now it's on. So yeah, probably he's just going to go straight for the hatch and try and plant. Very plant-orientated today, Seeker, aren't they?
Well, again, it comes down to 3-2-1, right? Look at what they've got in terms of making noise and in terms of causing a ruckus. We've got the Capital balls firing in from Grubby. Miracle, he's going to get himself in and get the plant down on the reinforcement. He's got wonderful cover here, and that plant will go down. It's all about holding now inside of the post. Not only that, Demo, but he gets away. He's very low HP, but he's done his job nonetheless. A swing onto the breach from Joystick takes Adrian down. The diffuser was being disabled there, but Miracle, he made himself out. But as we mentioned, he's already in position to start denying that disable always. He's getting the job done there, but Savage, this is scrappy as you like. Shepard, he's now trying to rotate back upstairs. Grubby is down, so it's technically 1 versus 2, but the clock is ticking, and all Secret have to do is play safe. Shepard knew where June was there, but it's not going to be enough.
Wow. I mean, what do you say? Like, it's my kind of siege, I'll be honest with you. You know, the way that they're playing, it makes you just, it gets you excited. And right now for Secret, I love what they're doing. Whenever you're against VP, who historically, and still probably are, very slow, kind of, I suppose, rigid team, would you say, where, you know, they're, VP are very just repetitive, where they'll do one thing and they'll do it so well. And I think whenever you know a team where it'll take them just a little while to adapt, and certainly VP are probably on the slower side of being able to adapt quickly, that's where Secret can take really strong advantage of the kind of the lack of VP being there and being able to adapt and see the way that Secret are playing. VP are just setting up as though like Secret are going to do some basic attacks. But no, I love the energy Secret are bringing right now.
It's anything but basic, you know. It's really throwing it out there, and you know, these are pocket strats. These aren't things that you can try well, you can try them every single time if you like, but it's easily countered if you know that it's coming. But when you don't know that it's coming and you're setting up something a lot more default, it can then be quite a problem to pivot mid-round, especially if you've not banked on having to do certain things. We saw that Virtus.pro played with the mirror window on that jacuzzi wall. They were aware of, you know, a default take, and we had players, you know, occupying the typical locations. But realistically, you needed someone below to stop Miracle before it even started, or even better, get the kill on him while he was getting the plant down. But at that point, it's too late. Secret are in position, they have crossfires, and you're going to be very, very fortunate if you're going to try and get out and win a gunfight in those circumstances. So, see what they bring us here. Inside of round number 4, we're going to be headed to CCTV. Oh, great C4 off the rip there. That'll teach Miracle for his slow Maverick in there with the blowtorch.
Yeah, Mavericking is a lot more difficult now since the new patches. I'm sure people are aware. You can now see where your projectiles are going to be tossed to. You kind of get that arc now. Mavericking is very difficult because you can see the Maverick start to open up a line, and you can just take your time and angle the C4 where it'll hit and kill the Maverick as he's doing it. So yeah, Maverick's not a very fun operator with just out those changes at the moment, and Miracle, sadly, he's the one he nominated to play that role, and he's been punished for it. Joystick below just kills Savage, just a swing onto the garage, and I mean, look, VP and the gunners that they had, they displayed at Invitational how strong they are. All, you know, Joystick, it felt as though, you know, he was reborn at Invite. Because I think for a big while, it was really only Dan who we looked at VP and said, yeah, this guy's everything. Joystick hasn't really been at the races. I thought at Invite, Joystick was just here, there, and everywhere.
He's done his part in this round and maybe a little bit more. He even got himself traded there, always was there with the assistance. Adrian, going to pick himself up one on the breach. Very important time to get a kill back here. It is only a 3 versus 2, so still very possible, especially if Grubby can maintain some good control here of Garage, but it looks like he's starving for info. He is very cautious of downstairs in Lounge. We can see from the silhouettes that we do have players stacked up here on site. Got 1 at the top of red stairs and 2 inside of Cash. So BP, they're playing very deep. They are expecting to deny the plant here. do have a little bit of ability to do that. Of course, you do have 3 Toxic Babe canisters from Pasha, and that's going to get a little bit of that job done. A little bit of a switch around here as Grubby is going to go underneath and try and displace some of those defenders with the Ash. And Adrian, he's got a couple of tricks left up his sleeve. He can deny a little bit of area here, but he is going to have to try in and get the plant down if he wants to extend that clock. Grubby making his way upstairs now, moves through the barbed wire, gives the game away, gets caught with the impact and finished off by Shepard. Adrian now has to push through, he has to find 3 kills, picks one, down onto the second. This is very doable here from Adrian. He pulls the goo mine out, hits the reload, he's got plenty of time, he knows exactly where this player is, just got to hit his shots, but no. Pasha hits him from the backside of the Rio, floats out of the rotation, and sees it done. VP, pick up round number 4.
Yeah, Secret, they kind of said themselves, right, we can't go for the plant. We know they have the smoke. There's no way we're going to be able to break through that and get that diffuser down. They have to try and play for kills. They fire off top red to remove that player on the top of the stairs. It then allows Grubby to walk up. Grubby just 2 impacts thrown at his face, Ollie. He's disorientated and he loses that engagement. It's a big ask there for Adrian to try and kill all 3 of them. Very fortunate to get 2 of them just lined up for him, but yeah, couldn't get the 3rd, but I think just losing the initial early pick and then Savage just died. Like, as soon as you lose Miracle there on the Maverick and then to see Savage die just instantly after that, you just think at that stage the round's done. You know, 3v5 on the top floor, how do you come back from that? And realistically, you don't really come back from that.
It was Doom dying for me. That was the fact that Doom got joystick because he knew where joystick was. The fact that Always was there with the trade. That was what did it for me. It was still fairly early on into the round, but you're just thinking
10 seconds left before insertion.
the way that Viperio got, the way that Virtus.pro got that kill off onto Doom, that was it for me. And I think that you know you do struggle when the numbers go against you that heavily at the start. We go back down to Church and Arsenal now. As we're going to see this site attempted yet again. Both teams 1 for 1 on it so far, so not too bad at all.
But who will it be 2-1 to? Who wins the best of 3 in the basements? Who's it going to be?
Well, there's no Glaz and there's no Sense, so we're not going to see that again. But that's a one-map thing, you know? You can't be pulling that. Unless you want to try and double bluff.
I'm honestly surprised they don't try the Osta strat. You know, because you think about Adrian, you know, what he did it with Sledge. You know, he could have easily worked the Osta in and then tried to move in and go for that plant again, but they've chosen not to go for that again. I think probably just fearing that VP probably seen them do it last week, and that's the strat that they're going to be ready for the most, so they probably want to try and stay away from that. But I don't know, I think for Secret, it's just about trying to get that first pick for them in the basement, because it sets them up in such a better position if they can get that early pick. And keep in mind, I think for Secret, if they get free attacks, they'll be very happy with that. I think then you go into your defense knowing that, yeah, we're ready for this. We've got good defenses we can go for. Again, you'd expect that they'll probably have a lot more hidden, because remember, we kind of talked about, they hadn't played a lot of rounds against Ents whenever you look at Clubhouse.
Yeah, it was a 9-round game, it was 7-2, so they've not given loads away. And the good news there is that they likely know how VP are going to try and attack, so they've got a little bit in the pocket there. So as you say, it's crucial that the split's nice to them here, and that they're able to pick up 3 rounds, and that would definitely give them the best chance. Currently we're trying to remove the Evil Eye cameras, and as Flores has just screamed down our ears, he lost his explosive. It got shot on the way to said Evil Eye camera, so it's going to be something that does need to be dealt with, but the EMPs are going to start to come out now. That means the wall will be open. Savage getting it with the drop, going to get himself into position, maybe go for a little pop flash and see if he can just try and remove that utility, but no, the C4 comes out there. VP devastating tonight with these C4s, backed up by a frag on Always.
Miracle looking to try and push in and has to try and find a kill, but those feet holds and armor wall being open is not favorable to him, and it leaves Grubby now in a 1v5. He kicked things off with 1 kill, but 4 more of them in 30 seconds to go. Oh, that's a good pick again from Grubby. Still 3 more he has to try and get. No diffuser in hand. Will try and move in. Seeing a glimpse of a player. He walks in towards Church, but look at the pings, the evil eyes.
Covered the diffuser.
Not a good time right now for Grubby, where they know exactly where he is. The smokes are coming in, and there's Always sprays through with Alda. I mean, again, for Secret, just I want to see them put more pressure in Kitchen, because like you shouldn't be having VP just move into the back of Army and just completely shut down your push.
And especially if you're going to go Moto heavy, you need something in blue. You need to try and deal with that blue player. Yeah, I don't think we've seen anyone from Secret get themselves in and around that blue area in the bottom of those Adam stairs, and it does just strike as a bit of a shame. They've had a really nice round with the glass and the sense. That was great. And maybe you'd say that they were unlucky to lose the second one. They got the plant down and maybe the vertical cover wasn't there. Something obviously happened inside of that round that we're not privy to. But then when we see them try it again here in round 5 and the majority of players just dying inside a Moto door to church, that's when you got to start questioning things and go, yeah, you know what? We need a little bit more of a plan if we're going to be, you know, attacking down there, because it's not even like VP heavily pressured that area. They were still nice to spread out. They just had a great ability to rotate and to get themselves into position. And like you say, it's due to the lack of cover from upstairs.
5 seconds left
Secret
before
of
insertion.
just taking the foot of the gas ever so slightly, it feels. Ollie. I mean, I look at it. The rounds where they've tried these creative plans have worked really well for them. The rounds where they've tried to go generic and slow have not worked. That's what I'm gathering right now from Secret. And I'm really shocked that they've resorted to go for that slow playstyle. That's the playstyle that VP were expecting to go against. You know, VP, I think, for me, are the masters of repetition. I've never seen a team who can just play the same strat over and over again and always win it. Because they've always been like that. Since this team emerged back in 2018, they've always been that way, where they do one thing and they do it to the best of that anyone else can do. And, you know, to see Secret fall into that trap where they're almost trying to play VP at their own game, it's a worry.
Yeah, it really is. I was chatting to Joystick at Invite and he was talking about a difficult game that they had with W7M, and he said, I was like, oh, you know, how did it go? And he was like, we just had to play even slower. So their option when the going got tough was that they just slowed down even more, which is just devastating. Speaking of slowing down, Joystick's not going to be doing much for the rest of this round. Gets first picked there and isn't immediately traded. They just get caught out at the top of those cash stairs, so nice little pinch there from Secret to get that done. It didn't really cost them anything in the grand scheme. With that cash control now, they can start to try and rotate themselves out, but we'd have to be cautious. The mirror window has been popped here.
Any C4s? Again, you could easily slot that through and catch him. We'll see if Adrian can get it off successfully. It's the impact instead from Dan. Oh, that's a good impact trick. Stops that Thermite charge again. Comes back to the Habana ban. It's almost shot Secret in the foot there, has it, Ollie? Whenever you have less hard breach options, the impact tricks are going to become more devastating. I mean, they still have they can try and get, but how has Dan gave himself up like that, Ollie?
Well, it's on now, isn't it? You've got to get the ace and you've got to get that rotated round and get the Selma placed on there. With the mirror window already being open, it's not going to give you the worst kind of breach. But we are going to see a hop in from Adrian, an attempt at a plant here in a 5 versus 2. Surely the cover is there. Always just rotating himself in Logi. Knows something's going on in the site, but there's not a lot he can do about it. Might find himself 1 for 3, but should be immediately traded, and he is. Now a lot rests on Shepard's shoulders. Picks himself up 1. Is it going to be the exit or the start of an incredible clutch? Let's find out. The Selma will be shot off the wall there. He knows exactly where the plant's gone down, but look at this post. You can see the laser just on the other side of the window frame. He knows that there's likely going to be a player on either window here. You can start to try and tap on the diffuser, but you know that the swing is going to be coming. Adrian has been in this position before, plays it beautifully from the rappel and picks up that final kill.
Yeah, big round for Secret. They needed that. I mean, VP just giving the game away. Picks here, picks there, and Secret. You have to admit, though, whenever they seen they had the man advantage and they had information on where the players were going to be positioned who were remaining for VP, Adrian's just, oh, I'll jump at the window then. I'll go for it. And they all push together. They try and focus on that plant. You know, that's one thing about Secret. The plant focus in this game is that has been it. That's been the goal for them. I would probably say that Secret will be kicking themselves that they're not up 4-2, because I still look at that round in the basement where Adrian went in for that plant. They should have won that round. Probably should be 4-2 to Secret.
I would agree. I think you could play that round again and you'd certainly favour Secret coming out on it. Even, you know, despite the result, it was a couple of gunfights that really didn't go their way, and we don't really know yet what happened upstairs. Want to dig into the match replay and find out, and almost name and shame whoever it was inside the kitchen, or at least find out what sort of pressure they were under at that time. But an even split of the spoils after the first half for Secret is decent enough indeed. A nice 3-3 split. A bit of pressure now on these attacks. We are going to see VP, of course, switch over onto that attacking side. It's not taking us long, Demo, till we see a Deimos in the mix.
Look at the kind of difference that we see from both sides in terms of the operator selections. You know, we looked at Secret, it was very plant orientated, a lot of utility operators. VP, the plan is we kill. We kill together. That is the plan. Jackal and a Deimos is not going to make the Rover's life extremely easy. It's going to be one heck of a run that they're going to have to go through. And already there goes the first set of Jackal pings. The only issue I would have is if Secret see that there's all of this new roam hunting happening for VP and they just leave him play turtle. Realistically, what util does VP have for an actual site execute?
Ooh, Savage here gets himself a freebie. Doom as well. Job's done. Get yourself back to site, guys. Doom is going to try and get himself away here. Grubby will get taken out by Always, so not the 2 clean kills that they were hoping for, but they have at least got a man count advantage of 1. If we do see that rotation successful from Doom, which he's going to drop Oil Pit, it's happy days. 2 C4s now to deny at this later stage of the round, and you know that there's going to be a little bit of fact-finding still going on. Doom just took an incredible amount of damage there. I'm not sure what happened. I'm not sure if he got a little bit of friendly fire potentially there, but he's flashing a red bar right now. He certainly wasn't that low earlier on. VP now have to start to try and make do with what they have. They haven't lost too much. They've lost a Jackal and a Deimos, so they've lost the roam clear, but the roam's over Demo.
I mean, the roamers got hunted instead, didn't they? The hunted becomes the hunters become the hunted. But yeah, like as you say that you don't lose much. VP didn't really have much to begin with.
They didn't have much to lose.
Their lineup is not strong now. It wasn't strong beforehand. They were really relying that they would get kills and have man advantage on their side. But whenever you lose the two hunters right off the rip, it's not going to be a good start for them. And they only have the ace. They can only choose 1 hatch. Remember, you can't go for anything else with the Selmas. You get a wall and a hatch. That's all you get. So VP are going to be really limited for options. And the fact that Secret have the man advantage, as well as plenty of denial, you've got 2 C4 still there. I don't see how VP win it. It's going to be a massive throw from Secret if they do.
Well, especially there with Savage picking the kill up onto Shepard. Miracle another. And Pasha, speaking of the ace, he's left all alone upstairs. Still worried about some sort of a roam game here. He's very conscious of stock and lounge. Look at the drone economy. In the bin. 1 drone to speak of. Clutches are never easy at the best of times, but with no info to go off, this becomes nearly impossible. There's only a couple of places that he can come from. And the bet is on main stairs right now. We see a C4 go off there just as a caution, I think, from one of the Secret players. Passion is going to make himself into church.
5 seconds left.
Start to bait out that plan, but he knows what's going to happen if he tries to stick it. He's just going to spend the rest of the round, hit a few pre-fires, try and find an exit. Great opening defense there from Secret.
Yeah, great work. You know, good roam game, and you probably have to look at Jum right now, Ollie, in terms of the defense for Secret. I look at there's some players in the world where if you go up against them, you kind of have that fear factor. I think Shaiko kind of exudes that fear of, oh my goodness, it's Shaiko. I would say Jum falls under the category of, oh, I have to play against Jum. Not because of a fear factor, but because of an annoyance factor. Him on the roam is one of the most annoying things any one man can deal with. Is that guy just, you know, Jum's somewhere, you know he's ratting around. It's just, that's the way Jum is for me as a player. He is that annoyance factor, and whenever Secret allow him just to stretch his legs and do what he does best, it's you probably walk away scrimmaging thinking, how boring was that? That was so boring. You know, that's the presence that Jum gives off.
Typing the ZZZ in chat.
Exactly. Well, that's what he does so well. I think he's one of the best roamers we have in the league by far. I just think he knows, he's just right place, right time for Jum. It seems to always be the case for him.
Well, he's just lucky this time. Maybe he's just lucky, but
you don't roam on this site. You don't roam on this site.
No one really roams on this site. And one of the reasons he's on Castle is Castle's fantastic for gym and bedroom. I want to make this clear. I've played Castle on Gym and Bedroom long before this season, way before Castle had the ACOG, so, you know.
Right, it's my guilty pleasure gun.
But the ACOG addition to the UMP is phenomenal. We're going to see it played a lot more as well. See that Grubby is trying to hold on upstairs, of course. The Vector is a shared weapon. There are a couple of defenders that have it. We do have Goyo and Mirror, but fortunately for Goyo, he got the ACOG, and unfortunately for Mirror, they didn't. So, unlucky.
Good reason.
But yeah, very good reason indeed. Going to see a line open there, and a Selma charge used as well. So, really not taking any chances on getting that wall open into cash as VP set up for this across clear.
Oh, first pick goes in favor of VP. Jum goes down. The Castle. We mentioned before he wouldn't be doing a lot of roaming, but it looks as though he actually got picked off downstairs, Ollie, inside of bar.
Wrong place, wrong time, potentially.
They maybe could go. They maybe could go down and maybe hack the cameras. You know, they could get themselves into some of the defaults. That could be potential for them. It's not as though there's a Maestro or any bulletproofs that they would like to have, but sure, still something to try and get some information. Could be good for them, but VP at the moment, they're just sticking to their guns. They're going to try and sweep across. No surprises here at the moment. Secret have left the cash room, and it allows Pasha to get in and open up the construction wall now. And this is just classic VP, isn't it? They take what they want. They're going to set up for their initial final execute, and then just win the round. That's usually how we see these goes.
Something that still is in play are these Vulcan canisters. Now, we do have a Flores, so there is an ability to get rid of ones that can't be shot. We're going to see Dan jump into the Flores right about now, and it was almost perfectly on cue. We're going to see Flores get rid of that Vulcan canister, and another one gets sent out here as well, as Dan will just do a little bit more searching to make sure there's nothing else hiding away there. Just going to open that rotate into bathroom and give themselves a bit of an option as well.
Wait now and see if Secret want to try and aggress on the VP and take the fight to them and try and disrupt them, but it's not working out. VP have punished them. Pasha with 2 kills. Joystick is getting shot by Savage, but they know exactly where he is, and it's only going to be a matter of time. Savage takes a lot of damage, flashed as well. Has the glasses on, and will try and make that dash, but always is ready. That's a strong round from VP. I mean, you have to give credit to Secret there. They knew if they just sat back, VP would absolutely rinse them. They've chose the, let's go for the 50-50 option. We take our gunfights. If we win them, we win the round. If we lose them, well, we were going to lose anyway.
Yeah, I'm a little bit disappointed we didn't see a bit more out of the C4s there, potentially for Secret. I think there's maybe a chance where you can get a bit more value out of those, as opposed to just trying to swing onto construction door and get something done. But they made their decision, and it was a brave one at that. VP going to come away there with the round and continue this level game. All squared up at 4 rounds apiece right now. Going to be moving across into CCTV and Cash. A slightly different lineup here for both of these two sides. Secret do need to be cautious though. They need to find success somewhere else that isn't the basement, because they can't rely on getting a couple of players on the roam and then retreating back to site. We do need to just see a little bit more success out of that early game. I think Savage was potentially quite unfortunate to get picked off there and wasn't really in a position to be traded. And that was almost the start of the downfall there for Secret.
Attackers are moving to defuse the bomb.
VP! This is more of like, I would say, your standard kind of Clubhouse util dump that we expect to see whenever you're dealing with this cash room hold. You got the Capital necessity for garage at the moment. I mean, Azami is banned, so you probably could forego that if you wanted to and just bring in, you know, some nades. You don't necessarily need the Capital, but I suppose it's also pretty good for the final execute with the smokes you can get. But you're looking at the Monty. Monty, in my opinion, is probably an S-tier operator at the moment. I think with the changes to the shield where he can have full sprints in with the Blitz. RIP my beloved Blitz, because he's knackered now, he's done. But Monty at the moment, he's my new best friend. The way that you can just change from being passive to gain information to being able to full charge and rush down somebody, unbelievable how you can play those two different, you know, play styles. So Monty at the moment, very, very strong. Even the, you know, the way that you can bash them now with the shield, a lot more consistent, easy kill 9 times out of 10. So yeah, Monty for me, S-tier.
VP did a really good job there at opening the breach. They did have a mirror window on it from Secret, and I was expecting an impact trick, but with the smoke from Capitao, it makes it very difficult then to swing onto that and to challenge it. You don't really know what's on the other side of it. Grubby is the player that's getting pressured right now, just placing a disc just to make sure he's got correct coverage here, as knows that Joystick is going to be making their way through. That has been rather hacked, I believe, but he hasn't got all of the discs. Grubby's location is going to be known now, and he's just going to be throwing everything he's got at trying to keep alive here, but eventually will be taken out there. Dan's got a great angle from the breach, and no one feeling confident enough to still challenge inside of that cash room. You've got to give that up. Savage will come back, though, with a trade.
Attackers recovered the bomb
I don't think VP are worried, though, about that trade, though. Always had already used his utility for the fire arrows. They've had garage control, which is what they wanted. And they still have, you know, some flashbangs that they can use in towards the top red. There isn't too much elsewhere that you can really look at. Monkey didn't bring any smoke grenades, which is probably the only thing you'd worry. Secret, on the other hand, they've got C4, they've got their smokes. They've still got plenty to try and deny this plant. With 45 seconds left, it's going to be a close one. Joystick has already taken quite a bit of damage just from impacts being tossed at him. He's going to try and see if he can try and sneak a plant in, but he's going to struggle against those smokes. He's going to try and rotate over towards the main breach. The smoke will miss him, though, and Joystick will try and initiate the plant. Is Miracle aware that, yes, America will smoke Joystick out, and he does get punished by Savage. Great there for Miracle. If he wasn't switched on, that could have been disastrous.
Secret doing a really good job here of playing deep and playing off the back of that utility. Pasha has got a chance at a one-on-one engagement here, but he does have a play on either side of the stairs. It's going to be Adrian on the lower portion. He picks him up with a brilliantly timed swing from the top player as well, and Miracle is going to seal the deal, picks up that final kill. Secret, patience there, really paying off for them.
Well, Secret, just slow and steady. Wins the race, I suppose. You know, VP, they took what they wanted. They wanted garage, but there's just so much utility. They probably just needed to speed. They needed to quicken up. That was probably the issue with VP, but like when you mentioned before, they are a slow team. They will move at their own pace. But hey, look, Secret, they were ready for it. They brought enough utility for it. They didn't want to play in any positions that would give themselves up. Probably bar the garage, but there's not much else you can really do with that position. You need someone to play there. Inevitably, they will die. But whenever you still have the Maestro cameras, the smokes, the C4s to fall back into, it's not a worry. Just as long as Grubby can burn for a minute 30 on some utility, he's done his job.
Absolutely. Back down to the basement we go then. There's still not too much separating these teams at all. We've had no team lead by more than 2 rounds up until this point. 5-4 here to Secret. A chance for them to put themselves onto a map point. They are back down in the basement. They had an incredibly successful roam game last time. They picked themselves up a couple of kills. They did pay for it with one of their own, but the damage at that point was done. VP going for a very similar lineup to what we saw in round number 7 as well. They are going to be really focused on this roam and trying to hunt down the roamers. They've got the Jackal and they've got the Deimos.
Yeah, but I don't know if I'm a fan still. I still think they're missing a lot of key ingredients. And if they can't get the kills, which is kind of what happened to them last time, then it's an issue. And even, I guess, if Secret just fall back to site and all 5 of them are playing in there, I still think they should win it, just because VP don't have a lot of util to really pressure players. But hey, if they start getting kills like that, and there's going to be no issues whatsoever, because that's what they were after the first time they went for this attack. They wanted to get those picks. They wanted to have that man advantage. It doesn't matter then about the util if you can pressure every area off that bomb site. So a great start there for VP. And they take down that annoyance factor off you.
I can breathe a sigh of relief now, knowing that Solace has been dealt with, and well, I guess hopefully it'll do something for their drone economy. But looking up into the top right of our screens, we can already see that it's pretty dire indeed.
Not anyway, yeah.
The drones are pretty much all spent. They've got 3 left.
First helicopter. One of the 2 roamers upstairs. That's what they need to get next.
Ooh, look at that info exchange as well. Grubby immediately taking damage. Don't forget, Deimos is the only player on the attackers that actually gets the live ping. So one of the skill factors of Deimos is communicating the location of the player that you've tracked. So being able to get that info across nice and quickly does make things a lot easier indeed. Bandit now being targeted. That's going to be Savage. Going to be upstairs. He knows where Deimos is. Ping on Deimos is slightly delayed. He gets a good portion of damage in there onto Always, but it's not going to be enough. He might be able to pick himself up this kill. He goes for the challenge, but no, he's going to fall. Grubby being down as well. This is absolutely devastating for Secret. Not the roam games they were expecting at all. We've now got Adrian joining the party. They've said, well, if it's going bad, I'm going to get myself involved as well. Picks up 1 kill. Could rotate himself back down oil here. Certainly doesn't want to get involved with lounges. That's where Dan is going to be holding. Gets himself back down on site and tries to join up somewhat with Miracle, but there's more Deimos action to be had.
Oh, Adrian in the hot seat now. They know where he is. In towards AK. He's in a safe position. But look at this Miracle. Will charge up the stairs. Find 1 kill, but should be traded out as his way down is going to be covered by Pasha, who will try and go for the challenge, but Miracle and Adrian win it. 2v4. I suppose it was a 2v5 to begin with. Out of nowhere.
I'm not sure how VP have allowed 2 players to just walk up staircases and pick up kills. Both Adrian and Miracle basically were shooting people in the back there because there was no one dead on the side of the attackers. You've got all this roam game, you've got all this clear, but you've got no flank protection whatsoever. And if everyone's alive and no one's watching the cameras that are placed as flanks, it doesn't matter if you got Jackal, doesn't matter if you got Deimos. You don't want to know where they were, you need to know where they are. Incredible stuff there from Secret. It's forced a timeout out of VP, and I'm honestly not surprised. Secret put themselves onto a map point here against Virtus.pro.
Honestly, I look at VP and I think they're not giving Secret enough respect. That's the main issue, it feels like, for me. I would have said Secret last stage would never have went to try and go for a retake in a 2v5. The 2 players in sight probably just would have sat in sight and not done anything. Look at the mentality shift from Secret now and what they've been able to work on over the past 3 or 4 months. You know, that just showcased it for me. They say, right, you can't sit and do nothing. You need to be proactive. You need to be able to do something in the matchup, or else you're just going to lose, especially against VP. You cannot allow VP just to have all the control. You need to take the fight to them. Adrian got things kicked off right from the rip. Okay, that's fine if you're VP. Oh, we maybe lose 1. But to see them then lose to Miracle walking up main stairs to lose 1, and then honestly a bit of an ego challenge, it has to be said, from the player who swung on main stairs.
Yeah.
Why not just waiting for your teammate there, doubling up? You know where he is. You have him trapped. You can hold his run down. Call a teammate and then pincer him together.
If anyone's been watching from the start of the stream, you'll remember the telestration that both Fresh and Fabian did, and it was a VP attack from last week, and it was a circumstance where they just didn't really do the right thing. They were attacking against wolves. They had a lot of information available to them. I think probably far more information available to them than they did just there in the previous round we've just seen. But they were still making these silly errors. And there's no real other way of putting them. They are just silly errors. You know, we don't expect that level of error out of a team like VP. Maybe once a map, maybe once or twice, but
once
consistently? Yeah, but you could go as far as to say once a stage. But to make multiple blatant errors inside of one singular round, that's not very characteristic of Virtus.pro. They've got a job to do now.
A really big fucking hole!
Now they'll be trying to attack onto this top floor.
Secret is just bouncing right now. You know, you look at the kills on the board as well. A lot of them having great games. Grubby 4 and 7, but you know, you look at some of the positions Grubby's been in. They haven't been too favourable. They've been the positions no one wants to play. But VP, you know, apart from always, I would say for joystick standards, for especially Dan's standards, it needs to be better. It has to be. But
we've not even really touched on the kills, have we?
We haven't touched the kills, but it's been a very even match. You know, really, obviously Adrian being the front runner, but I mean, we're in a situation where nobody's like stinking up the gaff. You know, we're not dealing with 1 kills, 2
that
kills.
Means playing bad for anyone that's not familiar with like demo slang. So stinking up, obviously, that's pretty self-explanatory. The gaff could be considered, you know, the house or the place that we are playing. So no one's playing badly so far here on Clubhouse. I think, as far as I'm aware, Adrian was the highest rated player coming into this playday, at least on CGG. I know that EPS is slightly, you know, can be a slight bit different, but it usually holds true. And Dan was the other, both I think 148, I want to say, or 143, one of the two. And certainly Adrian continuing in that fashion here, although Grubby is going to give himself away pretty lightly, and Joystick has some incredible timing onto Doom. is able to take him out. This is already looking a lot better for VP.
So big lash out around for VP where they just want to get some kills. They mentioned Joystick. Maybe could do better, and boy, he's doing it right now.
Oh dear.
Joystick! Oh, Savage, did you see that? He leaned back in his chair. He knew he was absolutely done in that engagement. And Miracle, all by himself, 1v5, C4. Nobody's home today. Pasha will get that diffuser down. And Miracle has to make that long walk up the stairs, but doesn't even get to it. My word, I mean, Joystick, Ollie just said, you know what, fine, I'll do it myself.
Yeah, it turned into a very short walk up the stairs there, didn't it, for all that it was worth. If that's what a timeout does to VP, that's terrifying, because they just hit a timeout and then immediately hit a flawless round. Secret didn't have a look in, and it honestly barely felt like we saw a gunfight. Secret now are going to choose this moment to take a timeout of their own. Don't forget, both of these two teams are desperate for points out of this fixture. Points mean prizes. And the prize, you may ask, is of course the Manchester Major. So the first team, first in the league course, will qualify into the Major. Second team will qualify just into a slightly different stage, and so on and so forth. So with the table being pretty tight as it currently sits, you know, there's not a great difference top through bottom. We've only seen 1 week of play. Everyone is fighting fiercely for those points. And you just know that both of these two teams want to come away with a full amount of the spoils. A full 3 points from it is going to be what they are hoping for.
See what the game plan is for Secret. Obviously, they get to choose their defense. They can't go to the basement, though. It will have to be elsewhere. I wouldn't be surprised they go to the cache here, Ollie, because I thought it was a good hold from them, you know, using the util well. VP just took way too long to really get things moving. And they have went for the cache selection, so see how VP, if they can maybe pick up the pace. They went for the exact same lineup as what they did previously, bringing in the Monty, bringing in the Capitão, the Grim. All the util operators are here, but equally, you know, the util is also here from Secret. You got the smoke, you've got the C4s. No Maestro this time, though. Instead, I think they've opted for the Valkyrie.
5 seconds to go.
I like the Valkyrie. I like the idea of another C4. Because they know that VP are going to get control of Garage at some point. Grubby is essentially playing Garage with his life at the moment, and he's just going to try and get as many discs as he can out there and survive for as long as possible. And he did that in the previous round. With the Valkyrie cameras, with the couple more C4s, there's a little bit more potential to drop below. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Construction Hatch open here. And that's going to be a hot point to try and drop through and give yourself a nice little angle to try and work with. Already, Joystick going to be at the bottom of that garage door. He's got a drone at his feet. They've actually left two of the garage panels soft there. So that's going to give a really easy access. I wonder what they've reinforced instead of that, because typically you'd want that done.
Bedroom, I think, probably, because that's where I see a couple of players are going to be situated, so they might have reinforced maybe jacuzzi walls to try and slow down that approach. Yeah, it looks as though they have, so they're going to try and control the entirety of the top floor, but I think, Joom, if anyone does come over there, you'll probably be surprised. You know, VP have been they want to go this way, they want to push towards the garage, they're not interested in bedroom. So that's free range there for Secret, but it's not really going to do a whole lot for them. In comes the utility dump now, Ollie, and, well, poor old Crappie, here we go again.
One of the smokes has been caught up there by the magnets. That's going to slow down the roll a little bit. Just not confident to push in off the back of that. There was another magnet that had been placed, and previously I think we'd seen that magnet EMP'd in the other round, and then the smoke started to go through. So a bit of unfortunate timing there, or a bit of a misstep by VP potentially. Shepard is going to start to try and get this wall open though. Just managed to tank. I think that must have been an impact, or no, potentially a C4 from Asia in there to try and stop that breach going off, but it is going to get put off nonetheless. Still that heavy stack up here, and look at the work Grubby's able to do. He will eventually get taken down as he just strays too far into the fire.
Attackers recovered the bomb.
Waste a lot of time though, Ollie. 2 minutes gone now, and VP only have a minute to play with, and we mentioned before all the util that Secret still have, denial should I say, is they have the smokes, they have the C4s. Question is anyone from VP going to take a wander downstairs into lounge to try and deny the access of C4 operators? And, well, he hasn't necessarily went into lounge, but he's found a C4 operator nonetheless. Look at this from Joystick, proactively pushing the smoke, wasting his time. Oh no, he misses that Dash and Miracle will punish him. They were going to try and use the monkey just to walk in the smoke, stop the diffuser from ever being touched, but the diffuser has still went down, but what a retake though from Secret, as 3 of them are fallen for VP, and now Passion all by himself has to try and stop that diffuser from being diffused, but no. There it is from Secret, a good retake, a clean retake at that, 3 players still up. What a win for Secret.
3 kills from Savage there in the final round as well. We kind of pinned him as that annoying player to play, especially when he's on that defense. He was on the Valkyrie and in the hot seat. Right place, right time for sure there for him. And a fantastic performance top through bottom for Secret. I think they did everything that we asked of them, their demo. We saw a little bit of different in the way that they were attacking. We saw a little bit of difference in the way that they were defending. We didn't get to see too many defensive rounds last week, but those attacks, they certainly set us alight. I know that the Sense Class one really got us pumped up.
Yeah, obviously I think for Secret, they came in knowing that, yeah, we played it last week. VP would have done their homework, they would have done the research. We need to do something different to catch them by surprise.
Yeah. And
they've done that. They've done that extremely well. I said they probably should have been 4-2 up whenever you look at the attacks for them. VP today, though, just too slow. Communication seemed to be very off. You know, that 1 round, that 2v5, it basically killed the series for them, essentially. So, yeah, VP, again, another bad week for them.
A little bit worrying indeed. We're going to see what our desk has to say about this. We're going to send you over there, and they're going to break it down.
Thank you so much, Ollie and Demo. And I think they hit the hammer on the head or the nail on the head, whatever you say for that. Secret on their attacks, a strong start, but we've seen different things that we saw last week.
Yeah, we saw a lot of different approaches on how to execute, and we saw them speed up and play like really, really aggressive and really fast. And then they just had a different approach completely to what they had in the first game. And it's super impressive to be seeing that from just 1 week of practice.
Yeah.
Because they don't have that much time to change around everything and have different win conditions, which is what they had today. And I think that even though their attacks look good, I think there are small things that they can improve even more to be even better. And I was really impressed by them today.
It's one of them feelings where you make a prediction before the game and we say, oh, we're not sure why they've gone back to Clubhouse. Like, they were a little bit sloppy, even though they did win last week. But where can they go? How can they improve? And they come out the blocks. They've gone from into a completely different game in terms of win conditions. The win conditions became pace. They became plants. They became let's catch VP off. Let's not play the same game we played last week. They tried the W7M execute to Church very first round, and I know Demo did a great job of explaining it during the cast. It's a great execute. It's, you know, everyone knew it was coming, but they executed it perfectly. And time again, 4 plants in 6 rounds on Clubhouse. But not just the plants, the timing of the plants, how fast they were.
Yeah.
One of the plants happened within 90 seconds. That's how fast it was. And for Secret, it shows a level of maturity that we weren't necessarily expecting. We said today was a big test. They came out of that blocks, and they didn't just pass that test, they aced that test.
Yeah, not only strategically did they do really well, they were actually 4-8 down in entry kills. That means that they've recovered so many rounds.
2v5.
Yeah, 2v5, that should first of all never happen, but still they did it. It just shows that they're recovering well. They know how to communicate, set up these mini plays between maybe 2 or 3 players and do things together on top of having the mechanical ability to back that up. Because that's something that's very, very hard. Going 1 down in manpower means that your opponent can always play the mathematical game by going basically 2-on-1 in almost all situations. So if you give yourself that entry death, it's such a big indicator on how the round will go. Secret didn't want that today.
What I'm hearing from you two is that we've almost got the recipe for a great team here with all the fundamentals that Secret have working well for them. Now, that's what we want to see from them too, right? Considering how their year went last year, we want to see them make that improvement. We want to maybe see them go to a major.
Yeah, I mean, Secret are joint top of the league. It feels very weird saying that, right? 6 points out of 6. It's literally a dream start for them. And I think you talked about it as a recipe, and they're starting, you know, they're building, they've got the recipe to make a great cake, to make a great run at the Manchester Major.
I mean, if they keep doing what they've been doing so far, now I think that they probably won't be playing too much Clubhouse again. Either their opponents will ban it against them, or they feel like they've shown all of what they have on it already, so they might want to start trying to ban it, unless they come up with more new stuff. So, yeah, I think we're going to see more new maps from them, and I expect them to show more things. And if so, definitely a contender for the major spot.
And now for one player that you two specifically really like to talk about, that has to, of course, be Adrian. So, Fresh, please tell us more.
Oh, I mean, you've got the Adrian #1 fan club over here. I think we talked about it in the pre-match, which is how Adrian has brought more to this team than just kills. he was a big, he's managed to change his role from an entry fragger to a support player and, play it well as well. I think that's the big thing. If you look at the plants, look at how much he's doing on the plants. I know Savage spoke about it in the interview last week, how much he communicates as well. The improvement this kid has shown in the last 6 months, obviously I've had the benefit of seeing him, up close and personal the last 6 to 9 months, has been nothing short of remarkable.
Well, you mentioned a Savage interview. Luckily for you and the viewers, of course, we have another Savage interview ready to go. Good evening, Savage. We see you again, of course, as mentioned. You must be feeling good after this victory.
Yeah, obviously. It's a great team to beat, a big one of the big top 4 to beat, so that's where we want to be at, beating the top 4 to become the top 4, so yeah, great win.
Savage, it was incredibly impressive that you guys managed to change around the win conditions for this game compared to the one that you had last week. How much preparation do you guys have, and how much do you have in your little playbook? Are we expecting more spicy things on more maps?
I mean, this is a great team to prepare for, because you can know what to expect. You can play like a calm game in a way that you're not going to be catch off guard by anything they do. So you can really prepare well to these executes that we were doing and to these plans that we were doing. Just identify the triggers, see if they are doing the exact same thing. They are, then we go for it. It's the game plan that we did. We did a good distribution between ourselves to make these counter prep for them between all the maps, even though we could narrow it down to 2-3 maps. And we just came in and executed just like against Tense. That's the most important, not be flustered. Just follow the game plan and execute it. And again, just like against Tense, we executed perfectly. And really proud, even though even in the rounds that we didn't, we managed to find a way to get back on the rounds, which is the essential of the siege.
Yeah, against ENCE, in the interview after that game, we asked about Adrian and how all of that stuff works, and you said he had a lot of communication. Is he providing stuff to prepare you guys for these games as well, or is it just an overall team effort where all of you guys are involved?
No, definitely overall team effort. So we divided it by groups, so we could do each map, 2 or 3 maps each groups, and also develop some team chemistry. And yeah, everyone helped, obviously. Obviously, a certain pair got this certain map, but at the end of the day, if it was any other map, I'm sure we'd have good grades as well.
Now, Savage, at the beginning of the interview, you mentioned top 4 is the goal. It's looking really good. Next game is Wild, and not to discredit Wild, they're currently at the bottom of the league. It's really shaping up like you might make it to top 4 without jinxing anything.
I mean, we just gotta stay humble and keep doing our games, not look too much at the score, not too much at the leaderboards. Just keep doing our thing. Whatever, if we get the win, we get the win. If we don't, at the end of the season, we'll see if we make it or not. Nothing else we can do.
Sounds like a really good mindset to me. Thank you so much for taking the time to answer our questions. We hope to speak to you again and have a great rest of the evening.
Hopefully it's a reoccurring thing again. Thank you, guys. See you next week.
Some very good words we had there, but that was only our very first game of the evening. We have plenty more to come. We'll take a quick break and then we'll be right back.
Always eager for new experiences, she enrolled in the Bold Eagle program at 17, where she excelled in basic military training, while benefiting from the guidance of community elders and indigenous instructors.
I'm gonna say Hibana.
Had it not been for Sky's medical training, Nomad may have not survived the incident in the north.
Everyone knows that Dogabe and Nomad is really good friends, so it's Dogabe.
Incorrect. Yeah, is it Thunderbird? Oh yeah.
Following Operation Catalyst, he was handpicked to join the Special Air Service Regiment SAS so long as he passed selection.
I was gonna say mute because it might be like a thing about him being quiet, but I think I'm gonna say Sledge.
Grew up as the middle sibling in his family, and I do believe he had to put extra effort to be heard or noticed, which explains the showman side of his personality.
Has to be mute then.
Oh, so now I have a chance to steal, right?
What?
Okay, it's Jaeger. It's Jaeger, it just has to be Jaeger. No!
What?
Wait, but...
No! I forgot you can be in the SAS if you're Australian. Encouraged to reach the stars from an early age, she studied aerospace engineering with a view toward becoming a fighter pilot.
I I don't even. I know it's not Ella, but I can't like, and it's not Hibana. Who else is a woman in the game?
Her face lights up when she tells the story of watching the landing on Titan with her mum, or of her precious few days on the International Space Station. Can I steal? Yeah, I hope I'm not wrong here. Is it Ayana? Ding dong!
Early participation in sponsored computer programming competition lead to her joining the army. Cadets at 16.
Gonna have a little think here. Could be Dokkaebi. Could be Twitch. I'm gonna say Dokkaebi. No. Okay.
I think I might know who it is, I'm just saying. It's endemic of the perfection her family instilled in their children. Her father told her to strive to be incredible every day and that it will be resonated out into the universe.
Oh god, I don't know. I don't know. I'm gonna say Twitch. It's Twitch? Oh, boom. Did you know that, Benja?
Yeah.
Consistently the best at whatever he sets his mind to. He easily imagined himself as an admired pediatric surgeon and enrolled in medical school.
Doc.
Come on, Stewie. His persona drives him to congenial and to excel in working closely with his peers, at least until the time comes to give a post-mission interview.
Rook.
Okay, is it Zero? Because it said like get to give a post-mission interview. Oh.
Nah, that's an obvious one.
Hey guys, it's Yus from BDS, and these are my quick tips for Cafe. Tip number 1 is shoot the glass on every window, doesn't matter what the site is. Second tip is do not spawn Christmas market, you will be spawn peak probably. I don't know if you saw my other segment, good god. Where even is that? I still don't even know where that is. I don't even spawn here, that's unfair. I didn't get the thing right because it was Christmas market spawn, I don't spawn there, I'm not a rookie. Third tip, when you're on defense, play mute, open the red hatch, get a C4 at the ready, and then C4 out their roof hatch when they repel it. That's a genius one, that's my favourite one.
Hi guys, it's Leon Gids from Fanatic, and these are my quick tips for the map Border. So tip number 1 for Border on attack, if you throw your drone onto the roof, there's a massive skylight that looks open area. You can put it on top of a little ledge and you can see east stairs, you can see long, you can see the flank from also in waiting room as well. Nice easy drone that is hard to find with loads of information. Tip number 2, if you spawn east side with 0, you can shoot your cam into archives, a little dome on top of office, and into tellers as well. Gives you loads of information early for places that you want to push into the map. And then tip number 3, if you go into customs, just to the right of the jail door, you can vault your drone underneath the table at a point where they can't see it when they're crouched or stood up, so they have to prone to see this drone. But you can also see a lot of customs as well and towards main door. I don't think I have anything else. I think that's it really for Border.
Hey guys, it's Uno from G2. These are my attacking tips for Night Haven. So I think when you're attacking Night Haven, you need to first obviously see where the site is, but if it's top floor, I think you should always try to open the external walls and then attack it from at least 2 different sides at the same time. If you want to take carriage, take Agua with carriage. If you want to take office, take box breach with office. If it's middle floor, then always use vertical as your advantage. In Night Haven, there is a lot of vertical you can do. Same for basement. Always take the whole map, then start doing vertical. There's so much vertical you can do, so you push them out of the positions, and then it's easier to attack the side because they don't have many positions where they can defend themselves.
Hey guys, Chinka from Wolf, and I'm gonna give you a quick tip on bank. First one is spawn jewelry. From this spawn you can shoot pretty easily 3 cams on the map. The outside main cam, the inside main cam from the window, and you just move to atrium and you can shoot the cam from outside. I have 2 drone spots for you. The first one is in main. You have to put it in the planes. There's some planes close to the windows. You can see pretty much all the main, and it's hard to see it. The second one is in top atrium. Kind of same place because you put it in the planes as well, close to the stairs, and you can see very much what you want, and it's really hard to spot.
Welcome back to the Blast R6 Europe League, where in our break, we just had a few players give us tips for our ranked games. And now I'm curious if Fresh and Fabian have a tip for your ranked games as well, maybe.
I have one. And this one works every time. Because what you do is you write in chat, we're banning this map, but that's the one you want to play. So you say you're banning it, you ban something completely different, and you can get yourself on any map you'd like.
This is how we end up playing a lot of Emerald Planes, like a lot.
I love that, man.
Too much Emerald Planes. So my ranked tip is do not play ranked with Fabian. And that's the number one reason, is you have to play loads of Emerald Planes. The second reason is he treats ranked like it's pro play, but when it's ranked, of course, some crouch walking Ash walks in sight and kills him, he gets really angry.
It's not my fault you're a gold player that don't know how to hold a sight. And also, admit it, you miss playing Favela in rank with me.
I do miss playing Favela.
Yeah, it was
in
a great
ranked,
map, actually.
That is a throwback to play Favela in ranked. That has sure been a little bit of a while. But you mentioned now ranked being different from Pro League. An interview that we had last year with League Effect said that, you know, for example, when you play Nighthaven, it is so much fun and competitive because everyone plays together. It makes a lot of sense. But when you play it in ranked, it is not that great of a map. And talking about BDS, of course, we have them today in our game going up against Into the Breach. And we'll talk about them first. Into the Breach, last week, they had a bit of a tough start against both these teams that they played against. An unfortunate loss against Fnatic as well to end their week 1.
Yeah, but do we have to look at the numbers there? Because what I want to look at is like just the overall way that they've been playing as a team, more so than the results of it. Because what we're seeing is a developmental team, and they're continuously getting better and better and better. And I think that they've finally gotten themselves to the find and like rounded out the roster with the players they've got. Having Oscar coming in this stage, as well as Creed, it just feels like they are much more of a complete team where the players make sense on the positions they're playing, the individual gun skill is there, and on top of that, they have a solid core of players that all know how to play the game together.
It's only been small mistakes from them. They obviously lost their last game, and it was the absolute minutiae that was costing them rounds. They're really not far off it.
And when they won their first game, we of course had the pleasure of speaking to Kengri Kenner, their coach. He had a few things to say about their pickup, but he also had a few extra things to add to that.
Yeah, we had the pleasure of just speaking to him before the game, so we've got a quick graphic, and here's what he said. We learned a lot about ourselves in the first 2 games. Experiencing and learning from officials is vital to a young team. For the next games, our performance is the focus, win or lose. And I think that's really, really smart from him. Takes the pressure off his team today, because obviously they are up against the Juggernauts, but also makes reference to the fact that this is still a team in its infancy. Apart from Kendrew, how many of these players are or were established, you know, top-level pros? None, you could argue, you know, apart from the last 6 months. So it is a team that still has a lot of learning to do.
And being in that position is such a great spot to be in because, as you said, Jack, all pressure is off you. You just have to focus on playing and getting better. Because eventually, once you get better, yeah, you'll get that fame and you'll be the team like the one they're playing today, BDS. You'll be more like them. You'll have the pressure on you. You'll have expectations on you. But until then, ITB is just in this kind of cozy position where we don't expect too much of them, but we're constantly seeing that step by step, they're getting better. And I genuinely believe that maybe they won't challenge BDS today, but they will definitely be a solid mid-table team this stage. And I wouldn't be surprised if they stand a chance of grabbing a major spot.
Well, they have a difficult game today, nonetheless, against BDS, and we'll bring them up as well on your screens. And this graphic might look a little bit different than what you're used to seeing from us. And the reason is that this team is so good. So many of these players are on the top of the leaderboard. A gold score means they're currently leading that specific, well, cost or KD or anything. A silver score means they're currently second best of all of the league, and a bronze score means they're currently third.
Yeah, it is disgustingly good how good this BDS roster is, and I think this is why we wanted to show you this. We'll leave it up just on the screen for another few seconds, just so you can really digest it. Every metric that is tracked more or less across the board, BDS have a player in the top 5. Most metrics, they have a player in the top 3. And you know, half of the metrics, they have a player that is leading it, and it is different players on the roster. This isn't just a one-man army. This is a team that is leading and destroying absolutely everything they come against.
Yeah, and you might look at Solotov here, or like he's not having the greatest stage, but don't be wrong. Like, don't put yourself in the spine spot that he can't do it.
Yeah.
Because we have seen him play on M&M and all the time there, and in my mind, he was the best player together with users on M&M.
Yeah.
I mean, we can't take away from Tyrant either. He was also a great player. All of them were good players, but the numbers that Soloto put out, he was insane. And it's just a question about time before he'll do it here too.
Yeah.
It's just maybe when you have that many good players around you, you don't get that much space to do all of these great plays because there's always one more guy that can do it.
And the funny fact is, they won't care about any of those individual statistics. The one that matters is the fact they've taken 6 points from 6 and that they're top of the league, ready to go to Manchester.
And they're looking great while taking those 6 points. Like, if you ask me right now, I think that they might be the team that is closest to challenge Furia on the World Championship title for that.
That's some really tough words coming out for that. Very promising.
2 games in, 2 games in, I'm saying that. And it's just how complete they look.
Let's hope you won't be jinxing it for them. For ITB, their players, of course, have played for different organizations, and when they played against BDS, it wasn't going all that well for them. It was a 7-0, 7-1, but under these current organizations, these two teams haven't actually played against each other, hence why I'm super curious what map we will be going to for this series. If we can have a look at the map Veto on your screens, we will be heading to Border. How are you feeling about that one?
So, on the balance of things, Border is a bit of a surprise because it's a map that BDS never played. Inside Tier 1 stuff, inside the official circuit, we haven't seen BDS play it since the Stage 1 LCQs last year. So almost 12 months of official play, we've not seen them play it. They played it in off-season tournaments, but in Tier 1. However, this is a brand new roster, so we don't necessarily know what to expect from this team on this map. For ITB, it's been a very middle-of-the-road map, but they do like it, and they do have a winning record on it, having won 2 out of the 3 times they played it.
I don't really care about the numbers, and the viewers at home, I know for a fact that you know...
You don't care about the viewers? That's what you just said. I don't care about the numbers and the viewers.
Wow.
Fabulous.
That's not what I mean. What I mean is that you, a viewer at home, know just as well as I do that Border is a frag-heavy map. What does BDS have more than anything?
Yeah.
Fragging power. I think this map will fit BDS properly, and they will love it there.
That is a very scary prospect if you're an ITB player or an ITB fan, but our game is almost ready to go, so it's time that we say hi and bring our casters back as well. We welcome back Ollie and Demo. We heard some very tough words about, what we expect from BDS on this game. How are you two's expectations for this one?
Well, I think it's interesting they've not played it in a while in an official, as Fresh mentions there, but we're having a bit of a chat about this, and we know that BDS can shoot themselves out of pretty much any situation. What do you reckon, Demo?
No, I agree with Fabian. I think BDS right now, complete. I think they'll win a trophy this year. How many? I think that's probably up for debate.
We'll have to wait and see, of course, but Ollie and Emma, please take us to Border.
Thank you very much indeed, and Fresh and Fabian. We're going to be heading to Border here, Demo, for our second map of the day. We got BDS, we have got Into the Breach. We are going to be kicking things off here good and proper. I must admit, Demo, I secretly love a little bit of Border.
It's my favorite map. This is the one where if it comes up, I'm so happy to see it. I think it's a great map. Aggression you can bring to the table is second to none. And for both of these sides going into Border, I'm really surprised that we're seeing ITB take BDS to Border. 2 weeks ago, I seen BDS dismantle G2 7-1 on this map. It wasn't pretty. I seen Solotov drop 16 kills on them. Wasn't pretty. ITB, I don't know. To be fair, where could ITB realistically have taken them? They wouldn't sit here and say, BDS will be favourites anyway.
I think that's the thing, isn't it? We've got very, very much a developmental roster on one side. We've got a roster that, while it's made some changes, has got an incredible amount of experience on the other. And they too are finding the feet and quite possibly could be in a honeymoon phase. Who knows? All we know at the minute is BDS open to a server and they're coming away with a win. And for ITB, this is going to be, I think, more on the performance that they put in.
Yeah.
It's probably going to be more important than the result.
Yeah, obviously BDS are going to be feeling really confident, just with how things are clicking with this side. They will win a trophy. I know they will win a trophy. You look at EFAC, Briddy and Shaiko, obviously were the three, and then you bring in Users and Solotov, who were, look what they did on M&M. It's just a match made in heaven for role, man for man. You couldn't get a better upgrade. Obviously, the Death said that a lot of them are, really highlighted in each of the different categories. Solotov isn't. But we know for a fact, as soon as this guy kind of just gets used to the system, gets used to the team, and he feels comfortable, this guy will just take off as well, Ollie. You have to keep in mind, for Eustace and Solotov, they've only ever been in one team. This is their second team in their history of them playing this game.
Yeah, it's, and that's scary to think of. how sort of the leaps and bounds that they've been able to make, despite, you know, not really spreading the wings further than Eminem. And it goes to show what they were able to achieve when they were on there. You mentioned there about highly rated players. It's incredible to see, you know, users Leaky Fight, Brede, and Shaiko all inside of the top 10 rated players so far inside of EUL. Granted, we've seen a week, so we haven't seen that much Siege in the grand scheme of things. BDS have been fortunate that they have played in every play day so far. Their off day is going to come in a couple of weeks' time. It's more toward the end. I think it's the second to last. So there's a chance for others to catch up, but realistically, we're expecting BDS to come out here and put on a little bit of a masterclass. And they're going to be starting out things on the attack.
Lineup. Only just kind of, I mean, it's semi-hard breach, semi-not hard breach in terms of EFAC bringing in the Maverick. They do have hard breach gadgets as well on Bride, but Border isn't really a map that we see all too much of the kind of hard, hard reinforcements being opened up. You maybe get the odd armory wall opened up, or maybe the gel wall, but most of it just comes down to fights and kills and everything in between. Mostly because I feel as though for defense and Border, you try and control about 80% of the top floor. If you actually look and see what ITB are holding, they've got so much control right now. No one's got himself into a very tricky position. Does get one before Shaiko is there with the refrag. I mean, Shaiko's just hot off the press with a big win yesterday, Ollie. Big 1v1 shot.
1v1.
Favor. Big one. Took down Jinxie.
We should ask him what was more stressful, the 1v1 or playing an official, or playing in a final. I think there's a lot on the line for a 1v1. Yeah. I'm very surprised to see Leaky Fac sort of balling in there at the top of East Stairs. They had no idea that Noah was there. Sure, it's been traded, but the damage has been done. This is where things look a little bit weird, by the way. Azza will be using the lineup tool at the moment to get that C4 toss perfect. But it looks like he's just sort of tracing through the wall a little bit here and there. Solitov is going to find himself one onto Oscar. Slowly but surely, BDS are dismantling this push, and they've not really paid too much attention even to the site yet, Demo.
Just a pick here, a pick there. A lot of the kills have just been from, you know, just long angles being held, and ITV have just happened to kind of walk into them. Rene's just probably looking to walk in and try and go for the plan, and this guy's survivability rate, and this guy just doesn't die. That's what we always see. Kenny, though, has somehow went round the other end, past Bride, eliminates Shaiko, but still Bride is there with the refrag, and Soltov can just hold on to this cross in a great position towards 90. Diffuser goes down. That's the 1v2 that Azar has to try and make up for. He knows we're on in the Miz, but it's the second player that he's not sure about, and that is the danger man. He has to try and get past Soltov before he gets to Bride. He's gonna try and wait to see if Bride's gonna peek, but we know the patience of that man, and Soltov waiting for it on that cross. And yeah, BDS, it's a good first opening round.
I'm not sure how we actually saw the player cross in. I'm not sure if they came through metal or not, but Azza was playing inside of office, and or archive, sorry. I'm not going to say that he's sold, but he's kind of let that player come across for free. And there was no sort of indication of it. I bet Noah thought all his Christmases and birthdays had come at once here. He picks up one and quite easily could have got the second. He got a shot off onto Shaiko there, but unfortunately it wasn't the headshot. This is the situation here. You see the kill come through and you turn around. You're not expecting to see a Grim just stood in sandwich, are you?
No, it's that was just one of those kind of Laurel Hardy sketches, wasn't it? I think that we witnessed there. He runs around one side, he then comes through the other. But yeah, ITB, look, for me it was always about what's the mentality of this side going to be today. Are they going to go in, going up against BDS, and saying, oh, we'll be lucky if we get such and such today? You know, if that's the mentality that you're going to thinking, oh, we'll be lucky if we can just barely hang in there, you know, you've already lost at that stage, haven't you? You're just admitting that you know you're going to lose. I would love to see ITV just come in here and say, you know what, we're going to do this today, we're going to take it to them. Sure, people may call you delusional, but it's better than just admitting defeat.
Absolutely. I don't think that that's the mindset. I would highly doubt that it is that, but as a roster that is, you know, very, very inexperienced in terms of that tier 1 experience, then, you know, they've got to be realistic going into this. And I think that if they can work on some of these fundamentals and find a little bit of synergy together. You know, it can also go quite a long way. Creed getting very unlucky there on the pre-fire from Brede. He'll be rocking the Deimos. He's not currently got anybody in his sights, but of course the Lion scan is a fantastic way of gathering that information, filling in who the defenders are. If anyone gets caught moving, then it all of a sudden becomes very easy to find out where they are, and Creed is feeling that pressure right now. He knows that he's going to be getting pushed from pillar and post. Brede on the upside down rappel is going to be there to take him down, but there was a number of BDS players all hanging around that location.
What a toxic lineup BDS have brought in. Look at all the information you have. The Lion and the Dokkaebi, the Deimos, the Grim, just information galore right now. This is not fun to play against if you're ITB. Kenny has been forced out of his position, has to move away in towards offense. They're just trying to find somewhere that's safe, but the information that BDS can gain, and just they know where he is at all times, allows Brede to push in towards Armory. Oscar will drop into the site now, and yeah, just the ground that BDS are being able to take right now is second to none, and that's just thanks to the operators that they have at their disposal.
I think the BDS are doing very nicely here is they're just sort of picking. They're not really committing to anything all too serious right now. They're still just trying to find picks, and there's 2 minutes gone off the clock. Kenny's now rotating upstairs, going to get himself through break, finds a freebie onto Solotov. Nobody was really expecting that. Could have relieved a little bit of vertical pressure there. Oscar coming in with one onto Usus as well, and all of a sudden, that sort of stall out, that BDS trying to find these picks, it's been punished, and they've lost 2 bodies in the process of it. Leaky Fac, he's going to try and get himself in. Does get caught inside of a goo mine, and eventually will be finished off there by Azza, and Brede now left with quite a tall task ahead of him.
Yeah, it's going to be a tricky one for him. I'm surprised that Azza didn't just unleash himself out through the breach there and tried to get a pick. He does do so, but Brede has moved away since then and almost catches him through the wall. Azza still alive for the meantime, but with 15 seconds to go for Brede, he's going to try and chase the kill now, and that probably will leave him with not enough time to get into the site and get that diffuser down. He's hunting for his kill, but Azza has fled the coop, and he's going to be tucked in towards the customs, and he gets away with that kill. Very fortunate there for Azza. ITB, they respond with a round. BDS just slowing down ever so slightly, Ollie.
Brilliant retake as well from ITB. I think they played that perfectly. They recognized that there was a space and a gap for them to get up and try and do something. They couldn't just sit on site and wait for the inevitable to happen. They needed to get aggressive onto that. And we saw both Oscar and Kenny doing a fantastic job there of, you know, rotating through break room or rotating up main stairs, whichever one of the two. So a great job there from ITB. You can't always just let these things happen to you. If you're trying to hold this ground and getting pushed early, for all the annoyance that BDS are bringing, they didn't bring too much in the way of, you know, actual utility. Soft breach, ways of getting the walls open, ways of getting that vertical control. There wasn't really a focus on getting the plant down in that round. It was very much like, well, the border's a difficult map to defend, so we're going to play into that part of things. And it didn't really work out for them.
Means that the Benson workshop is locked away from them. They're not wanting to go back to that top floor just yet. Instead, they will up for their bathroom. And Teller's defense now. Generally a site where we see a lot of battles be won and lost just on who can control the hatch. Ollie, who can get in towards that top floor, can use the verticality at their disposal. BDS have brought that in the form of the buck, of course. So they certainly can go for that option and start to root out some of the players. It depends how aggressive ITB want to be towards that top floor. And I mean, whenever you see mirror windows be placed in towards Armory, they're just trying to deny BDS control of the building whatsoever, trying to keep them out as best as they can.
It's not about strategy. You know there's going to be a fight fought on the fringe, and someone's going to have to try and hold on to it. Look at the fortress that Noah's created for himself here. His armor barricades are obviously a little bit different than previous. You'll notice those cracks start to appear as the shots continue to rain. You can take them down with any weapon. It just varies on the amount of ammo that is required. Of course, the best way is still going to be that Flores. Unfortunately for Noah, he placed it a bit early there. I think he even had a mute jammer at the top of the stairs to stop that from happening to that particular barricade. He's going to be a little bit out of luck now as he waits for one to regenerate. Just have to play a bit more passively for the time being.
Yeah, they probably needed the mute jammer like right on the east door that would have caught both doorways, you know, one that goes in towards catwalk as well, but they placed a little bit deeper back. That meant the floors could get in and open it up, and the radius hits the other Azami barrier as well. So it's a bit of a split take now from BDS, where they're looking to push towards east. They're also looking at Armory as well, so a bit all over the place. And finally, we see the Ice player being fall, but I suppose no, he got his kill from it, wasted some time. But however, they lost Creeds in the midst of that. So ITV, once again, on the back foot in terms of man advantage. They still have Kenny upstairs, seeing if he can hold that top floor as best as he can. I wonder if Azure maybe might try and retake and try and help him. Whenever you've killed Shaiko, you know that's the Nomad gone. Flanks are going to be a potential for you.
I think there is a Nomad out there, but there's definitely not more than two, so there's a real opportunity here for a bit of a retake. I think this next kill is crucial, I'm going to be honest with you. Unfortunately, it's going to be on to Oscar. The user is just going to be watching onto that bathroom window, and that's probably going to seal it, I'll be honest with you, because we do have Kenny and Azza still alive, but if you look at the positions that they're occupying here, they're not exactly close together. The last door can do upstairs inside of office. Azza has now been droned, and you just get the feeling that it's only a matter of time. There is a bit of information here, but with Kenny gone upstairs, Brede, he's free to get the plant down, and it's a full retake into the power of BDS here, an attempt at a pre-placed Nitro just before he gets taken out from the Vert.
They look bored. Why do they look bored? Why? Can anyone tell me why they look bored? Honestly, like, where do you really start with this team? Because, look, we all said on paper, oh, you know, this and this, oh, it'll be incredible. But how many times have we sat here and said about, you know, with these super teams? You look at the time the G2 thing, you know, with Prano coming in, and we sat there and said, oh, look at this team, it's going to be this and this. And, you know, they rarely work. But this one is, it's not just doing it on paper, it's doing it in the game. Yeah. Which is terrifying. You know, you look at the 2 rounds that BDS have won, they've been a walk in the park. Like, it's... I'm just lost for word. I don't know.
Something that BDS are doing incredibly well is the drone work at the start of the round. And off the back of that drone work, they can then make calculated risks depending on the situation. So you will see them take some risks, and sometimes you've got to take those risks. But look at Solitov's drone here, for example. It's on the top there. It has, unfortunately for him, been shot. But look at the information that provides. You know you're going to be attacking into archives and armory. You know that you're going to want to have a bit of information as to what's going on in that rotation inside of CCTV. So you're going to be looking to get a bit of info there and find out what's going on nice and early. CC, it's going to be somewhere that you're going to try most likely to pressure, regardless of the take you go for. The take that BDS are setting up for, however, is going to be a very direct one. They're going to be looking quite keenly at that archives door. They've got the glass, they've got the Monty, got a lot of tools at their disposal here.
Yeah, Ying being banned, it still shouldn't affect the strat because you have a Grim. Grim can do a similar thing, you know, where Ying is out to create some chaos. Grim can do exactly the same. You can fire the Grims in, you can rotate towards sandwich window if you want to, which I think that's probably where Usus is going to go, and you can spot out those same positions that Ying would deal with in that element. And it'll just be smoked up, and in they go. So, yeah, right now for BDS, it's a very classic take. Let's just hope the ITV are going to be ready for it.
Leak back in below as well is going to be perfect. He's going to be looking for those players that are trying to drop hatches, trying to play for some C4s from below. See the smokes coming in now. Brede conscious of that Vert, but he knows that Leakyfac's there, and he knows that he's going to be covering him. Leakyfac does have a very important job to do here. He will fall. Creeds is going to take him out, and that is going to stop the plant from going down because it frees Noah up on that C4. Solotov, not a lot you can do through the smoke there. Of course, as you're moving with Glaz, you've not got the full benefit. He finds himself just caught in a little bit of no man's land there. BDS really looking for something in response. They've got a bit of control, but they know they can't start reattempting that plan just yet.
Loading new magazine!
Ooh, that jump out from Azure. That'll just make things even more difficult for them, as that was Diffuser, and it's going to be cold now. Use this, it's still full HP, but equally so are ITB, as they could just sit back now. The storm, well, the first storm is certainly gone. There's going to be an aftermath off it, though, as Uses just snuck in, and we'll try and get that diffuser down. Shaiko in a great position, actually, just to cover one doorway. That's all we need to do. It looks as though he's going to be able to do so. Shaiko, you don't challenge him. Just guns you down any which way. Now it's into the 1 versus 2. Can Noah do it? the SMG in hand, bolts up onto the table. Shaiko misses a couple of shots, but gets them in the end. Oh, the coverage from Shaiko is second to none. ITB, we thought they were able to stop it there, Ollie, but just look at that decision-making from BDS, being able to slow it down and win it in that 2v2. My word.
Recovery there from BDS was fantastic, and they'd set themselves up really well. That was a credit to ITB to get themselves to that point, because typically you would expect the defenders to win there in that circumstance. You've stopped the plant from going down, you've been successful taking the book from below, you've ticked all the boxes. The nitro cell was perfect, everything went fantastically well, and then Shaiko happens. I really hope we get to see that first kill on the replay, because that was a pretty serious flick. He was holding through Archives into office, and he's literally flicked onto the Archives door in the east balcony. An incredible shot there for him. Really did a job at keeping users alive and enabling that plan going down. BDS now extend that lead by 2 rounds.
I mean, even if you look at the initial attack from BDS, look, ITB should know how to play against it. That's very generic what they did. And I suppose BDS, you know, losing the guy below, you know, whenever you kill the buck below, I'm really surprised that we didn't just see the Vigil run downstairs and start impacting below the Monday. I think that would have worked really well. Thankfully for the Brite planted in not the most ideal position, which is right in the doorway. And the reason why that's not ideal is it's so easy just to C4 that. If you push a little bit deeper in, and you plant, you know, right at the start of the filing cabinets, then the C4 omission, you'll still be able to get planted down in a position where they can't long arm it. So there's little elements like that, little just micro things that I certainly see. And look at that from Oscar. That's an interesting spawn peek. Probes for a barricade, up he goes, almost finds users, but there's a thick line of smoke there that actually covers users a great deal. And Oscar gets away with it, still with his life intact.
Bit of chip damage onto users there. We've got Noah looking for trouble here in break room. He's got the ACOG, so he's got a good ability to play a nice long angle onto anybody challenging onto CCTV window. We of course have the upside down player as well. Creed's gonna be cautious there. It's none other than Shaiko on the other side of that door. This is the point in the round where Bride is trying to feed that information across to the players that are going to be looking for the entries on the Deimos. BDS really are just waiting for a mistake. It all depends on how much pressure comes through. Noah is going to be the first to fall there, loses that engagement with Solotov. He's down but not out, so there's potential for him, but Leaky Pack picking up one onto Oscar is going to make recovering Noah even more difficult, and the kills don't stop there. Shaiko, Bride, back to back. Noah eventually finished off. We've not even seen half the round demo, and already it's a 1 versus 5.
Yeah, they've just said, okay, let's go aggressive this round, and you've been absolutely punished. You know, Des said it's a map that comes down to gunfights. Here you go. Here's the Exhibit A. You know, BDS and the fragging power that they have is incredible. You know, Solotov was highlighted as, yeah, he's not maybe doing as well as what we thought, because I think it was 0.89 rating, but look at him now on border. You know, week by week, this team will just get stronger and stronger and stronger and stronger. And it's just, yeah, these rounds have just been exceptional from BDS. I mean, albeit I think ITB that round, they just kind of threw it away, didn't they? They just said, okay, let's go aggro, let's take the gunfights to them. And now you're at a stage for ITB where the initial strats that you've tried to go for, you know, the more generic way you play border hasn't worked. You've tried to take the fight to ITB, where you've tried to take the gunfights, try and shut down what BDS have been doing, focus less yourself, focus on BDS. Both of those options haven't worked. Now you're at a standstill where all the players are thinking, now what do we do? Somebody needs to find an answer to it. They've called the timeout. Kendrick Kenny Bear had a good idea, because they need it right now. They need this round.
Let's see how BDS choose to continue then. The timeout, will it be effective here for ITB? 1 round on the defense. It is not enough. It won't cut the mustard in EUL, I am afraid. Need to be doing a little bit better here. The thing that worries me the most, Demo, about the way that this map's played out so far is that into the breach, over the 10 rounds of attack they've played so far, they've only won 3. That's inside of all of EUL, so both games last week. Now, that isn't, you know, anything to really write home about. It's a very low attacker win percentage currently that they've got. We don't really want to, go too deep or too heavy on the win percentages because it is, of course, subject to change. But if you look at what BDS are getting away with here on their attacks, God only knows what they're going to get away with on their defenses. I was wondering then if we were going to see quite a quick plant and a bit of an attempt there at something through that smoke. We do have users playing in below, and he's desperately trying to get something out of it. He only has one smoke canister left here. If you keep still and the peak comes through, he might have a chance at a glimpse. Small changing of color, only a couple of pixels, but I think he gets the idea.
And uses his patient. He will sit there, he'll hold that angle, and he will wait for his kill. Azur, so close. Almost picks off Shaiko with that C4 over the top. Wall will be open, but again, just look at this from BDS. They find opening picks. EFAC he's essentially knocking on the front door right now, Ollie, as he can just walk into the site, into bathroom. There is a player inside the stall. Does he know about that? No, he doesn't.
Changing
Miss
now.
Oscar will pick him up. Yeah, this drone, certainly. Maybe EFAC could have just held there 2 seconds. There was a drone right beside Oscar. So at least that's something that ITB can try and play off, is having that kill back in their favor. And Shake will be low HP. In a couple of shots, he'll be out of the picture as well. Can he? Can he win this engagement on these stairs? It's going to be Shaiko. Should win it with the HP, and he does. Shaiko goes down. However, the rest of his team have not won their engagement. And BDS pick up, yet again, another very easy round.
It looked winnable for a time as well. When Shaiko drops the kit inside of bathroom, you start thinking to yourself, well, it's on, we know where the kit is. The kit's in the site. We can defend that. We got the mirror above. And into the breach, it's not criticism because they had to go looking for something. They had to try and level out that number advantage. But just how good are BDS at getting these trades off? Nothing that they do is solo. They're never more than a couple of seconds away from one another. And that's where they're shining right now, because on the flip side, you look at some of those opening picks and you look at the way that when it rains, it pours on those kills coming in from BDS. They're not just picking up one open engagement, they're getting a couple. And that's really what's costing ITV right now.
Now, good news for ITB, you're off the defense. Bad news, you have to now attack against BDS. Is it a win-win there, or is it a lose-lose?
I think that there's got to be something that you can say for it. We've ended up on this map for a reason. Let's see what ITB have to show for us. BDS did not got the run of the teeth on the defense. We have, of course, a couple of bans. We've got the Fenrir ban and the Solace ban.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
Not going to be able to use any of the more newfangled technology that the defenders have at the moment. Instead, they're going to be knuckling down and going back to some old favourites.
I love this trap. The castle barricade from the top floor, I think it's great. I remember the first time we seen it done, me and you, we were casting, I think it was Navi versus Virtus.pro, like way back, like 2 years ago almost. Not maybe 2 years, maybe a year and a half ago, something like that. And where you're creating these kind of layers in border where you castle off a lot of the big double doors, especially down long. You're castling off towards break room. It gives you as a defender these kind of like tunnels almost. You're making rat tunnels, go through Brazil, in through Fountain, in through break room, and you're kind of maneuvering around the map while also having these big layers of protection using the castle barricades. And it does make attackers' lives very difficult because you can be very flexible, very fluid in terms of a defense, and always can just change position, keep them on their toes. And you combo that with a mute, for example, and then the drone work is going to be a lot difficult as well. So yeah, it's going to be a bit of a head rattler for ITV certainly to go through. And looking at their lineup, they do have the Ash, they have the Sophia, they should be able to deal with these castle barricades.
Shaiko going to be the first to fall there. Noah in a position to finish him off. Creeds going to start to open up some of these castle barricades and ease the passage of his teammates through that top floor. Shaiko playing on the Azami. I think it was a bit of a combination there. Some good book work underneath from Azur, and Noah up top ready to catch the cross. Now, I've seen BDS have to just reposition ever so slightly here. Leafyfact going to find one onto Oscar. Still got a commanding position inside of CCTV, and almost more importantly, that brilliant rotate that you get to the top of 90. You can get very quickly into main stairs. You can get into Fountain nice and quickly. And with the stack up that we've got from ITV right now on East, they're almost telegraphing their position. BDS know where they're going to be coming from here.
Yep, Kenny will just go for the plunge, takes a walk through, and he's inside of office now, close to that fountain wall. What does he know about the player into our sandwich wall? I'm not entirely sure he does, but no, Freddy gets himself. Oh, but look at that! A quick kills from users here and there, but Creed though, he's the one who comes out on top, and now leaves Solotov in the 1 versus 2 with that UMPA cog. Brings into a 1 versus 1 Noah versus Solotov now. Can Solotov win this? 10-2 is where he sits on the scoreboard. He's been a standout player in this game. Noah can win it for ITB and give his team some hope. Picks up the diffuser now. Solotov, does he know he's going long? Yes, he does! Solotov, great 1v2. Holds his mustard. Brittany's loving that one. He's like, I don't have to clutch anymore. It's not me. Down to me.
It's not me. For once, it's not me. Shaiko's chuckling because he know he got first blooded and he had to watch his team clutch again. I mean, balance has been restored right now. BDS is sky high at the minute.
Remember NIP back at SI21 and we said anyone can clutch for that team? Exactly the same for BDS. New cookbook coming out. Anyone can clutch. Get it now.
Thank you, fact. Looks like he is very intent on dishing out some instruction here.
He wants to bury this.
Of course, the main shot caller here on the side of BDS. Doesn't want to give ITB any chance at getting back into this. BDS, they are on map point right now after what can only be described as an incredible clutch from Solotov. I mentioned how important that rotation is. Up at the top there, you've got Fountain, 90. You can get yourself deep there inside of CCTV. You've got the main stairs, you've got beepers. It's the heart of Border as a map. And because it wasn't touched and the defenders were able to hold on to it for a good portion of time, Solotov is still able to navigate that even toward the end in the 1 versus 1. 11-2 he currently sits.
Attackers are moving
Not quite solo carrying because everyone from BDS is doing great.
Oh, everyone, yeah.
Everyone's winning the gunfights. Nearly everybody's positive. Well, should I say, a better way of putting that would be nobody is negative. We've got Shaiko going evens right now at 5-5, but if this is going to be the last round, you better believe that he will be in for a kill or two, I'm sure.
BDS, can they finish it in 7-1 fashion? They will go for their events hold now. Plenty of players in towards the top floor. They're looking to go at ITB now, and I think whenever BDS know that they're winning majority of these gunfights, why would you not try and hold upstairs and play aggressive as best as you can? I like the addition of the Pulse as well. I think that for Bride, just who is, you look at the way he's been played throughout this entire matchup, on the Deimos, on the Pulse, it's all about information that he's trying to feed to his gunners. That is a role that he has played extremely well. You know, just sitting there, you can pulse the balconies, you can call out there's 2 here, there's 1 here, whatever it is. It just works really, really well.
As they're going to be downstairs in waiting room right now. Typically, you would expect the Buck to be getting themselves upstairs, but he's just going to be assisting on the drone for the time being. That top floor does still need clearing. Creeds searching out for any electronics on that IQ. Of course, the Dokkaebi call ringing out is a bit of a giveaway as well. They probably can hear that there's a couple of players down inside of customs. We have Shaiko below as well. Very C4 heavy lineup here, so the Vert does need to be treated with a good degree of caution. So you're not always just going to be given free passage up there. The cameras, they shouldn't remain, especially with there being an IQ. Shaiko did keep one in pocket and he only has just placed it, so there's a chance that one will remain for a bit more yet.
Oh, Shaiko.
Oh my goodness, what have we just seen?
Stop stream! Stop stream!
No, what have we just seen?
Stop it. Yeah, Jinxie, you had no chance yesterday, did you? You really had no chance. You really didn't.
You've got to feel so sorry for Creeds. That's just random habit, you know, just a couple of one-taps here and there. But on match point, that's not when you want to be suffering that sort of RNG. Bees go through. Kenny gonna get an idea that somebody is inside of workshop there, but he's gonna have to do a little bit more than that. Time really is starting to dwindle here, and he's got himself dug into bathroom. He's gonna pre-play C4. Can he find the head? Yes, grabs himself one. A C4 from Leaky Vital secure. Detonates the C4 before going for the challenge, but he doesn't even need it. Hits the headshot onto Kendrew, and it's all down to Azza. To mention the book. would be on the vert, and that's exactly where he was. Top of main stairs. Brede picks him up. Easy as you like. What a final round there for BDS.
Oh, incredible. I mean, just Shaiko gets that kill, and then the dam has been opened, and the water just floods out, and BDS all over that. Incredible. 7-1, that's how you do it. ITB, look, it was always going to be the toughest matchup for them. One thing I will say, though, for ITB, Ollie, is I would say everyone will probably lose to BDS. So it's almost like you just kind of cancel it out. If everyone loses to it, then it doesn't really make a difference in the standings.
It's almost a free hit. I was chatting to Fresh before these games. We were going through a little bit of prep together, and we were like, it's BDS. Everyone's probably going to lose to them. ITV, they can't judge themselves too harshly on what we have seen here today or how they've played here today. But I'm going to have to go back. I'm going to scrub the VOD, and I'm going to go back and rewatch that dirty one tap from Shaiko. We're going to throw it to the desk. They're going to break it down. I'm sure they've got some wise words for how that game went.
BDS making very quick work of Into the Breach with a 7-1 score. A very dominant game, but did we also expect it to be that dominant?
Yeah, we did, didn't we?
Yeah, we did, didn't we?
Yeah, we... No, okay. Let's stop there. I mean, we got exactly what we were expecting. It was a demolishing. I mean, just looking at every single position, you see, like, every single player in BDS played better than every single player in Into the Breach. And what could they really have done?
I mean, you highlighted it, Fabian, is that it doesn't matter what the map preferences are, and if BDS haven't played this map, officially in over a year. When, when you take a BDS to a close quarters map that is very, very heavily influenced by gunfights and refragability, and in reality, every single BDS player more or less clears every ITB player in the gunfights, in the refragability, in the game sense and the mechanics, you're only ever going to go one way. You've got to question the approach to take BDS to such a map, even if it is a low preference for them.
Yeah, it's not just that though. It's like I'm looking at this BDS team. It's like I am lack for words because we praise them every single time we talk about them.
Yeah.
What else can we really do? Because like I'm starting to look at what are their weaknesses and how do you beat them? And I don't think I have that answer just yet. I mean, sure, working as a coach and as a player, you always look for the weaknesses, and when you study them a little bit harder and more in depth, you might see it. But so far, I haven't. And what is that? What's the win condition against BDS? Well, you can't take them to a frag-heavy map, because that's impossible. You can't really take them to a strat-heavy map either, because Likeyfag is one of the best in-game leaders in Europe.
Yeah.
And then they have good support staff that can help them with all match preparation. Where is their weakness?
I think the only thing that I would be doing if I was on a team would be to get them to a map where I can layer my defenses.
Yeah.
And get back to site and then force them to execute in like a 4v4, 5v5 scenario. That's the only thing we've not seen teams do against them yet. Wild were very passive and gave them all the ground they wanted, suffered.
Yeah.
G2 tried to get aggressive with them, use the Solace to deny the information. BDS passed that test. And then we've seen ITB take them to a smaller, more compact map and try playing a gunfight game with them. That clearly didn't work. So, like you say, it doesn't look like there are any perceived weaknesses. I think the only thing left to try is to play a very structured map and then force their executes. But even then, who's to say that they wouldn't pass that test as well?
It's like you have to bring out the VP playstyle, but we can't wait until we see it, I guess. And then we're just going to praise them one more time.
I'll say it again, this team is disgustingly good.
Yeah.
Now, it sounds insane, but you said, they're extending their map pool as well. We've seen maps that we haven't seen from them in a year. Their players are super scary to play against individually, all at the top of the scoreboard. One player that wasn't really participating in that yet was Solotov.
Yeah, Solotov, I mentioned before the game. He had none of those first place, second place, third place scores in that, what we showed off all the BDS players. But look at what Solotov did today. Is there anything that can stop this man? I don't know. He just had such a high impact. You didn't miss his shots. And I don't know. There's just not words enough because they're all just the best at what they do.
It's great to have such a balanced team with all these well-performing individual players. I'm joined here by Fresh. We have an interview going as well. And we welcome League Effect. Good evening. Good to see you again. You made quick work of Into the Breach. Must be feeling great.
Yeah, I mean, we prepared well the match. We won 7-1. So yeah, great evening.
League Effect, you're the IGL of this team, correct? How was it transitioning from being a French IGL into an English IGL? And I suppose the second question on the back of that is you guys seem to play so many maps in such a short period of time with this new roster. How has that all come about so fast?
So basically, the first question, if it's difficult for me, not really, because I played a lot of Face It with European people, so I know how to speak English in the game. It's difficult on specific words in the game, but we have 2 months to practice. So the specific word, I learned it, so now everything feels fine for my English. And also, Solotov and Yus make an effort to understand me, because I think I'm the worst in English by my accents, but they make effort to understand me and everything is nice. And about the map, we work for 2 months, and Solotov and Yus are hard worker. So basically, we just work a lot during 2 months to be ready for AUL and I hope for the major.
So with Border specifically today, why did you want to take Into the Breach to Border? Why that map?
Border, because it's a good map from us. We beat 7-1 G2, but we only got 1 match, so I think ITB will expect we are a mid-border team. Also, by gunfight, I think we are better than ITB. With all the respect, ITB is a great team, but I think by gunfight, 1 by 1, we are the better team, so Border is the best map.
And now also we've seen that you guys have been on bootcamp for a pretty long time. How has that been?
Everything is good. I mean, it's good because we are winning. I think if you are losing, can be bad because you don't have a personal. You can't change, go to see family, friends. But we are winning. We are working, so everything is perfect.
All right, well, thank you so much for taking the time to speak to us about how things have been going so far for you. I'm pretty sure we'll speak to each other again soon. Thank you so much and have a great evening.
Absolutely. See you guys.
Right, that was a very good interview, but we've only had our second game of the evening. When we come back after the break, we have Fanatic versus Wolves. Don't go anywhere.
She encouraged him to enroll at the Heroic Naval Military School, where he graduated as a Teniente de Corbeta. He joined the Naval Infantry, then the Amphibious Commando Battalion, participating extensively in anti-smuggling operation and several high-profile arrests.
Is it not grim?
This humble attitude is at the heart of his character. His mother Sophia, who protected him from the brunt of the bomb blast, has cultivated an overtly optimistic worldview.
Maybe Capitao? Yeah, that's my last answer. I don't know.
No, I actually don't know.
Goyo, yeah. From an early age, she was known as a high achiever in math and science and as an athletic prodigy.
Let's say Cavera, an athletic prodigy. She runs fast.
Well, we've raised the bar for her and she appreciates the challenge. I can tell she's struggling with something.
Let's say Ash. I don't know.
You said close to Ash. Maybe Finka. Valk.
When his identity was exposed and he had to fly, specialist Eliza Ash Cohen offered him asylum in the United States.
Maybe Castle?
I can understand the impulse to cover all possibilities, considering his mother was killed in retaliation of his activities in Buenos Aires.
I'll go for Pulse. It's same with Castle. I'll go for Pulse.
Capitao?
Flores. He majored in electronics and computer engineering, completing an internship at a prestigious tech company where he contributed to the design and function of security system prototype.
It's making me think about a trap operator with the security device, but let's say Wamai.
Given his background in information security, Chandar understands secrecy and seems uncomfortable with expressing himself or with personal questions.
Let's say mute. Let's go. Finally a point. I don't think a lot of people know the lore of every agent, so it's tough indeed.
Like even the default operator, I don't even know. Like for example, Ash and stuff, I really like her. Even her name, I don't know.
It's Alemao, the AGL from G2 Esports.
I'm gonna go for G2 entry. I think it's Doki.
Tu support Flex on Virtus.pro. It's Shepard.
I'm gonna go for ITB entry. It's Noah.
The IGL from ITB is Kendall.
The entry for ITB is Creed.
The IGL from Virtus.pro is Dan.
The entry for VP is Pasha. Oh là là.
The entry from VP is Dan.
I need to find the AGL now from VP, so I don't think it's joystick. It's maybe I think it's maybe always.
I will say the AGL from VP is joystick.
It's not Shepard, it's Pasha. Yeah.
The support flex for G2 is Virtue.
And the last one for ITV, I think it's wait a second. Kenny is the AGL, Chris the entry. We still have like Noah maybe, but I don't think. Yeah, I'm gonna try it, but I don't think. I'm not sure. That's correct? Okay. I'm gonna start with Team Secret. Name contains an A, Savage.
Name contains an A with Wolves is Deadshot.
French or British player in Wolves. I'm gonna say Mowgli for French player.
Names contain an A for hence Jax, me.
Mais Jax, you lose, man. Coach from Hens.
No! Oh no!
You lose.
I'm so stupid.
Fanatic versus Wolves is our game that is up next, and we'll get you set and going on with everything that you need to know about these two teams. Starting with Fanatic, because of course they won their game last week, but before that, it has been 371 days since they last won a best of one in Europe League.
Yeah, not just that though. If you look at all of their European League points of the last two stages of 2023, they got 4 points across 2 stages. They got 4 points across 2 games last week. So that is absolutely incredible from them. And, you know, only positive words, I think, at the minute. The sentiment around Fnatic changed with those last 2 games. I think people are taking them a lot more seriously than they previously were. And people are even, Fabian, maybe thinking about these guys potentially making a major appearance.
I mean, they're looking that way, and the way they're playing, again, we've talked about every single roster this stage, having a more well-rounded roster, and Fnatic is one of the ones that have probably made the better changes into just that. Because it looks natural. The players are able to play the positions that they need to, and overall, it just seems like they are approaching the work that they have not like outside of the server, but actually like the work in the server. They're approaching it together, and they're approaching it as a unit, which is something we didn't see last year at all, because they just went like one by one. They had a bit of a roamer person in Cryon, and it just didn't seem to connect.
I think this is the team that takes the most out of the emotional side of the game. What I mean by that is when confidence is high and things are going well, they overachieve massively.
Yeah.
When confidence is low and things aren't going well, they underachieve massively. And that's what we saw last year. And I think potentially we're at the start of seeing them go on a run.
Not just last year, but even the year before that during the Berlin Major with the core of this roster. And it's no surprise that they're doing so well right now, because we heard Lean speak about how happy he is with the organization, how it feels so good to be with them. So that solid base has been helping them out a lot. But then for their opponents, we're talking about Wolves. They had a nerve-wracking end of their game last week, a 2v4 in the final round, but they got away with victory.
They did get away with it. Should they have? No, I don't think so. They really shouldn't have. They can count their lucky stars that they're in the position they are in right now, and that extra point can be very, very important when it comes down to it later into the season. I think we have seen a Wolves that are very disjointed. They don't really know how to play with each other, because I think they've been relying so much on the individual flair and individual performance that we haven't seen any team play from them. Have we? Like, I couldn't mention one round where it's like, wow, that team player, that take was great.
Yeah.
I don't think we see that so far.
And when you have that individuality, you see the individuality shine on defense, but not on attack. And I think we've got a graphic to show you about Wolves, about their attack and their defense win rates, because honestly, they've got one of the best defenses in the league, 85%, but the worst attack in the league at 14%. Now, you know, that's by far and away different from the league averages. They are excelling in defense and really poor in attack. Why are they poor in attack? Poor drone network, I think, is number one. Their droning and information across the 2 games they've played has just simply not been good enough. What that leads to is communication and coordination going badly, because if you don't have the right information, you can't make the right calls. And then on top of that, they've shown a struggle to adapt on the defenses that they've attacked into. They'll attack into the same defense 3 or 4 times, but do the same attack 3 or 4 times with very little adaptation. And that's why they're really struggling to win attack rounds. Even one of the attack rounds they won last week probably was benefiting from a disconnect rather than actually winning the round strategically.
I mean, they won that one last round in overtime by just pure gun skill by Deadshot. So the numbers would have been even worse if it wasn't for that one round. I don't know what I'm expecting from Wolves right now, though, because they must have reset during this week, right? They have to, because they cannot afford neither themselves, their fans, or their organization to not do that. They need to have massive conversations about what are we doing, because this isn't good enough at this level. And if they keep going into attacks first, I think they're going to mess up, and they're not going to stand a chance here.
Now, both these teams, of course, their last year in Europe League wasn't all too good, nothing to write home about. They were in the same group at one point as well. Now they're playing a best of 1 against each other. Very curious to see what kind of map they will be taking us to for this matchup. And it seems like we'll be heading to Consulate. That is something maybe a bit scary for Wolves, Fabian?
Yeah, that is very scary for Wolves, because if you guys remember Wolves against ITB in the first playday of this stage, they managed a solid 0-6 attack half. That is not great. On top of that, Fnatic don't like this map, or at least according to statistics, they don't like this map at all. It's their least preferred map. So going up against that, and then so they definitely have hidden something, and then going up against attacks, I don't like Wolves' chances here.
It's going to make it really difficult for them, of course, but we do have Fresh with a few pictures to explain us why attack was so difficult for Wolves on Consulate.
Yeah, so as soon as we saw that Consulate was going to be the map, because, spoiler, we do get to know before it comes up on the screen, I had to show you what I was seeing from Wolves. This is a match replay file. This is their first attack that they attacked onto Consulate. Wolves are in the red here. You can see they're planting inside of the meeting room. There's a player all the way over here inside the meeting room, and if I just scooch here, you can see another 2 players inside of meeting room. This attack goes to pot. It's absolutely awful. But if we go on to the next slide, what I want to show you is where their drones were positioned. They had six drones alive, and they weren't in the great position. This drone, absolutely fine. It's covering the vertical where the plant is going off. If we go to the next slide, where's this drone? It's all the way down here, 2 floors below. This drone strategically doesn't actually mean anything whatsoever. And if we go again, this is the worst one of them all. There's a drone outside. It's looking at a wall. What is it doing? Wolves, you're going to be starting attack on Consulate. If you're going to make this work, if you're going to do well in this game, this has to get better.
Now, that poor little drone outside the building feels really bad.
I know what it was watching. It was watching jump outs, right? It has to be, right? It has to be.
Copium.
I wanted my way, right?
You gotta hope it, but we've gotta hope for sure for Wolves that something has changed as well. Our game is ready, so it's time to bring back our casters. We welcome back Ollie and Demo to the broadcasting. Guys, I'm very curious for your prediction for this matchup.
Oh, I don't know if I can give you a prediction, Anne. I'm not sure at all. I like Fanatic's chances, though. What I will say is that I feel like I've seen those drones before, and I play a lot of Ranky with Fresh, so I don't know what that tells you. What about you, Demo?
I mean, that's not from the last week's game. That's from the Fresh and Friends stack. We've seen that before.
We almost beat them on this map. Anyone can.
Oh, there we go.
This is it. We've got a problem with this map. They've got an axe to grind because of how close they got versus Fresh and Friends.
We gotta hope that there has been some improvement from Wolves, but please take us to Consulate for Wolves and Fnatic.
Thank you so much indeed, and I'm glad that Fresh really wasn't on the desk there. I'm sure he could hear us, but it was nice to get a few cheap shots in while we could. We go to Consulate Demo. I don't know what it is about Wolves and this map, but they seem to be banging their heads against it. It seems like more often than not, they end up playing Consulate, and tonight they're going up against Fnatic.
Yeah, it's a difficult time right now if you're Wolves. Wolves for me, especially whenever you look at E-League. E-League was never an issue for Wolves. It was always how they did internationally, and everyone knew that. Yes, they can sit there and ace throughout all the different stages we have, but then it comes to international, and that's where they fall short. And it was always, okay, when will they finally break through that international barrier? We're now in very dangerous waters where we're actually sitting in a position where how do they break through European League? That's where we're at, Ollie, and we never thought we'd be saying that. Is it a case of everyone else has gotten better, or have Wolves gotten worse? That's the two ways you look at it.
It could be a little bit of both. It could be that a lot of teams have got a lot better, and some teams have, maybe fallen off a little bit. It really does just depend, and like you say, it's almost semantics. You can look at it one of two ways. Something that we can be sure of tonight, and I know that this was brought up last week, so I did want to just give credit if anyone didn't watch last week. Leon Gids he's firmly cemented as the best webcam award. He's got the orange lights going on there. He's got the neon Fanatic sign as well. He's got the beautiful sound panel in. He's really putting a lot of effort into the setup there, which is something we love to see.
You know what I would love to see? If you could turn the light off, and then whenever Leon has an idea, it gets turned on.
There's some great content pieces. That's some great content pieces. The social media managers will be listening to this now, and next week's videos will all be lights coming on above Leon's head.
Whenever he has an idea, just it comes on. I think that would be very funny. But unless they can wire up, some kind of neuro path link to his brain.
Neural link, yeah. I'm sure that's a thing now, isn't it?
Look, Wolves this stage, let's go back to them, because they're the ones who obviously I think are going to be under pressure. I think everyone's saying, yeah, Fnatic have looked good. It's just for this team, it's easing their way in and starting to build for this year. Look at the players they brought in. It makes a lot of sense for what they needed. But for Wolves, the team who really haven't made a change in, a full year. And, Wolves, they've been to every international event for the past 7 events, Ollie. You need to be at the next one. You can't, you've had that record. You need to keep going.
And it's something that the Wolves team and Org is very proud of, and it's something to be proud of. Attending international events is no mean feat, especially if you're in one of the, air quote, premier regions. Exactly. If you're in Brazil, if you're in NA, if you're in EU, to attend all of those events, there's only a small handful of orgs that will do that over the course of, a couple of years. And that's to be commended. But it doesn't mean that you can take your foot off the gas when it comes to the stage play and rely on, you know, last chance qualifiers, you know, loser bracket sort of situations, fighting your way all the way through stage 1 of a major to actually get there. So I think Wolves definitely with a bit of a points to prove here tonight. It was highlighted on the desk how they have struggled with their attacks so far in week 1 of EU. Let's see how they set up themselves here and now. Already, we can see that the drone economy is good, but we know that doesn't tell a very full picture.
Where are they?
To where those drones are. They might be alive, but if they're nowhere good, then they're almost a hindrance because whoever's flicking them has to flick through more drones, and you miss those crucial seconds where somebody could be on the flank.
If I see one on the rooftop, it's done. Yeah, look, Wolves at the moment just looking to see if they can just take it step by step. You know, the siege, they just need to play as simple as they can. You don't want to see them do anything too crazy right now for Wolves. It's just getting points on the board, getting their wins, and just moving up that table. That should be the main goal for Wolves come into this play day. Obviously, they're against a very tough opponent in Fnatic. The pickups that they had, Tyrant and Jags, yeah, they took the system really well from what they had. I think Tyrant is going to be, you know, a big standout for them. You know, we see what he did M&M, Gunner, through and through. That's what he is. He's not the most vocal guy. That's one thing that we have to say about him. But in that team, you don't want a vocal guy. Whenever you've got Giddens on the side,
yeah,
you know, he's going to be the main voice. You don't need it. So,
there's
yeah,
no room for it.
You need a silent assassin, and they got one in Tyrant.
I've always said that Tyrant's one of the best space finders there is out there. You can see he's playing on the Warden here. He's going to have quite an important part to play as the way that we see this round shaping up. We've got a book in below. Bibu to start ripping open some of that floor. He's trying to displace these defenders and trying to make it easier for the window swinging P4 to get himself in with the plant. But still a little bit worried about the option of a flank here, and you can hear that somebody is going to be above. There is a good deal of denial available as well. We've got a couple of C4s. No smokes, which you may want for this. If you're going to try and deter that window jump in, it can always be nice to have a couple of smokes. But look at this, the Flores drone sneaks on through, Demo.
It's going to be in and displace Tyrant for the meantime, and looks to be Leon has actually been spotted out by Deimos. Quick couple of kills come in. Leon was able to win his engagement before being traded off by Mowgli. P4 is in and will get that diffuser. Stuck a C4. Oh, it doesn't kill him though. He can try and go for the replant. However, here comes the trade. They just rush in. They pick up their kills. There's still a man below, but Tyrant atop the table is able to stay alive. Jags has eliminated Deadshot as well. That's all down to Bibu. We knew he was below before. He's going to struggle now to see if he can do anything, and oh, that's a tough one for Bibu. Doesn't even get a chance to have a clutch. He just gets shot from his own verticals.
Strong opening start there for Fnatic. Mowgli tried his best there with a crouch walk up those yellow stairs. He was successful on the first, but a great retake from Fnatic. You know that you've just got to overwhelm. I think something they did really well there, Demo, is they had a great head count. Fnatic knew exactly where Wolves were. If P4 comes into the window and there's still somebody outside on that upside down rappel, double swinging him gets a lot more difficult because you know that you're watching the angle on the upside down rappel. They're always hard shots to hit, and you've got the person that is or isn't planting and could be holding his own cross as well. But Fnatic knew that there was nobody on that window. They were happy to go for the double peak, happy to trade off one another. Fantastic start.
The thing about Fnatic now is whenever they do it together as a team. You know, they're never going solo. They're doing it in pairs, and I love that. I love being able to work in a pair. Say to your guy, right, I'm pushing this guy in the window. Are you going to come with me? And he's like, yeah, I'll refrag you, and they both rush in. And it's not about, you know, even if you lose the first part of that engagement, the whole point is just stop the diffuser. That is the main goal if you're a defender in that scenario. Because if you know the diffuser gets dropped out a window, that is a horrific place then for the attackers to have to try and retake. Because they know they have to go so deep into the bomb site to get that.
What about if you're the one that's getting traded? Are you happy to go in first as well? Or are you the guy that goes in second so you get the kill and save the KD?
Well, that depends on if you're a really bad teammate or not. Or like that's the discussion we have entirely in its own. That depends if you come under the banter class.
Yeah. I mean, it is a well-known class, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Know a few. I'll not name them here, but they know who they are.
Surprised to see Jigsaw not running the DMR there. Oh, great opening pick from Mowgli. That pace is fierce. Managed to take down Jegs. I don't think he knows about Jigsaw though right now. Jigsaw is going to be allowed to make a rotation down, get himself into tellers. Could have maybe stayed up there for a bit longer, but recognizing that it probably was a little bit too dangerous and he will retreat back to the site.
Yeah, you lost your teammate as well, so it's probably better not risking it to go, you go 2-man down. You don't really want that. Obviously, you look at Wolves, Mowgli is the danger man, isn't he? That's the guy that everyone flocks to on this side. If he has a good game, 9 times out of 10, Wolves will probably win that. And already, Ollie, he's starting off strong as a quick double kill in this round. Really opens up the Fnatic lineup now. Jigsaw looking to see if he can maybe just find a kill back for his side. But nobody's coming for it. The drone comes in. Jigsaw has to be careful. He almost gets shot in the back. Mowgli just tapping away and will also push in, but neither of them have been able to finish off each other. Minute 15. It's a great structure now from Wolves. They've got their kills. They have their mid-floor control. Get the ram in. Get the puck in. Start opening up that floor.
We can hear a boogie going off in the distance, so you know that some vertical is at least getting opened. Leon's got himself into a cracking spot though here. He's going to be inside of tellers. Got to play patiently here. Wolves have got a lot of information and still a good deal of time. C4 going to swing and miss there from Jig. Leon just thinking about backing away a little bit. Does have a C4, so he needs to be in and around the action here. There's a chance he can get a C4 up onto Piano. Breach currently frozen off. It's going to, of course, not really affect too much right now. He may stop a drone or something of that nature, but that swing from Deepek will certainly put a dampener on this attacking push. Not only is it a kill, but it is the hard breach is the diffuser going cold on the side of the hard breach there. They're going to recover that, get themselves into a position. Jinker, of course, being the designated planter there in that situation. That's now going to be taken up by P4. Leon going for a little bit of a retake here, just trying to mask a bit of sound and give himself a chance. No way of stopping that plant from going down, but he needs to retake this vert if they are to be hopeful here in this round. He knows someone's up here, but he's not really got the info. Will immediately get taken down by Bibu. Deepek picks up his second, but it's likely to be impactless here as he gets taken out there by Mowgli. He's barely moved his feet. He's had a great time on those yellow stairs. Jigsaw now has to try and disable that diffuser, but with the vert above, it's going to be very difficult indeed. Bibu, he's rotated himself back up, got himself into Piano, and in position to pick up that final kill.
A lot closer of a round than what I would have expected. Comes down to kind of 1v1. Wolves just giving picks here and there away. I would have liked to have seen them use the man advantage a little bit more. Maybe start pushing people down spiral, for example. But no, a lot of them just kind of grouping up in towards the breach. And to be fair, Ollie, there wasn't actually that much vertical destruction done. You look at the positions that kind of Jigsaw was playing in. That can all be opened up above him, but he was able to sit there for, honestly, I think way too long, being able to pick up kills, and obviously Deepek as well. Just any form of pressure you can apply onto them. I think Wolves certainly could have done it, a bit better. You look at the way Deepek got that long angle kill onto the Vermine. You put a guy on spiral, he can't do that. Not necessarily to push down spiral, but just phantom pressure. Just to shoot the cam and think, oh, there could be a guy spiral. Deepek then has to hold spiral.
Absolutely. I mean, for me, that round comes down to one gunfight, as Siege often does, and it was the Mowgli kill onto Tyrant playing his army, just at the bottom of those yellow stairs. Drone came in, it got caught in the mute jammer almost instantly. I'm not sure if the player on the drone got a chance to see that there was an Azami there, but Tyrant felt like he'd been rumbled, and quite rightly so, and immediately swings and pre-fires, and it's just a 50-50. One of them's going to win it, and it just so happens to be Mowgli. Had Tyrant won that engagement, taken Mowgli out, it would have relieved so much pressure on those yellow stairs, and I could really see Wolves starting to stall out there. They're a team that, when Mowgli's playing and when he's firing, they win rounds, and that's what's happening so far. He's 4-2, we're just getting into round number 3 now, and if that continues, Wolves might have a good day here.
They do, and you have to remember, we're looking at Wolves on the attack. Clash has highlighted extremely well, but the attacks haven't been good enough. It is way below par in terms of the league average. That's a round already, and they've still got 4 more to attack. If they take a 4-2 half here for Wolves, is exceptionally well. Because I suppose, yes, we can sit there and double on them about, oh, they can't attack and all this. But hey, there's one thing they can do, and that's defend. There's no doubt about that. And Fnatic, they have to go and attack Consulate, which ain't, it's not a walk in the park. It's difficult.
Yeah, Wolves currently sitting at an 85% win rate on the defense. which in itself is impressive. You can, you know, maybe polarize that a little bit and put it into context given the games that they've had, but they've still been successful in those rounds. So success on the attack here is, I'm sure, very welcome indeed. Mowgli with the drone at his feet. Dangerous position to be in. Gonna move through and maybe start thinking about getting rid of some of these cameras. Grab the default one. Nice little drone jump there so he doesn't have to go up the stairs and give his drone away potentially. Deadshot's been spending a lot of time down in the basement. Now, of course, it's a mid-floor site, so there is potential for a bit of a rotation at some point.
Wolves just trying to get information little by little, using the drones. They're checking out, you know, mostly the mid-floor. It almost feels like a horizontal take, Ollie, rather than the kind of vertical take we're used to seeing, where teams will go above and try and get hatches open and everything that goes into that. It's much more directed towards the Visa side of things, and they're almost a bit timid of actually going above, Ollie. They're not really interested in the players above.
They look a little bit unsure, don't they? I'm wondering if they've not set themselves up for the information, because we're seeing a real stack up here inside a lounge. A swing is going to come through. Chinka will be able to get that wall open. It's going to get slowed down somewhat, but it should get off without a hitch. There will be a mute jammer there, I imagine, but with the Brava and the Vert, there's potential to get that nice and dealt with. Leon is going to make the shotgun sting there as he picks himself up two on the fight. We've had 3 players beat the same door, and BB wasn't even looking in the right direction. Deadshot, he's going to find himself one, but it's surely an exit here. Jig in position to pick the last. What have we just watched, Demo?
A bad attack? That's what you've watched? Like, right. Let's see if we can grasp. See if we can understand. Let's see if we can break it down. So they see that Fnatic are going guns a-blazing upstairs, right? Rightfully so. You want to hold upstairs, mid-floor, stop the vertical, all that. We know that, yes. Wolves decided, right, let's not go for the roamers. Let's completely scratch that and let's go horizontal. The issue with going horizontal is what's to stop the defenders opening up angles above you and use them against you. That means you can't plant in the site. So usually that doesn't work. Not only have they tried to go for that, but they've just tried to look for a single doorway. You know, they put the mural window looking in towards the front door. They then put a thermite charge on that wall. A mute jammer was also there. He put the thermite charge and then just completely forgot about the mute jammer, and then they just left it. Like, I don't know. I don't know what we watched. That's as far as I've got.
10 seconds remaining.
With the tools that they had at their disposal, they had everything they needed to win that round, whether they wanted Vert, whether they wanted to go horizontal, and it seems like they've just not set themselves up. I'm sure that's not the last time we will see round 3 here on Consulate. That's going to make its way onto socials, I'm sure, because Fresh is going to deep dive into the match replay, find out where the drones were, and there'll be a telestrator on that coming to a screen near you soon.
I don't think the drones were the issue. I'll say that much. I don't think that was the reason.
There was a few issues, but I don't think that they knew the mute jammer was there until it was almost too late, and whatever plan they had to deal with it didn't work straight away. Just the people looking at the same window, I mean, that's just, you can't do much about that. There's no utility in the game that's going to save you from looking the wrong way in that sort of a circumstance. So let's see how they bounce back here. They've been severely battered and bruised in round 3, but we've still got a couple of rounds here to go, so it's time to get back on the horse, as they say, and start to deal with round number 4 in this top floor hold. They're going for an opposite side approach. So previously where they focused heavily on CEO, this time they're going to be focusing heavily on admin.
Have a lineup that screams aggression. You know, you've got a lot of nades there. You've got the Deimos in as well. So you could try and find out where these Fnatic players are and try and root them out with nades, perhaps. You also have the sense being brought in. Obviously going to be used for your initial kind of push into the site and try and get the diffuser down as best as you can. But there is one thing that Fnatic though have been running a lot, especially Tyrant, it's been the warden only. You wouldn't expect the Sentinel to have too much to say if there's a warden on board.
And Warden's a great pick. You can bring the shield, you can bring an impact, you've got a decent enough gun, and you've got a really handy utility that allows you to play in slightly riskier locations. We're going to see some shots exchanged here. It's going to be Deepek on the shotgun this time. He's just trying to deter anyone from pushing through. We will see one cross, but he doesn't matter if he's caught in the bees. He's still going to find his one. The Sense is going to be blocking off a lot of lines of sight there, but the fact they did lose one on that meeting door. Oh, showing a great one over onto Jegs. That certainly swung things back in Wolves' favor here. Unfortunately for them, they've still got a good amount of time to play with.
Yeah, we've seen Shink actually rotate away from the meeting door, and he went up to the rooftop. I don't know where he's went since then. No, he's rotated it back now. So he is going to try and go for the meeting. No one's covering that. Tyrant has just got a freebie on the doorway. Shinka will try and get the diffuser down, but Deadshot. Now he makes up for his kill, but Shinka has got off the defuse, though. This is a tricky one for Wolves. Do they play for kills now? It looks as though they may try and do so. The Fender gadget is there. The slowdown Deadshot. Do they know about the player coming up Spiral? Though they do have a flank. Leon is here. Will he be able to get the 2 kills? Shinka now is going to try and stick the diffuser. They need to work together. Jigsaw and Leo will rush in. The man, he goes to the diffuser and he finds him a Deadshot. At the death finds both of them. Oh my, how many times have we said this stage already that Deadshot has saved their side?
If it's not Deadshot, it is Mowgli. Both of these two players are playing lights out here tonight. I can't believe, one, that Shinka didn't stick the plant in the first place. Two, that we didn't see Tyrant rotate and use the Warden goggles through the Sense gadget. And then three, that Deadshot's actually come away and won that round because he had no business doing so. Leon, bless him, I think he maybe got a little bit blindsided. There was definitely time enough he didn't need to kill the planter at that time because the clock wasn't at that point in the round, you know what I mean? There was a bit more left on the clock there. It's this freebie from Tyrant. He gets a freebie and then he's just caught looking into no man's land, caught looking at Spiral.
Well, they knew about Deadshot though the whole time.
But there was nobody coming from Spiral, and we had Leon below. So I'm not sure why that transpired. But it's going to leave us 2-2, and I don't think it's going to be the last time we're scratching our heads here tonight.
But I think the point that Fabian made so far in this stage, when have we seen Wolves win a round that has been so convincing to them, like a flawless round?
Objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? It's scrappy stuff that's getting them over the line.
You know, both of the attacks that they've won came down to 1v1s. That's what it came down to. Wolves just make it so difficult for themselves, don't they, sometimes? Anywho, moving on, we head back to the top floor again. Bibu on the blitz. Did he not get the memo about this operator? Did he not get the memo?
Yeah, the memo being that it's not Blitz of old.
No,
Monkey is the new Blitz.
The issue with Blitz is if you crouch, they can still see your legs. That is the main issue. So you either go for it or you don't. You have to just run as Blitz. You cannot play passive. You can't play this information gatherer. They will just shoot your legs like it's no tomorrow. Impact right to the face. Bibu down to just a sliver. Jegs is able to take out Deadshot. But the main thing for Wolves though is that Blitz has caused enough of a distraction to get that diffuser down.
Difficult retake here for Fnatic, really, because players are now allowed to establish themselves onto Repel, and they've still got the problem of Bibu. He's got the pistol drawn, he's going to pick himself one, get it down onto a second, but Jegs got 3 kills on the round here. Time enough to revive Jig. They've got to deal with this upside down Repel, and it's going to be borderline impossible. Both players out there, only way of doing it is to get some success with this C4, send one of you out, pick up the kill, and then start to disable that diffuser. It's likely not going to happen. 2 kills come through there from P4. We might have laughed a little bit at the Blitz demo, but it definitely worked there.
Look, it done its job. It caused a distraction. It made everyone turn their head. And yeah, the way Baby played it, you just have to go for it. You know, you can't sit back. You just have to go for the juggler, and he did exactly what he needed to do. It created enough of the distraction to slow those guys down. Who remember previously, whenever they tried that attack, 2 players just ran straight across the bomb site, killed the guy in the window. This time with that blitz, they know they can't do that. They're gonna have to try and challenge that blitz. So yeah, it is a much better of an adaptation. You know, is that one of the 3 points that Fresh made? Was he wanted to see them adapt better? There you go.
yes, that build. Well, they've pulled something out there, haven't they? It's a bit of a pocket strike. It's not something you're going to get away with every time, but it's worked in that instance. You know, they tried admin across, and it was real tricky. It came down to, you know, that sort of super tight 2 versus 2, and they've given themselves a bit of an option there. It's enough to see Fnatic move sites at least. They're going to go for the mid floor. This was the weirdest attack so far that we've seen from Wolves, where they didn't show any interest in upstairs and essentially gifted Lee on a 3K, all just challenging a single doorway. So don't want to see that again. But if I look at the lineup, I'm still seeing a Blitz that's been stuck, and I'm also seeing an Amaru. So there's still a bit of speed and aggression here.
Yeah, and in terms of Heartbreach, only really just the 2 Heartbreach gadgets coming in as well from the Grim. So they may be able to, well, that.
Yeah.
Oh, well, yeah.
I mean, oh dear if you're a Wolves fan. Oh good if you're a Fnatic one. Deepek getting maximum value there out of a C4. 6-2. And look at Bibu. He's just stood on the roof. He's like,
he doesn't know what to do.
What now, guys? We had a plan and we've lost a gridlock in a faction. This is not part of the plan.
The arc throws the lineups you get now. Have you seen the correlation with that C4 kills we're seeing now?
Yeah, it really has. Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, I've had it where my problem with it personally is I get distracted by it. So I'll just start looking at the line too much and then I die.
What happens if I aim here? Oh, it moves there, all right.
Yeah, I get a little bit too distracted with it, to be fair. But I maybe need to go and practice some more. But we certainly see the pros getting maximum value out of it.
Rank is your practice. Oh, baby, what challenge is this? Don't do it.
He's got a really awkward one as well, because the pistol's kind of in the way, and Jegs is just going to hold on to that pixel upstairs.
I mean, Blitz is a big head. One thing about him, though. Big old head.
He's put some damage in now. He knows that, well, at least Bibu now knows that he's there. But actually don't need to do anything fancy here. And this is one of the things that I like about this side. They're showing great levels of discipline. Picked up 2 kills on the entry there with the C4. No one's gone and said, oh, well, I'm just going to throw my life, maybe gain a bit of information, maybe grab my 1 and then go to the cameras. It's, no, we're just going to hold our ground because it's going to be so much more difficult for them to do whatever it is they were planning on doing without whoever it is that we managed to pick. It genuinely doesn't matter who you've got. You get 1, great. You get 2. It's going to be very tricky indeed. And I think that's why we're seeing such a heavy stall here from Wolves. They've not really got themselves in a position to trade one another either. And there's still all this top floor vert to go at.
Ooh, Jigsaw. This time it's a man with a gun who's challenging him on that angle rather than the pistol of the Blitz. Bibu has to try and make a move somewhere because time is just ticking away. Wolves haven't really done much. You know, that initial C4 has just killed the round entirely. Bibu will try and charge in, but charges back out. So many players on these vertical angles. Will fire in some shots somewhere, but again, look at the patience right now from Fnatic. They're not moving. They know they are in the driver's seat. And Wolves, they're just in the back seat, screaming for all their work because they're not getting out of here anytime soon. There you go, flawless from Fnatic, very strong. You know, that opener from Deepak, just for me, it solidified the round win already, right from the rip. You know, how many times do we see that, Ollie, where something disastrous goes wrong and you know that's it's done? That's it.
It's just one of those unfortunate things, isn't it? If you're on the bad side of it, I guess. There's not often a great deal that you can do, and especially when you bring something as niche as a Blitz, where you are relying on people on your shoulder and you are going to push through, cause the distraction, cause the mayhem, and someone with a gun is going to back that up. When you lose 2 of your guns, if you'd have lost the Blitz in that instance, it probably would have been a bit of a different story. But when you lose 2 of your guns, that's when things start to really dwindle, because all of a sudden then you're in a 2 versus 5 in a guns up fight, and you know, numbers always favor a side with more. We've watched one half demo, we've watched Wolves attack and we watched Fnatic defend, and already I feel like we've seen a game of 2 halves, because it's been really swingy, hasn't it? We've seen Wolves come out with some great plays and then some massive blunders, and we've seen Fnatic again, you know, have a potential clutch on the hands, not necessarily a blunder, but something maybe that just didn't go their way, a bit of a 50-50. But we've also seen some fantastic discipline from them.
5 seconds left.
I look at it, and my humble opinion is it may say 3-3 on the scoreline, but I think Fnatic have been the more dominant side.
Yeah, they could easily be 4-2.
Honestly, because you look at the rounds that Wolves have won, Fnatic could have won them as well. You know, I look at the rounds that Wolves have tapped into. Nah, Fnatic have looked pretty strong. They have. You know, they've done a flawless there, for example.
Somewhere that Wolves are struggling at the moment is in that opening pick. They've only had the opening pick in 2 rounds, and both times it has been Mowgli getting that pick. That's definitely something to keep an eye on here moving forward. If, well, I mean, I say if as if Mowgli isn't going to be involved in the opening engagement. Better believe it, he will be. But he's going to be on the Legion this time, so again, needs to be mindful. Yeah, you've got a great gun. The utility is good. It's not absolutely essential, but those Gumans are going to generate over time, so if he starts getting himself into trouble early and keep getting himself picked off, they're not going to see maximum value.
Drone work being done for Fnatic. Trying to figure out where they can go. What is safe? Oh, a C4 from Deadshot. Eliminates Jigsaw. Down goes the sledge. However, they still have the buck though, Wally, so it's not all said and done in terms of the vertical destruction that you can have. But Wolves, that is a good start for them. Again, keep in mind, this is a defender-sided map. And with Wolves' track record in defensive round wins, this is where Wolves, for me, should just completely take control of the game against Fnatic.
Tyrant's got himself into the bottom of yellow. Mowgli already seeing a little bit of damage come through here. He's got a couple of Kiba barriers to play around. With that breach being open, it is going to make things quite tricky. Giving away there on the drone as well. And usually bet that someone's going to be playing there on Pipes. Deepak, he gets caught out. You can't know that Mowgli's there and still expose yourself to breach like that. Tyrant next to fall. Leon's upstairs making the vert, but this vert needed to be made minutes ago. And it just goes to show the importance of that opening pick. With Jigsaw getting taken out, it slowed everything down. With Deadshot still out here inside of admin. Oh, well, not for long. Jegs is going to hit a great shot there with the SMP-12. Can now start to hack these cameras. There is time to get this done, but it all depends on how much success Fnatic can find here on the vert.
Yeah, it's, I mean, hatches are still closed for them. It just looks to be a slow death for Fnatic. Down goes Jags. P4 took the challenge to him. Now Leon by himself, 9 and 4. He is the standout player for his side right now. Can he add on to any more to his tally? And he will do so. Eliminates P4. No diffuser in hand though. Has to try and cross the bomb select to try and get the diffuser. I don't think Wolves are going to give him that opportunity. That's a strong start for Wolves. Get the opening picks, put the pressure on Fnatic, just starve them out of any information you can, and win the round.
Deadshot never dealt with on the roam either. We've talked about the droning from Wolves. It's only fair that we comment the same on Fnatic when we see it. And I must admit, when Jigsaw got taken out first, he wasn't immediately onto a drone. He was watching POVs and things of that nature, and there maybe wasn't a drone out there that was already pre-placed, ready to go. Granted, we did see a Mozzie brought from the side of Wolves. Deadshot was playing Mozzie on the roam, so there's a possibility that any pre-placed drones had been shot or captured or whatever. But just something to bear in mind. You've got to be careful if you are Fnatic. The job is certainly not done with an even 3-3 split, especially given how dangerous Wolves can be on this defense.
So Fnatic, it's only the first round for them, but you cannot allow Wolves to gain any momentum. You know, Wolves, if they sense any form of weakness and they just feel as though the game's going in their favor, they will just amplify everything they've been doing just 10 times that. You know, Wolves will make you bleed from, you know, top to bottom. So I think for Fnatic, it's just trying to get little by little, just get around and don't give them momentum. Don't let them run away with the game. Ready. And we'll see how they deal with our top 4 attack now. Wolves in terms of lineup, really the only thing you would say, oh, that's, you know, we don't say every day, probably be the Pulse. Deadshot bringing the information. Obviously the C4 from below is always a strong one as well. I wonder how Fnatic are going to go around this. I would say they'll probably just try and go for the kind of window plant using the Grim similar to what Wolves did. Already Jigsaw in a very early aggressive position, being hot thrown in right now. Could he get a freebie? No, isn't.
Batman, there's the possibility, yeah. He's got the chance to just lurk down there for the time being. Leon, not sure if he knows. He's given the indication. He's got the yellow ping out there, and we will have a book below, so P4 can start to get the floor ripped up below him, but it's layered, this demo. It's working in layers. We've got the pulse, and it's going to happen right about now. There it is.
I love it.
Pulse, a fantastic operator pick on Consulate. It's one of those where you get a great idea where the push is coming from really early on. You can get yourself in the basement. You're nice and safe at the start. Gather that info, and you know that they're going to try and play Vert because they're worried about the plan, but defense there a little bit like an onion. Nice and layered.
Yeah, I like that. I really like that a lot there from Wolves. Knowing that if you play a guy in that kind of suicide position towards the desk, 9 times out of 10, attackers will go below and try and butt beneath that guy. They used to, an old concept, they'll do it here again as well. You then place a guy below him, and you get a free kill like that, and then it shuts down the butt. And that means that P4 is, again, just so safe. He is so safe in that position, which then shuts down any hope of that window plant coming in. So a really good adaptation. It slows down Fnatic again, and then Sir Fnatic have to go for plan B. What their plan B is, I'm not sure. Leon has rotated all the way to the other side towards admin, but they're just losing players again, left, right, and center. Fnatic look as though they're going to be brought to a standstill once again.
The problem is here that no one's in a position to be traded. We've got the old dichotomy of, well, you've got a pulse below. Do you deal with it? Do you not? And by the time that you've decided to maybe deal with it, it's maybe a little bit too late. Jegs is going to start to get himself up, and everything's giving the game away right now. The pulse knows he's there. The F-Nat's gone off, shot the default. What are they going to be able to do here from that position? The shotgun pump comes through. A couple of kills are found, but with only 15 seconds left on the clock, it's a lot for Jigsaw to do. Is he going to be able to pick up this final kill? Flashes deep, thinks the player's a little bit further on inside the office, and he's going to get shot in the back by the second shot. P4 did miss the first, but he eventually got it done.
Yeah, no problems there for P4. The flashbangs doesn't affect him. Can just play tucked in the corner, wait for Jigsaw to panic in the bomb site, have to try and make a move and go for the kills. And if he doesn't check that corner, then yeah, it's a freebie. I mean, even if Jigsaw checks that, you're going up against the shotgun ollie. You're still probably going to lose that. So yeah, good position there from P4. But again, for Fnatic, I mean, they got completely counterplayed that round. They did. They got counterplayed, and then they try and rotate around. But look how much time and utility they wasted already trying to go for the initial take. You then rotate towards the back. You just don't have enough time. You don't have enough resources. It's going to be very rushed. You're going to miss steps, and you're going to get punished for it. So Wolves sat right now in a convincing 5-3 lead. 2 more rounds, and they take the win as easy as that.
We've just had a brief tech, and it's going to go into attack here. So tactical timeout for Fnatic.
Yeah,
it's a good time to bring that in. You could have maybe gone around earlier, but maybe just waiting a little bit longer to, you know, sort of hone in on these problems and see what words of wisdom can be provided. Fnatic do look a little bit sort of frustrated at the moment. There's quite a keen look of concentration on a lot of these players' faces, but it seems like they know the mistakes that they're making, and it's almost as if it's unavoidable right now because of how well Wolves are playing on the defense. There's definitely a combination of things going on here, Demo, and I genuinely believe that information game is playing a huge part. That and the fact that now, since getting onto the defense, we've seen Wolves pick up every single opening pick. Deadshot has been crazy on that start line. He's very quiet on the attack, but get him on the defense, and he's shining.
Yeah, already we're, 3 months into the year, 2024, he's just been incredible. You know, invitational for me, Ollie. I don't know what it was. The guy was untouchable, it felt like, for a lot of games. So he's really just found his groove right now, and, you know, maybe we're starting to evolve out of that, where, you know, we always put the pressure on Mowgli. He has to show up, he has to do this, but hey, if Deadshot wants to take the reins, by all means.
Let him at it. I'm sure Mowgli won't have too much to say about it. It's always better to have a couple of players that you can rely on than put a lot of pressure on one person's shoulders. Mowgli, you know, he's not sitting here setting the world on fire tonight. He's going 7-7. He's going evens. He's doing a great job at the positioning, and particularly on the attack, he was a key factor. You know, he picked up 3 rounds on one of those basement attacks, for example, and that was essentially the reason that Wolves were able to win the round. So we'll see how they develop. Of course, Fnatic taking a timeout, it does give Wolves the option to, you know, assess themselves as well and figure out how they are going to move forward here. Jigsaw going to pick the first opening pickup on the attack. He's got himself in very quickly there. Can only think he got sent through one of those admin windows. And as quick as he's in, he's out again. He's done his job. He's got his opening pick. And he's happy to retire to the roof and figure out the next stage.
It's good pick as well as Amy. Only probably going to be about 3 barriers placed. So, yeah, 2 of them gone. Which is good news, of course, for Fnatic. The keeper barriers can be tricky pieces of utility, even though they did get changed where bullets can destroy them now, but it does take quite a few bullets to really pop them. Similar to what we mentioned about, Wolves, and they kind of went for a horizontal attack. Fnatic's doing the same. But look at the difference, though. Fnatic are opening walls, Ollie. That's one thing that Wolves didn't do.
Crazy to think. Walls can get opened?
No,
when you're on the attack?
Not in my game. Not in my book.
There's nothing wrong with a horizontal push. I'm quite fond of it because teams often invest a lot of utility into holding that top floor. And if you're confident that they haven't got sufficient vert, or you can navigate around those particular pieces of vert, or send somebody like Jigsaw in to cause a bit of a ruckus, then, all power to you. Jigsaw's got a really tough task ahead of him here, though. Seems like they know, or at least heard him come in on the rappel. He's going to get caught looking the wrong way if he's not careful. Here as Mowgli just tucked in behind the vending machines. He picked him off there.
Why could he not have waited 2 seconds for that Dokkaebi call to come in? That's the way I look at it. Why could they not just wait? And then who's rushing in deep? Leon by himself, and Wolves have just picked up 1 kill after another. Fnatic, once again, have stalled out around Jags. It's a great pick into the 2v1. But I don't know how he gets through this. Look where the diffuser is, right in the middle of the bomb site, being protected by Wolves. Doesn't know where either of them are. Looks for a couple of shots in through the flooring, but nothing comes off. It has to be careful of his ammo count as well. He only has 21 bullets left in the SMG before he has to switch to his DMR. Let's hope he doesn't have the box here equipped, or else we'll be in for a fun time.
15
Will
seconds
jump
left.
down, has to go through the window, picks up the diffuser, but Wolves can just play back now and wait for him to get this diffuse down. Double up on him. Gonna go for the plant. Wolves now wait their time. C4 comes out, gets him off the plant. No kills though, they back off again, has to stick the diffuse, but Jags isn't gonna go for that, and Wolves, that's a good 2v1 being played there, Ollie. Can't complain about that. They played it patient, they played it well.
That's unfortunate for Jegs there that he came off the plant, because the diffuser went super deep. So, sorry, not the diffuser. The C4 went super deep. I think that maybe Wolves were expecting him to just plant on the threshold of the little closet door. He probably could have got the plant down there. This is all like real hindsight stuff. The round was, difficult to recover way before that. It came down to that sort of, it was like a half attempt at a top 4 clear. You mentioned, the Dokkaebi call coming in a little bit late. We could have seen Jig just wait a touch longer. Fnatic will be kicking themselves at that, because there's a few basic errors that it wouldn't take a lot to correct. And they've given the round away, and Wolves have got themselves onto a map point here, and they've got plenty of opportunity to try and convert it as well. They're 3 rounds clear at the moment, and they're going to be going downstairs into the basement.
Fnatic have to play a flawless half of attacks now. But Wolves just look as though they can't be stopped. They've got that momentum behind them. It was the thing that I mentioned that Fnatic just cannot allow them to do.
Must locate and defuse a bomb.
Fnatic on the attacks, they seem very disjointed. I kind of praised them the defense, Ollie, where they were working in pairs. They were doubling up with each other, talking to each other. We go on the attack, and all of that's been tossed out the window. They're not working in twos. They're just going in by themselves, looking to be the hero.
Yeah. Let's see if they're able to link up a little bit more here. Deepak wants to get himself up into CEO. Just waiting maybe for the Deimos target to come through. Tyrant can start to feed that information across. Deadshot. Not too deterred for the time being. He's found some safety inside of the mute jammer. Of course, will stop the track from Deimos coming. Mowgli. Dokkaebi call just ends as he's waiting there. He's going to start to get tracked, but the opening pick again going in Deadshot's favor. Mowgli just giving himself a bit of sound coverage there, but will get taken out by Tyrant from the bathroom. Deadshot is there with the trade though, Shinka as well. This is a basement attack and everything's going down on the top floor. Tyrant and Deepek, a lot of work to do. For all that Deimos' gadget is fantastic and Tyrant can find out exactly where Deadshot is, when you're in 2 versus 1, that just allows the players to double up a little bit, and that's exactly what happened. It's not a 2 versus 1, it's a 1 versus 4 now. Deepek has it all to do. Going to be cruising around the mid-floor, knowing that the diffuser is top floor, knowing that's where a large portion of the defenders are going to be, and knowing that he's still got players like Deadshot to get through. He's only 1 HP, but he's up here with friends. He's tucked in at the moment. He's going to turn his attention over toward those spiral stairs. He knows that that's exactly where the push is going to be coming from now. A couple of stuns going to come out as well, but Deepek really just waiting here, seeing if there's anything that he can be given for free, and it's extremely unlikely that Wolves are going to give that away at this point. Could even be a case, Demo, if they drop back down to the site, the job's pretty much done.
Attackers recovered
yeah,
the bomb.
They've done the hard work. Deepek is just hoping that someone from Wolves is going to give themselves up, but Wolves, we know right now they're hungry for points. They need as many points as they can to, you know, get that top 4 charge back underway, you would say, for this side, because as I mentioned before, international competitions is where this team needs to be. They've been at the past 7. They need to be at the next one as well. They need to keep moving with that. Yeah, Deepek is going to be just another slow death, it feels like. Finally moves his way in towards the basement. Impact's being tossed out of C4 I'm sure as well, and just an ungodly amount of hellfire being rained onto him. He gets eliminated, but it was never in doubt that Wolves were going to win that round. But wow, they've turned a couple of heads today, Ollie. As Wolves take down Fanatic, I think that's went against the grain of what a lot of people were saying.
I think it has, and I think the Desk will certainly have changed their tune somewhat. They were heavily backing Fnatic moving into this one. There was questions over Wolves' ability to attack. There was questions over their drone work, and so far tonight they have shown us some fantastic stuff indeed. A couple of mistakes sprinkled in there, but that is to be expected in something as high stakes and high pressure as EUL. The standout for me though, Demo, was Deadshot. 3 out of the 4 rounds on the defense, he was getting the opening pick.
Yeah, I think having Deadshot, who's really just came leaps and bounds from where he was earlier in his career, and to see where he is now when he's really starting to hit that level with, I would say, consistency. Consistency is key. How many times do I hark on about consistency? If he can finally get his way into, you know, a good solid regime of playing week in, week out at that level, Wolves have no issues with getting to that major.
Let's see what the desk has to say. We're going to send it back over to Anne, Fresh, and Fabian.
Well, Ola just casually calling us out for predictions there, but honestly, I don't mind to be proven wrong because it shows that Wolves have improved, especially on their attacks.
Yeah, I wouldn't call it a prediction, and I would call it more of a challenge that we set to Wolves. You know, we can spin it. This is called a pivot. We aren't wrong. We just said to Wolves, you have to improve your attacks. What did Wolves do? Improve their attacks. They got 3 attacks on Consulate. Still think there is a long way to go on those attacks. They were far from perfect. But it doesn't matter about the performance on the attacks. All that matters is that they found 3 attacks, even if one of them, well, 2 of them came down to 1v1s, and then one of them was a rush strategy.
Yeah, so even if they come down to they have so much more to get and so much more to find in their attacks, they didn't make as many mistakes. I think that's where the key comes in. They didn't make as many mistakes, and in turn, because they didn't make the mistakes, individuals were allowed to shine. And when you can have that individual deck, sure, yeah, you should never really rely on that only, but it had a big impact for them today.
You'd say no mistakes, there weren't any drones watching outside?
No, exactly. I mean, they were the 3 things we identified, right? Was the drones, they were better. Because the drones were better, the executes by and large were better, apart from the piano attacks, which we won't talk about here. And then the third element was their adaptations. The Demo called it out in the game as well, was where he said they attacked CEO twice, tried 2 different methods, and then went for a rush, went for an adaptation. And that's kind of from the playbook of Wolves. They've always done that, try 2 different adaptations, then go for a rush. But it worked for them today.
Yeah. On the other hand, I'm quite disappointed in Fnatic because we saw Wolves attacking this map really poorly in the first play day. And then it felt like I was watching the game over again when Fnatic were on the attacking side. It just seemed to be so individually based that it did not have any coherency. Like, they were not a unit. They weren't trying things together. It was one by one. And it obviously didn't work for Wolves the first play. Why would it work for you guys today? Hard to see what they were doing.
I'm getting, good job the production don't do close-ups on me, because I'm getting grey hairs, right? And every time I see a team ignore a problem and then, just ignore the problem completely, and that comes back to bite them in the arse late in the round, I grow another grey hair. So that's why I'm going more and more grey, because that's what Fnatic did 3 rounds in a row. Couldn't win an attack.
You know, Jack, it's better growing grey hair than balding like Pengu.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
True.
Finger catching straight. So
I'm also
no
balding,
reason.
but we won't go into
Yeah.
that. My hairline is not the topic.
It's
of
grey and
here.
bald. Just like Fnatic's attacks.
Ouch.
No.
Well, Fnatic's attacks really didn't look like you were expecting from them, though, on this map.
Yeah, I think we was coming in and expecting, because Fnatic, I think, if you look at last week, they attacked Bank comfortably against G2.
Yep.
They attacked Chalet comfortably against ITB. And we're kind of thinking, even on a 3-3 split, we're thinking, actually, these guys are okay at attacking. This might not be over yet. And then, bam, it gets away from them so
but
easily.
they played it into Wolves' strengths, right? We highlighted their defense as being the strong point of how Wolves play the game. Today, they had better attacks because they clearly have worked on something during this week. And, yeah, Fnatic just didn't play.
And that's what we said, right? Is on defense, individual players, because they've got to be attacked into rather than be the ones doing the attacking, you get so much more opportunity for individuality. Mowgli and Deadshot were just having a field day because they were the problems for Fnatic, and then Fnatic are just choosing to ignore them and
Just walked away from it. Yeah, they didn't
Deadshot
even
was
care.
chilling in admin.
Yep.
25 seconds left on a basement defense. And Fnatic were having to go and deal with that threat because he caused them so many issues.
We often sing the praises of Mowgli as being one of the spearheads for this team, but of course, Deadshot really being a player that stood out today. That 3K in the final round, of course, really contributing to that.
Yeah, he was excellent. I think he was obviously picking up most of his kills on the defense specifically. However, one thing that I do want to say about Deadshot is it also looks like he's landing a little bit of a new role. That operator played on the top left of your screen there on the Dokkaebi. He seems to be playing a lot of the kind of, if you want to call it, initiator role with the Dokkaebi and kind of backstabbing himself, whereas he's kind of known for being the second entry on this roster. So a bit of a role change, but he's adapting to it well and still providing value onto this roster.
Lined up with Bibu from Wolves. We should be able to welcome him to the stage. Welcome, Bibu. You get 3 points today, moves you up to 3rd. That must be a good confidence boost.
Yeah, of course. I'm really happy on how we played today because I guess it was better than against ITB. So yeah, and 3 points, always good things when you are playing best of 1 in the league. So yeah, really happy.
Bastian, we've known each other for a very long time. Let's be honest with each other. What went wrong in your attacks last week? Because we could all see it, and you know it. Just go more in depth. Yeah. What is it that went wrong?
I think our most the biggest issue we got last week for our attacks were the communication, and sometimes trying to find solutions to the issues that the team in front of us was making for us. So I think it was the biggest issue, the biggest points, because when we hear back, the VOD and stuff like that, we heard that it was like a mess. Sometimes we were screaming too much energy. Sometimes where we could just calm down, take the time to just not getting 5v2, for example. So yeah, I think it was the biggest issue, and also we were still working a bit on consulate for the ITB match. So something where kind of a bit messy in our attacks, but at the end, I think against VP it was way better. Some clutch round happened, some details cost us some rounds, but I think we were much more in control against VP. And but we got an amazing last round from P4 in the Deadshot, who gave us 2 points, and I think it was what we needed to start our split of a year.
You know the worst thing about interviewing you is that my first question was going to lead into my second question is, what have you done differently for this week? You already answered that. So I'm going to have to make another one up. And that one is, can we expect to see more consistency from you guys then now, when you guys have looked at those issues and seem to have found the answer to them?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's our main goal for this year, because we all know that we are a really good team. We can beat the best team in the world. Like we beat W7M at the 6th International, but after that we lost two matches in a row, like very poorly. And so we know we can be very good, but at the same time we can sometimes just have a big flop. So we just need to have this consistency, and after that I think we will be one of the best team in the world if we find that, because it's the most important thing for a big team. You know that, Fabian. I think you are on the top for a long time, and the biggest, the hardest things to be on top, it's not to go on top, it's to stay on top and to find consistency.
Those are some very wise words, of course. Any words you have for the fans to close off the interview?
Yeah, thank you for the support. Sorry for last games. The games last week. Thanks, for all the message. Thanks for all for the support every day. Thanks to my staff. Thanks to my teammates who are amazing. Thanks to you for the interviews and for the hosts. And see you soon. See you tomorrow, I hope, on interview.
Always so wholesome to speak to you. Thank you so much for your time. And hopefully we'll see you again very soon.
Thanks.
What a good interview. Always some wholesome words coming from
he's
Bibu.
so easy to interview because he always gives you that whole picture and the understanding of how their team works, which is a great insight to have.
Yeah, it's really nice to go so in-depth on an interview as well. But we have one more game lined up for today's Europe League Playday. So make sure you go grab yourself a snack and a drink, because you don't want to miss ENCE versus G2.
After 4 years of impeccable service, she applied for Legada's Elite Tactical Branch, the emergency response unit. Only 5% of applicants passed the grueling 2-week entrance exam.
Is that Twitch?
When we discussed her decision to join the police force, she recounted with some reservation an incident involving her youngest brother, Liam.
Finka.
Is it alibi? Fawn.
I would never guess that. After high school, he enlisted with the US Army and rose in rank over a short period of time. He learned Dari and became an intelligence officer.
This is harder than it seems at first. I have no clue. Could I get another clue?
He was a legend among intelligence collectors as the spook who went native. He's often difficult to engage with since he's incredibly intelligent.
I'm pulling blanks with operators now. Grim.
I think it's Blackbird. Maverick is also from US.
He's US, yeah. Boxed in the rigid rules of her household, she found outlets for self-expression through fashion and physical combat.
I have no clue, to be honest. Alibi.
I'm still trying to determine if her dedication to Bushido teachings was encouraged by or in spite of her relationship with her father.
Could be, I don't know, could be everyone. Maybe Twitch. Yeah, I'd say Twitch.
Is it Caviera? See, that's what I looked at the boxed thing and it seemed like a Cav thing.
After undergoing that rigorous 22-month training for the elite Air Force unit, Shaldak, she served 5 years.
Thunderbird.
Extracting anything personal from the tangle is difficult. Kohen is cautious and doesn't cultivate many close relationships.
Mirror?
Could be Ash.
What?
I wouldn't expect that even I would get 1 point, like, to be honest. I never read the bio of the operator. Maybe last time when I was actually reading that was when I started playing the game.
I can't lose again. Especially not to Grubby again. 2 times now.
Wait, so do we just have to speedrun this?
Chagro.
Now do RGO or another entry. Yeah, mate. You want to do now Team BDS IGO?
Like you fuck.
Alright, now do support and flex.
Brit.
Oh, I see. So I'll do IGO now, or of BDS. Lucky fuck.
Oh, is it?
I was already gonna say that, mate. Come on. G2.
Is it my turn?
G2 IGO.
My turn. G2 IGL Uno.
G2 Esports IGO LML. The Wild IGL, backball. G2 support slash flex Virtue. Tier 2 entry Doki. Team BDS support slash flex Brid. Wild entry Panther Rocket. Yep, so another problem is I don't know the wild roster. I already won, mate. Oh, yeah, I didn't even say that. Yeah, he's cheating. You're so confusing. It wasn't really confusing, we're just stupid. Where in there? Where do I want to start? Fnatic, IGL, Leon Gids. Fnatic entry at checks. Yeah, you're not an entry, mate. Yeah, I'm so screwed. Virtus entry Pasha. I don't even know. He just went. Virtus.pro entry joystick. Into the breach IGL Noah. Into the breach entry Noah. Bro, IGL's an FPL. I've never heard someone. He talks more than Leon. Yeah, I'm just gonna ITB, IGL, Kendrick. Now you're gonna. No, go on, get the entry, mate. You got a breach entry, Azure. There's no way you've butchered that. Pasha IGL, Virtus.pro. Pasha IGLs. That guy does everything.
Welcome back to Europe League. I am Anne, still joined by Fresh and Fabian, and some special guests as well.
Yeah, and so I was a little bit confused in the last interview because I heard you say the word snick. Go get a snick. What's a snick?
You know, for you viewers and Jack, you guys don't have to worry anymore. This is snicks. It's snacks and a drink at the same time. So we brought ourselves some.
Can I have a carrot, Fabian?
Yeah, of course you can.
Give me. I wanted a carrot, but you're gonna eat it.
Well, that's mine.
All right, okay.
That was a proper ASMR there. But I think when you misspeak, like, unfortunate, but you gotta own up for it, you gotta improvise, adapt, overcome, just create a new word.
With our snicks, yeah.
Out of it, yeah, like the snicks. But then, of course, with you two as well, you've been talking about the honking, the bonking as well. What's happening with that?
Yeah, I don't know. We just hit the 4th game of the day. We hit absolute delirium. So, yeah, if you want us to talk about Siege, we can. We can talk about carrots and drinks. and Snicks and everything else.
Yeah.
Whatever you want, Anne.
I do think we have to talk about some more serious things, like the
Yeah.
game that is in front of us, the G2 ends game, of course. Ahead of ourselves, we'll start talking about G2 first as well. They had a win against Fnatic in full overtime, then a loss against BDS, probably not as close as we expected it to be.
No, it wasn't as close. I mean, with former world champions, you expect every game to be very close. It didn't happen this time, but then again, the question is, can anybody stop BDS at this point? I don't know. Maybe G2 should have been the one that closest to it. They just weren't this time. But then again, we also have to look at it from the perspective of sometimes you do have bad games. It happens. We get over it and we move on. And G2 have had some bad games over time. They know how to move on.
Are you giving G2 excuses here, Fabian?
No, I would never. I mean, I predicted 7-0 for them that game.
Right.
It didn't play out that way.
You gotta own up, improvise,
Yeah.
overcome.
I think if you look at the points amount that they've got, 2 points from 2 games is not good enough for a roster that considers themselves a world champion roster, right? However, the BDS game, I don't think was as bad as the scoreline suggested. I actually think they had some good ideas going into it, but some really bad executions of those ideas, maybe a little bit of stress inside of the server. I don't think we've seen anywhere near G2's best performance yet.
100% agree with that. Of course, they need more from that first week if they do want to put themselves among that top 4 to potentially still have spots of going to the major. Talking about their opponents as well, ENCE, of course, for them first time being in Europe League. We've seen this roster, of course, win attacks in Tier 1 finally as well. But specifically in their last game, they had to win a lot of clutches to win their game.
Yeah, so obviously we have spoken to their coach before, and he said that in the first game they felt all this pressure and things weren't correct. They let go of that for the second game, and this is what we're expecting to see. Do we have the standard we know for them just yet? I don't think so, but they are a very, very talented team, and they are known for their aggression, and they're known to play really good together in their aggression. And I think we will see more of that every single playday that we go through.
Yeah, I think as they have more and more playdays, obviously all of these guys, all 5 of them made the step up together, or all 6 of them actually, alongside their coach, made the step up together from Tier 2 into Tier 1 after being a great dominant team last year inside of Tier 2. And I think that was excellent, and I think Game Day nerfs for Game Day 1 is exactly what it was. We've actually got a graphic comparing their Playday 1 versus their Playday 2 and the stats behind that. And I think what you'll see on this graphic is mad improvement across the board. So the left-hand side was Clubhouse Playday 1 against Secret. The right-hand side was Cafe Playday 2 going up against Wild. Now, increased attack win rate, increased defense win rate, increased entry percent, better KD, slightly worse cost actually, which is a bit of a curious one. But crucially also, a slower average entry time as well. They're slowing things down, they're making sure it's right, and then they're going through their plan rather than getting caught off guard.
Yeah, and I also think they are actually up against G2 in the perfect time to be up against G2, because we're looking at them a bit shaky, and here you're coming with a rookie roster.
Yeah.
This is the absolute perfect time to be playing them, because you maybe tilt them by winning 2 first rounds, and you get like a little bit inside of their heads, and they're feeling, oh no, not another bad day at the office. You might actually sneak away with all 3 points.
I think that's the thing. On the balance, on paper, you would expect G2 to win this with where the 2 teams are at. However, the door is open for ENCE to cause an upset so far.
With that graphic, it seems like the popular song that goes, it keeps on going easier for ENCE in this regard. We'll see if it continues to be like that, to see what map we are going for this best of 1 as well. Let's bring it up on our screens, and the map of choice for this one will be Oregon.
Yeah, so I was quite impressed with G2 in their banning, theory here, to get it down to Cafe or Oregon, because we look at the last 2 maps for G2, the maps that you've got to think a lot on, it's not just a process-driven map, and they've been making a lot of bad decisions, even if they've had the right idea and the right theory, the actual micro decisions. Especially with Oregon, there's much less thinking involved, which just allows them to go through the process. Because there's much less thinking, I think there's much less opportunity for an upset.
And Oregon has also been G2's one of the absolute favorites, even since when I was there working with them. So this map is something that G2 loves. Starting attack might be a bit rougher for them, because that's the first place you will be making your mistakes. And yeah, we assume on Oregon that you're going to win your top 4 defenses and your basement defenses for ENCE, even if they go up against a team like G2 are good at attacking all of them. But if G2 lets slip one of those other bomb sites, which is meeting or kitchen dining or meeting kitchen, then ENCE might run away with this.
And the funny thing is, with both these teams, or these organizations rather, having such a deep history within Rainbow Six Siege, this matchup already happened in 2019. I think G2 even talked about or tweeted about it earlier today, saying that ENCE won that game at that time, and G2 is now a different team. Are we expecting that? Are we expecting an ENCE or a G2 to come out on top here?
I mean, they definitely are a different team because they're not winning as much as we did back then. But other than that, I lean G2 7-0.
I lean G2 7-0. There's a little bit of doubt in that. I think on the balance of things, on paper, you would expect G2 to win. There's been some crazy upsets today in terms of what you might expect on paper. Why not? Why not? Let's have an ENCE win.
You think so? I just want to go backstage and finish my carrot.
Yeah.
Understandable. We'll let you do that very shortly because for one more time today, we'll bring back our casters. Ollie and Demo will be with us for the final game of the day. How are we feeling about ENCE versus G2?
I'm a little bit mixed as well. I think I'm in large agreement with Fresh there. I'm not too... I get distracted about them to eating carrots, I'm sorry. I'm not too sure that it's going to be an easy ride necessarily for G2. But, I mean, your analysts don't look too worried, do they? They're snicking and snacking all over the place.
Carrots and cola's not a good combination.
Oh, we've got a cucumber out now.
I'm inclined to agree with Bugs Bunny and Daffy Duck in the desk as well. I'm agreed. I think G2 should come in here with a game plan, and yeah, I think they should win.
I don't want to see them two, Lady and the Tramp, a piece of cucumber. That was not what I wanted to see here tonight.
As you turn into Europe League, and this is the last thing you'd expect to be seeing. But since these two are all set up with their snacks and their drinks, please take us away to Oregon for ENCE versus G2.
Thank you so much, Anne. That could not have come a second too soon. We're going to be headed into our final game here of the night. And what a way to round it out, Demo. We have got G2 versus ENCE, and we're going to be headed over to Oregon.
Yeah, big day. Honestly, for G2, I know that ENCE, you know, for a new team coming into the league, side in the league and then start building. You know, I think it'd be very highly optimistic if you're, you know, an ENCE person who's out there and says, you know, we can win this league, we can get top 4. You know, you've only just gotten here. You were a tier 2 team, you know, a few weeks ago. Let's not get too ahead of ourselves, Ollie, and that's the realm that we're in. G2, former world champions, have been to a lot of the international events this year. The expectations are different. They are. For G2, they need to win this game. They need to. They are a big dog up against ENCE who are not a big dog. They should be winning that. That's I'm a realist, and that's how I'm going to say it.
Any keen-eyed viewers will notice that Alamo has shaved his head since last time as well. He sort of flits between long-ish hair and shaved head. So we'll see if that has any bearing on the fixture, or at least the way that these two teams play out today. So far, we've got a Capital and a Monty band away, along with a Fen. No real surprise of the Monty there. Of course, we've already seen tonight the power that Monty has and the ability. Of course, with the way that the shields have been reworked, Monty is certainly moving up there in terms of rank, wouldn't you say, Demo?
Yeah, very, very strong S tier. I know that Uno thinks that, you know, Monty is incredibly strong, so I would have said that he might have been a big reason why they went for the ban, knowing how strong he can be, and especially in Oregon. Plenty of ways you can use Monty on this map for every bombs that I mean, he's just viable everywhere, isn't he? He's really, really strong. So yeah, I think it's a good ban for G2. It means that ENCE don't really have like a safety operator you can go to. So yeah, it's a good ban, good solid ban. You know, for ENCE coming into this, you know, G2, big fixture for them, a big matchup. Already 2 play days in, and ENCE are currently above G2, which I don't think a lot of people had that on the bingo card.
Absolutely not. You know, you're going up against a big club here in G2, and I know for ENCE, you've got to look at the experience on this roster. They've got a lot of experience inside of things like Challenger League, Tier 2 to Tier 3, but in terms of Tier 1 experience, I think you can, you know, sort of write a lot of last week off to any sort of stress and nerves of coming in. But now you're going up against a team like G2, a team that you will no doubt have watched win SI. You know, these players, they're not new to the game by any respect. These are watching a lot of Pro League. They're watching a lot of top-level Siege. They're going to have, you know, looked up to these players for quite some time, and now they're in an official fixture against them. let's hope that the moment doesn't get the better of them here.
I mean, they have a hard run of fixtures. If you actually look at the next 4 games for ENCE, they have G2 now, then they have Fanatic tomorrow, then next week they have a doubleheader up against BDS and MVP. So not an easy run for them. Then they do get a break week, but it's going to be tough, I think, for ENCE going forward. But you never know. I think if any team you're going to be able to pounce on, it's going to be G2 right now, who are certainly in a weakened state. They are injured.
G2 have got a lot of clearing to do here on this basement, and Virtue is going to be sweeping through this top floor. Doki, just a cursory glance there to the bottom of the door frame. You know that there is a Kapkan in the mix here. I'm not sure if he knows that Sky is going to be there on the top of T1 stairs, but he picks up 2! Frenchie tried to swing and pick up 1 as a trade, but Doki is too quick. That's now going to open the floodgates here. Alamau can take that control of those tower stairs. He doesn't even have to do anything with it yet. It's still real early days, but at least now they know the flank's safe.
Yeah, getting 2 kills in this basement is massive right now. Looking at you know, G2 and especially how they kind of line up in their attacks, you know, if they see a gap, they'll take it. But for G2, I think right now it's more the case if you have to respect ENCE and you don't get too gung-ho. I think G2 certainly have to be pretty humble whenever they go into this matchup. So they should try and take things slow, talk to each other, think about what they want to do, and then go as, you know, go at it as a team rather than individuals making gaps, making plays.
Ben just really got away with it there. I'm so surprised for G2 to not use that as a trigger. He got the drone information that 2 people were on Freezer stairs, and he was holding that angle and just didn't do anything with it. The rest of G2, it took them a long time to get themselves into sight. Only now we're seeing the flank go down. Only now we're seeing Virtue start to dominate the space. You know, he's going to get that plant down. The rotation not successful. Azox has got no option but to try now to attack in onto this site, and he's fighting up against his own Kiba. It's an absolute nightmare position to find himself in. Naku finds 1. Uno trades that one back out along with Doki. 4 kills to open things up for Doki. What a start there for G2.
Yeah, Carl's smiling. He's loving that round. Doki, man on a mission. That's a great start for G2. You know, very simple attacks, how it's done properly. I mean, ENCE, you know, they went for the aggressive take right from the get-go, and, you know, I always look at that basement, and in my eyes, I think it is the toughest bomb site to attack in the game, is that basement Oregon. Giving picks up, you know, straight from the get-go like that, it's ludicrous. You know, I just don't know why they just don't sit back and play the operators at their disposal. You know, you can bring in the Cade, you can bring in the Tabaro. You have all these different operators to try and help you and stop, you know, the attackers gaining ground on you. You have Goyos, you have Mira open, for goodness sake. You have all of these fun tools that you can just make the attacker's life a misery, but then you give away 2 picks. It makes no sense to me.
10 seconds left.
It's a strange way to play it, that's for sure. You mentioned the mirror being open there. Not only have you got mirror open, but you've also banned a Capitao.
Attackers are heading out to defuse
that just improves mirror exponentially. You don't have to worry about the smokes, you don't have to worry about the fire arrows. You can just chill behind the mirror window. Sure, there are loads of ways to deal with mirror. Ash being a very popular one at the minute. Sophia, of course, going into there. A lot of different ways that you can try and get rid of that. But ultimately, you're leaving things on the table here that are going to be very useful for you. And I think if you try and roam up against G2, you've got to do it very carefully. You just need to try and hold ground and waste time and maybe get yourself in a gunfight. But you really don't want to be going out there and looking for too much in the way of kills, and certainly not committing a lot of bodies to it. Brought the Clash this time as well, which is going to be a nice little combat for the Blitz, of course. Shield versus Shield, but Clash usually comes out a little bit better there. Virtue going through the top floor again, as we saw him do in round 1. He's got the info and knows that Clash is going to be there playing on the stairs, and now start to work just a little bit of Vert.
Yeah, G2 taking quite a bit of damage. Thankfully I have the Finker, but is out of stim, so Benja will remain at the HP that he is on currently. G2, they have cleared the map within a minute, and now they can start working on getting these hatches open as quick as they can. There's going to be nothing stopping them from opening up the hatches. There's no Cade on the board, there's no Tabaro, and how have they lost the Clash? Where has Virtue found that pick from?
Well, Virtue was floating around on a bit of Vert. I'm not sure if he caught the Clash just chilling in the corridor there. She's on the bottom of that 90 corridor, really tucked in the corner, maybe just looking the wrong way. Virtue's got away with one there.
That is rough. And also, like, Flash Critical Benji, you know, the taser would have finished off the HP. Yeah, big blunder there from Rycos. You brought the shield in, but the shield is gone right from the get-go as your first operator.
Now just going to dip out as he hears the C4 rip. There's an attempt at a bit of a retake here. We're seeing Naku get himself up the stairs, but they're not even looking the right way. Uno picks one through the smoke. What are we watching here? We've still got everybody from G2 alive. Alamau still on that blitz, still on that shield. Uno, I think he knows someone else on the stairs. No, gets caught in a full sprint and will be down. A couple of kills now coming in for Ents, but is it going to be enough? Azox just have the shotgun, going to be playing in and around green. Can maybe try and make something happen here. The hatch is open, don't forget. The diffuser will be recovered, but he's not aware of Virtue. Still hanging around up inside a meeting, just on the left-hand side of Flag there. He's going to pick up that final kill.
Yeah, good round again from G2. Ents, they're playing themselves. You know, they're going for these aggressive retakes, pushes, but G2 are just sitting back. G2 are letting them just walk into almost a trap. You know, look at the position of Uno, ready for that coming in. Yeah, I think it's very impressive from G2. Ents just look bewildered. You know, they've clearly came in with a game plan where we're going to take the fight to G2. We're going to be aggressive. That's fine, but not on that bomb site. That's the bomb site where you don't have to get aggressive.
There's definitely a fine line between playing aggressive and almost playing stupid. And I don't think that they're leaning into the inherent strengths of that bomb site. There's a couple of rules with Oregon. As a defender, you're expected to win downstairs. And as an attacker, you're not judged too harshly on your basement attacks, because it can be extremely difficult.
It's the third bomb site, isn't it?
The third bomb site is where a lot of Oregon really starts to shake down. Attacking teams will generally get a handle of either attacking into kids' dorms or down onto the basement. Sometimes they'll get a handle of attacking both, and then you start to worry for the defenders, because that third choice site is typically a strong site or a stronger site for the attackers and harder to hold. So we'll see how this round shakes. We've got Alamau on the Amaru. And don't forget, there is a player playing upstairs inside of tier 3, but are his sights set elsewhere? Is he just going to send it through Kid's window? That certainly looks like it could be on the cards here. He's waiting for Virtue to get round to double. The Bees are going to give a good amount of information. We've got Uno on the opposite rappel. And like you say, Demo, no one's hanging around the site. This could be dreadful for Ents if it plays off. The diffuser is in Uno's hands, though. You've got to watch him, because that is going to be the big trigger here. Doki, he kicks things off. Alamau straight in through the window. He can start commanding areas inside a pit and really cutting things off. Benja, he's going to find one for himself as well. Doki can just chill and watch the flank here. A lot of the hard work is done, and once again, Ents are becoming the attackers here. The diffuser can start to go down. Naku, he's got to push through. He's got to try and find at least one here, but with Doki on the cover and the flank going down, it's going to be nearly impossible. Avox eventually takes Doki down. The Claymore just going to slow things down ever so slightly, but look at the post-plant position here. 4 versus 1, and Naku down only to the Deagle. Going to pick Virtue up, but should be traded almost immediately. Alamau tucked into pit. I'm not sure how they're doing it here, Demo, but G2 are the defenders, even though they're attacking.
Honestly, you look at that setup for Ents. Okay, they've tried to hold in towards Armory, hold in towards Bedroom. And then you've played some guys, I think, downstairs in Meeting. I think there was a guy also in Big Tower, so you've tried to hold that side of the map. But they spread themselves way too thin. There was no one in the actual bomb site. So obviously we've seen that the Alamau could just go straight for the kids window. Nobody's in kids. No one's even towards big window. Nobody towards Hobo. There wasn't even any feet holes made from big window into kids. You know, they like G2 also could just jumped in big window and planted as easy as that. You know, that was also really easy for them. They've tried the closet hold, yet Benja was in closet. So the actual hold that you've had, Benja still managed to take that down by himself. It makes no sense what Ents are doing right now and how G2's getting away with it.
I didn't get a chance to redo Rotip, but I saw a welcome to EUL in there. So I think G2 are in high spirits right now, it seems, and
Carl
they should
PM
be.
and then, yeah.
Yeah, they've come 3 rounds up so far, and we're back down to the basement. At what point do you say that they are banging their head against this? Because I'm going to be honest with you, G2 aren't doing too much on these basement attacks. They are being given a lot. It's not to take away from how well they're playing, but they're not having to work too hard here.
Basement again. Let's see how Ents will deal with this one. And already, Ollie, I'm seeing them roam again. They're roaming again. Why? Why is there 4 people upstairs?
Well, no one's died yet, Demo, so there is still chance. You do just get the feeling that G2 are almost just massaging these defenders into an advantageous situation. And there it goes. Benja is going to be watching through that main lobby door. Picks himself one up onto Rykos. Yet to find the scoreboard along with Skies.
Attackers have located
Not just strategically how G2 are dismantling this Ents team, it's also just down to pure gunfights. You can see it's a poor do when Naku's pushing into the site and he doesn't really know what's clear. Should have been taken down there by Doki, but good information exchange on the side of Ents. Going to allow Naku to pick up his second. This is maybe a moment where we start to see G2 on the back foot and with a little bit to do.
G2 could just rush blue. No one was home. That's what they could have done so easily. Because Ents are just giving up the bomb site. They're going for these aggressive roams. I just don't know why they go for it. There's a standstill right now for G2 as they figure out where they want to go. It is Alamau by himself towards blue. Instead, we'll rotate away. Wise decision. 2 of them were holding him from that position. But G2, I think, losing their 2 entry players, it has slowed them down just a tad. Everyone from Ents is back on site now. But you just think how different this round would be played, Ollie, if Doki had got that kill.
It's come down to one gunfight, hasn't it? As it often does in this game. And it's about time that something went Ents' way, really, because not a lot has gone their way so far. Virtue will be able to get this hatch open. They will be able to try and salvage something here, but if you look at what they've got to chew through, they've got 2 C4s and 3 toxic babe canisters. That's easily going to soak up the rest of this round. And Alamau, he's got 2 angles to watch here as he tries to push in that barbed wire, not doing him any favors as he tries to challenge onto elbow, but still with a player on that bunker door. We'll try and get rid of the barbed wire now and distract a little bit of attention, but there's a C4 primed and ready. Uno watching from the hatch, biding his time here, showing a good level of patience, just trying to catch the player on the swing, and we'll do just exactly that. Virtue, he's going to fall. Alamau's got to push through now, and he's got to make something happen on this blitz. Uno does have the diffuser and is going to be unable, really, to get this plant down. Going to have to try and push in and extend the clock, but it's not to be. Alamau can recover the diffuser, pick himself up 1, maybe 2. But the clock is going to do the rest. It should never have come down to a 1 versus 1 there, Demo.
He put the shield on his back and thought, hey, I'll just play with a pistol. Gets 2 kills from it. Yeah, very close again for Ents. Whenever G2 had nothing to go with, you know, they lose their 2 main entries. All they could really get was a hatch, and that was it. And to see Ents, you know, go right down to the wire, it is worrying, but I mean, here's the thing, friends. Okay, now you finally won the basement. Now you need to... You can't have that no more. You need to go for another 2 bomb sites. You have to go back up to that kids, which... You know, the lights were on, but there was nobody home. You know, a lot of the times, like, you know, just me in life. The lights are on, but nobody's there, Ollie.
The eyes are open, the mouth's moving, but...
I believe there's some, you know, caster, some Canadian guy was saying that I have very vacant stares. Is that me? Is that what you mean by that?
Okay.
Is that like
maybe potentially.
He likes a lot of beanies. He has a beard.
10 seconds left.
Had a beard.
Had a beard. That's true. Had a beard. Like so.
5 seconds to go.
He thinks he's funny, but he's not. Let's go on.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb.
And find success in round number 4. Will they continue it here in round number 5 and start to try and salvage? Don't forget, Demo, there's still option for a 3-3 split, which wouldn't be the end of the world, really. You would expect a little bit more, but it would still be very salvageable. G2, I don't think they're going to be in too bad a spirit. Doki just getting himself droned up inside a tower, and Azox don't really want any part of that. He's going to immediately close it off with the pocketed reinforcement, and that's almost a cue to call for Doki to get himself into the top of T3, set himself up a flank drone, and just start to think about opening up that attic wall.
Yeah, it looks like a very generic take from G2. You get a guy in big tower, open up attic. The pressure probably towards bedroom. Looks like Bender's out there at the moment. But still a fair amount of roamers once again for Ents towards that kind of middle floor area of the map. Benj is looking to go for the hunt as the phone call goes in. 3 players downstairs, it looks like, Ollie. Rekos, though, does come back up just because that Dokkaebi call may be scared of something cramped walking up. But Nako, he's not feared, though. He's still there. He's still looking to see if he can apply some form of pressure and some kills. But right now for G2, it's just about gaining ground just little by little.
Reloading.
This is the respect that we mentioned, you know, that G2 need to have against Ents. They need to have respect against their opponent, and they are showing it right now.
The Dokkaebi call's giving him a lot of information to work from as well. I'm a little bit disappointed to see G2 ignore the player below, because obviously that's going to be a C4 that really could come back to bite you. So it's something to keep an eye on as the round starts to develop. Alamar's got himself onto highway window now, can start thinking about a hop in. There's plenty of phones ringing nearby, so they've got a good idea that there's going to be some defenders present. Kiba Barricade is just going to buy a bit of time for a brief moment. Richie, they come in with one of those C4s, still another in pocket of Rykos. Last seen he was below. Benja going to have to try and take a swing here, but no one in the predicted spot. Goes for a bit of a pre-fire and narrowly misses out on Skies. Again, we see Ents coming in with 2 big kills here to open things up. And there's no real retort from G2. Everyone's dug in. They're not able to find too much. Doki does get a couple of pot shots off. There's still the players still on the desk to contend with. Bees now get sent out, and now for the information game, you can start to realize just how lucky you were. Picks one, can't advance any further for fear of the players in and around that big window area. Virtue trying to get something done. Doki gonna go for the swing there with the Bailiff, will find it, but Skies picks up his second. Virtue a little bit too late there on that rotation, and the Kiba barrier really slowing him down. Uno needs to get himself involved in the fight as well now, but he's 1 versus 3. Making 1 versus 2, picks up 1, but immediately taken out. Ents starting to shake off some of those nerves, and they've chained a couple of rounds together.
Yeah, it honestly just came down to, I think, the position of Virtue. Virtue was on double window, then he rotated away. He should have stayed. You know, we've seen they keep a barrier. Sure, they get deployed on that big window. It means that, you know, the Legion can play right in the middle, essentially off big window, being behind the barrier. But Virtue has a DMR. The DMR shreds through those barriers, you know, a lot better than what just normal assault rifles would. So he can burn through that. The Legion cannot play in that position. That means Benji doesn't die from that long angle. You know, and it kind of sets up that chain of events. So I think you just keep Virtue double window the whole time. Your double window dictates the way the defenders can rotate and how aggressive they can be. If you know there's a player in big window breathing down the back of your neck, you're restricted. You can't really move.
5 seconds remaining.
Ents, for all intents and purposes, putting a good account of themselves up at the moment. They've managed to reset that mental. They've still not used that tactical timeout either. And yet they've picked up a 2-round buffer here. Well, not a 2-round buffer, but 2 rounds to G2's 3 and a chance to level up at 3 rounds apiece, which, if you'd have asked me if we'd have seen a 3-3 split after round number 1, 2, and 3, I would have said not a chance. They've done some good work to shake themselves up here, and I wouldn't go as far as to say that G2 are on the back foot, but they do need to just give a little bit more respect over and, you know, deal with some of those problems that they're finding in the early part of the round, because maybe a few things that could be a little bit avoidable. Going to be attacking into meeting and kitchen this time. Maybe Doki is going to try and open the wall open nice and early and just give them a bit of an option, as opposed to going for that standard stage approach, and has been prepped for an impact.
Again, slow and steady for G2. Not wanting to go full gung-ho against Ents. Just looking to take the ground as best as they can. I do like the addition of the Deimos, of course, just it helps them ease that pressure of information gathering. But this is just, you know, classic G2 as well. He's just looking for an opportunity, you know, especially Alamau, you know, that Brazilian player on that side is always going to be looking for an option. Benja, he's been found out on the Deimos. That information is gone now for G2. I don't really think they're all too worried, though, as they've been able to take control almost of, like, the site now, because Alamau's firmly in towards green. Do they know about him, though, as Doki is pushed in towards split? That keeper barrier's there, and there goes Alamau. A great pincer, has to be said, from G2, and Alamau finds a second. Aware there is a player inside a big tower. Hatch is open, right? Cause are you in a position to stop this diffuser? No, you are not. Diffuser goes down. Oh, G2, they don't need to swing. You know the positions of Ent. There's a post plant, and all they need to do is hold the angles onto that diffuser.
G2 have taken exactly what they needed there to get the job done. It wasn't a full sweep and roam clear. There were still players in attic, for goodness sake, but the cover was sufficient. And Alamau picking up 3 really does help. Is he going to grab a 4th? Yes, he will. Doki coming there in between. I'm not going to say that he stole the ace, but the potential was, of course, there. Just goes to show that you cannot give these G2 players any space whatsoever. Managed to come out of that first half, a 4-2 split.
Well, 4-2. G2, a very classic G2 round. Alamau sees an opportunity for himself to get some kills. He hops in. G2 then play around that, get that diffuser down, and Alamau just cleans up house. You know, we see that happen time and time and again. Very generic, very classic G2. And yeah, they finish out 4-2 half. You know, very strong for G2. Considering the Oregon, you would probably tend towards your kind of even splits, more or less. So I think G2 certainly went above the average there in the attacks. And now Ent, we have to see what they're made of. We have to see how their attacks are. If you know, we look at Ent, they were able to take 4 attacks against Wild on the last play day. But before that, they didn't win any attacks against Eagles. So it's a bit of a mixed bag for them at the moment.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb. Defenders exposed.
Cheeky Banshee outside. So there for one reason and one reason only. Alamau is going to peek off the back of that, make no mistake. You don't put one of those outside if you're not going to send yourself out of the doorway. And pretty much everyone on the side of G2 is doing just exactly that. They are not giving an inch away here. Naku, they get a full white flashed off his teammate's stun. Needs to be really cautious. He knows someone's right there. They've had the Dokubi call. They've got the information. The Lion scan's already gone through. And Benja is sitting and waiting. Alamau, we said he was going to swing, and I imagine that's exactly what he did there. He's taking Naku down. And they're going to have a very tough time of taking anything here.
Yeah, this is a hold that we see G2 do a lot, where they'll just play in towards mating, and they will just try and play for their lives and get as many kills as they can. It's worked out okay for them. They've traded 2 for 2, but they haven't really hit any of the big operators in terms of utility. They didn't hit the Sophia, they didn't hit the Habana, for example. But I suppose the good news is, though, for Ents, is that G2, they open up the meeting hatch just so they can drop down if they need to. You know, the kind of thought process for G2 going for that meeting room is 9 times out of 10, the hatch will be opened either way. You know, it should, a good attacking side in Oregon will always open up that hatch. You may as well try and play up there, waste a bit of time, waste a bit of utility, then drop down. And we can see this side is bringing the mirror windows. You know, this is what we wanted to see from Ents, was to bring in these power operators that, you know, just cause such an issue for the attackers.
And this is the difference. You've got a roam, but you've got a plan for after the roam as well. Yeah. And that's where I feel like Ents were lacking a little bit. They had a want and almost a need to roam and show a bit of presence on the site. But the reality of it was they didn't have anything really to go back to.
No, it was a rank roam. You go up there just to get your kills, and that's it. You know, PP's doing that for a reason. The burn utility, and they can drop back if they need to, and still have the initial, okay, then we have the mirror windows to hit them, you know, with in the late game.
Not only that, a couple of interesting things have happened. The Banshee has survived, which means that Alamau's probably going to swing blue again, or at least deter anybody from... Oh, Alamau's dead, but someone might swing blue. Then it's going to deter him from pushing it. The other thing is that you would look towards maybe an Ashe to get rid of those mirror windows. Well, Ashe is gone. Who do you look to next? You look to Zafir. Well, Zafir's got nothing left either. 2 kills here come in for Doki. He's switched to the shorty. He's wanting that final kill, but it's going to be Uno that comes in with it. Hence, not having the correct utility available, not having the answers there to deal with that turtle from G2 after a very successful roam.
Yeah, it's the signature, isn't it, of G2, and they hold that. They hold just that one area of the map. You look at Ents, they had 4 players roaming all over the map with no initial setup, no reinforcements upstairs to help them. You know, the only way they get back to site is if they, you know, they just die, or they go through staircases. G2 can lock down those staircases very easily. That's the difference in the two sides, and that's the level that we're at.
Tactical timeout here for Ents. No real surprise. They did a great job of resetting their own mental without a timeout when they were on the defense. But now they're on the attack. It is a slightly different beast. So you've not got the same things working in your favor. Now getting toward the sharp end of this fixture. 5-2 as it currently sits. G2 can't go back down to the basement, but that isn't going to be worrying them too much. They still need Ents to get around here somewhere. Where they're going to find it, who knows? They do have the potential of a third choice bomb site coming out. Final kill there from Uno over on the replay. Yeah, all isn't lost yet, Demo. There's potential if Ents are able to hang on and pick up, you know, around somewhere else, around here potentially, and then a third choice site. We could start to see a bit of a comeback mountain, but the odds of that, they are quite slim.
It's not looking good for them. I think they need to get this next round, or else, yeah, I think G2 just have the momentum in their hands.
5 seconds to go.
There's really nothing, you know, looking at the side of Ents that you can scream and jump about, you know, in terms of kills as well. Nobody's really stepped up. 5 kills as their max. You look at G2, Doki's on 10, Alamau's on 9.
They've both had 4 kill rounds.
Yeah.
So that's always going to help. You know, nearly half of Alamau's kills came from the last round of their attacks. So there is a little bit of bias there, but you've got to be on the pitch to score a goal, and you've got to be in the right spot to get a kill. Alamau didn't do anything fancy there. If you'd looked at him on a heat map, he barely moved his feet. You know, he occupied a very small area of the map and had a huge impact. Not sure what Naiki was trying to achieve there.
To get rid of the shield, he utility dumped. He had to dump 3 before to get rid of all ADSs and then go for the impact, because all 3 of them are stacked up.
Yeah, you do just wonder that, you know, there's mirror windows, you've got 6 flashes on the team, you could have coordinated something there a little bit more. Saying that, Nakyu's in. Doki taken down there as first blood. Nakyu, under the cover of the Lion Scan, can now occupy this space in walk-in. Candela, not going to do him any favors whatsoever. Alamau's blind, but so's Nakyu. C4 comes out. That's information there for Nakyu to act on. And he's going to explode into sight. Picks himself one before being traded. Uno, not thirsty to finish that kill off. He knows someone's on the upside down repel, and that is not an angle that you want to try and challenge onto. Virtue, he's not thirsting after the kill there. He's done that for 2 reasons. He wants to get rid of the floor, so he's got an angle onto the Vert, and as such, it's pushed the player off the window.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Means that the Ying has to go elsewhere. But this mirror window, Ollie, you mentioned before, the Sophia dumping all that utility, it does leave them up now. In goes the Ying into his big window, which is actually a good play. If the ward is on the other side, then it's going to be quite an issue. Never mind, Virtue doesn't need the goggles. He just takes the gunfight anyway and wins it. Benja and Uno both doubling up. They're working with each other, but a player from Attic out of nowhere, Azox, has appeared. Uno was in quite the predicament. Do they know about him? No, he will block off the... No, he blocks off the rotate at the wrong time. Virtue has somehow flanked up free armory, but I don't think that's the correct call, as they know exactly where he is. They can use the mirror window behind him. G2 lacking on the information, and Ents storm through the bomb site. Very weird round for Ents, where they managed to get this initial setup. They're pushing in, using their Sophia. And G2 looked as though they were maybe responding, Ollie, but that guy, that single guy pushing in for Attic ruined the party.
Azox there. The unwanted guest that turns up just a little bit late, just as the party's in full flow, and just puts a bit of a dampener on things. And that's what G2 experienced there. Great stuff from Ents to pick up a round on a primary rotation. That's exactly what they need to do now to try and stay in this thing. It is by no means over. It's 5-3. It doesn't look great, but you better believe that they've got a chance at pulling this one off. They need to be successful here. If they go back up to kids or if they go to the tertiary site, it doesn't really matter. At this point, I thought that the round was done and dusted, and then bang, Azox comes through. Uno suffered some really unfortunate timing. If he'd have held the angle a second longer, he may have picked up the kill. He'd have at least been in a gunfight. But no, he chooses to barricade himself up, tries to find a little bit of safety, and it costs him dearly.
see what the G2 approach is going to
10
be
seconds
now,
left before insertion.
and how they will change things up. There's a big change, heading away from that top floor and actually going for the bomb site that we'd probably say, the least out of all four. It's going to be your kitchen and dining ollie. It's usually kitchen meeting is what we say is the third choice bomb site, but now they're going to go for their small tower hold. I mean, the big issue I always feel compared to meeting is I think dining restricts you in what you can do as a defense a lot more, mostly because small tower. You need to play small tower. You need to play showers. You need to do that. It's not something you can just forfeit. Hence, what are we? 100-meter dash? Did we hear a pistol go off as you came out of spawn and think I have to beat Usain Bolt? What's going on?
Nakey was trying his best there. I think the drone was working ahead of him, but he maybe needed more than one for the ground that he was wanting to take. It was very ambitious from where he entered to where he actually ended up there. G2 didn't really need to do anything. They could just take a gunfight. It seems as though this is not an ends round at all. You mentioned there it's not a very popular bomb site choice. I'm just wondering if that's why G2 have gone to it, because they're expecting ends to struggle a little bit attacking this site. They've maybe not got as clear an idea as to what they would like to achieve on it. And it's certainly showing. We've still got two players, well, the only two attackers remaining are outside of the building. They're not threatening onto anything as of yet. And G2, what have they had to do? They've not had to do a great deal. They've just been holding some fairly default stuff.
A bomb has been located.
I mean, they're in meeting, but this isn't the bomb site. It's the other one that they're after. Oh, a good fadeaway shot from Uno before Sky's also melted through that soft wall and rips Uno's head clean off his shoulders. 3 more to find. Plenty of time to do so. Minute 30. We'll try and stick the plant now. Is anyone from G2 there to respond? Benja does have a C4, but not in a position to use that. Alamau does hear the diffuser go down, and Doki is there to kill him as soon as he gets off. And G2 will take match point.
Easy as you like there for G2. That's the most comfortable we've seen them look on the defense so far. You've got to wonder, was it the right play for Ents? Did they just get a little bit too confident after the success that they found upstairs and maybe just overextend themselves a little bit too much? I think had Nakey have moved in with a bit more purpose and people been taking that ground behind him, maybe someone in position to trade him, it may have been a slightly different story, but it was just like they were running, before they could walk. And they did just get caught out and kind of dismantled one by one there. Puts them in a very tricky spot now. We spoke about the importance of winning there upstairs in Kids Dorms, which they did. We talked about the importance of winning the third choice site, because guess where you're going next? You're going back down to the basement. And this is where G2 had an absolute field day. Not going to be running the exact same comp, and a few things have changed off. We don't have Alamau on Malusi this time. And maybe we're not going to see as heavy a roam this time, as G2 really were looking to challenge every inch of the map. But they don't need to. They can still dig deep into that basement.
10 seconds left before insertion.
See what the approach is, probably from G2, and see if they're going to go for that roam again. Doesn't look to be the case though, as Hanji is going to be reinforced up. Don't get 12 kills. I think we knew this was coming. He's going to try and get some more kills, potentially from a spawn peak, but nope, thinks against it now. And maybe just checking for drones that look like they're Ollie. He will scurry on back downstairs. So G2 certainly going to go for the turtle. Let's see how Ents want to deal with it now, as they do have operators to do so, Ollie. You know, you see an operator like the Grim, for example, great at clearing off anyone who could be in the pillar position, can get that information. Also, if you want to go for the laundry freezer take, it's just great to cover off highway, closet, the rotate in between the sites. You know, it's a great pickup. We've been down this road before about how good Grim is currently in the meta. Honestly, I'm surprised that we didn't see Grim and Jing perhaps be brought for basement, because then that's where it gets really fun. And for fun, not at all if you're a defender. Not.
Yeah, I'm going to say, who's that fun for? It's fun for the attackers. It's not even fun for all the attackers, because unless you're Ying, we often see attackers get flashed by the Ying anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
It's fun for Ying then. I retract my statement.
Yeah, all right, it's fun for Ying. I was going to say, for all the Ying that we've seen banned this evening, we've not seen a lot of Ying played here tonight. We've had a few occasions, but it's not been as prevalent. G2 still challenging aggressively onto that deployable shield, and the heavy stack up of ADSs. It's just going to allow them to really aggress and essentially just make ends think twice before they try and take anything. Naked gets himself in a bit of a gunfight there, but the ACOG will be superior. Doki picks one up off the back of it. Skies picks one before being traded. Virtue, he's going to find one, converts it into a down, and Rykos got a lot of work to do, my friend. Caught upstairs. He will be able to make that rotation, but you get the feeling it's only a matter of time. It's Almal to close it out, and G2 are going to take the win here on Oregon. This is the performance that they needed. They've not had the best time so far in the first couple of weeks here at EUL. They've done a fantastic job here tonight, Demo.
Yeah, and it's all about building momentum. That's what it is for G2. We mentioned before, yeah, it wasn't great against BDS. I mean, BDS just rolled them over entirely, but they need to go in here and get a win to get them back on track and, of course, build momentum to tomorrow, where they have another big game, Ollie. They have VP tomorrow. So hopefully this will give G2 a bit of belief. You know, VP have just lost today. So you would say that momentum would probably favor G2 going into tomorrow.
Yeah, you've got to look at that and you've got to think, you know, VP had a very difficult game today against Secret. We've got G2, they just come off the back of a win that they, I think, desperately needed here to kick off stage one for them. So we will have to see how tomorrow shakes down. But before that, we need to know what the standings are like and we need to digest that last game. So we are going to send it for the last time over to our wonderful desk.
Thank you so much, Ollie and Demo, for all the casting today. It was great to listen to you, of course, guiding us through all of those games. And that final one, G2 picking up some much-needed points, and it looked way more like the G2 that we wanted to see.
I think they looked more confident, but I also think that ENCE, they played maybe the wrong way into G2, because we're looking at the team of G2 as we've always talked about them as being the biggest firepower until we saw the current BDS. And playing these very aggressive roams and stuff into them, I don't know if that's really the play against them. Because sure, they're good at executing too, but you need to pee it off. And I don't feel like ENCE were doing enough of that. They were giving them a lot of entry duels. And when you win 4 attack rounds on Oregon, the game's pretty much over at that point.
Yeah, and I think the map played a big part of it as well. I think we said that G2 needed to get onto a map, and I don't want to take too much away from them, but where they didn't have to think, where each individual player could make their own individual plays, but they know exactly what they're supposed to be doing at each stage of the round without too much need for kind of oversight or control from the IGL. And I think that was them getting on Oregon. They kind of already won half of the battle by getting themselves onto that map. Obviously, they then needed to execute it, which they did more or less perfectly. So I think for G2, it was a banana skin, this fixture, this game. They've got through it, and I guess maybe, you know, I suppose in a similar vein to Wolves, this is where the stage really starts.
They did look pretty decent today, though, if you compare them against BDS. But then again, we have to look at the caliber of their opponent, I think, and we have to compare that. And I mean, I think we had our clear favorite before. I mean, I predicted 7-0 more as a joke, because I always do that when G2 plays. But it wasn't actually too far off what I would have normally predicted.
It was a very well-controlled game.
Yeah.
It was kind of like, if this game was played on paper, this is how it more or less would play out, and it's how it more or less did play out.
4 attacks they should be very happy with, though. Yeah. And just the entry ability that they had in their attacks, it gives them that advantage. And yeah, as we said, ENCE didn't play the strats that they should have into the G2 team.
And the league is a bit close, right? So prior to this game, of course, ENCE was above G2 by 1 round difference. G2 now, of course, claiming those 3 points, really important ones, moving themselves up out of that bottom 3 spot as well. We talked about it jokingly at the beginning. Oh, if you know, they're close to group stage now, that means G2 had to play open qualifier playoffs. But with this, what we've seen from G2, it's looking a lot better, more towards that top 4, I guess, of the league.
I mean, if we are realistic from that pre-show segment, I don't think me and you would ever expect G2 to go into that open qualifier. So yeah, they're looking a lot better now. They just need to keep building this, because even if they've been struggling, and well, struggling, I say, they lost to BDS, they're still a top 4 team. I mean, let's be real. They should always be. They're good enough to be, and they will continue to be.
Everyone's going to lose to BDS. So if you take that game aside, it's, you know, 5 points out of a possible 6 from the other games. I think it's, yeah, it's fine. We maybe painted a little bit of a dark picture on G2. It was a disappointing last week, I would say, for them, but like I say, they've kicked on now.
Fabian, remember we talked to the guy that was really into tomato juice?
Doki, huh?
Yeah, he's the top scorer of the day. He did very well.
Yeah, I mean, Doki had a really, really, really good game. it's not only him in this team today, though. I think that we can also highlight Alemão and Uno. They were having really strong games, but the one we have here in front of us is Doki, and just the impact he has as a player. He's so vocal, and I know for a fact that when this team is struggling, he has become one of the pillars that they look to build around and look to listen to, because he's grown up massively, he's playing really consistently, and honestly, I think he might be the most consistent player right now in the G2 roster.
Very consistent from him today, but for our very final interview of today, we have Alemão with us to answer a few questions. Good evening. You got 3 points that you really needed and really wanted. How does it feel?
Hello guys, it's really nice to win again, very comfortably, so yeah, feeling great.
Carl, last week it didn't go too well for you, I think you would say. Overtime victory against Fnatic and then obviously losing out to BDS. What do you think actually went wrong last week?
Last week, I mean, of course, against the Fnatic, I think it was the first game of the season. Maybe nerves was a little bit shaky there, and then against BDS, they just destroyed us. I think right now they're a very good team, and we need to practice more and be a better team if we want to beat them in the future.
So speaking of practice then, was it a big week in terms of the preparations, practices leading up to this game?
Sorry, I was tripping. Didn't hear.
No problem. So you spoke about practices. Was it a big week for you guys in terms of practicing, getting ready for this game and this week's EUL? What did you look to fix up?
Yeah, I think it was a good day, a good week of practice. We knew pretty much the maps we were gonna play, so we practiced a lot of Oregon, and tomorrow we also have VP, so we also practice for that game, and yeah.
Yeah, that's my question as well, because you said VP tomorrow, of course. How are you feeling about that? I mean, they attended a side like you did, but they're not really doing all too shabby right now.
Yeah, I mean, VP is always tough to beat, right? Because they play very, very methodical, and with these new ACOGs, they can just sit there, hold their angles, and impose like their own game. So I think it's gonna be very, very hard to play against them in this new meta. But I think we are very capable to play against them very well, and looking forward for tomorrow.
Sets up a good prospect for tomorrow for sure. Thank you so much for taking the time to answer our questions. Enjoy the rest of the evening, and we'll speak to you again soon.
Good night, guys. Bye-bye.
Of course, we have all of our games played out today, but we still have the standings. Fabian, if you could please take us over, because the league still is very close.
Yeah, the league is still very, very close. We're looking at BDS still at the top because, I mean, they are the team that are dominating right now. We're finding Secret on second place with 6 points, Wolves and G2 at 5, and Fnatic on 4. Under that, we have Into the Breach, ENCE, Virtus.pro, and Wild.
What's the biggest surprise so far if we're looking at this? I mean, of course, Wild, you know, they've got that one game, those 2 games, of course, that they've played, not really looking all too good, but what is the main surprise so far?
My disappointment is Virtus.pro.
Yeah.
So I see it both as a surprise and as a disappointment, because you don't end up third at SI, and then you lose all your basics a few weeks later. I don't know what's gone wrong there. Is it that they've showed so much at SI that teams are able to counter them, or is there deeper issues that they have? I have no idea, but they're disappointing me.
Yeah, I wonder if it's a stray away from form. Maybe trying to, you know, implement. We've seen Virtus.pro for time and time again trying to implement themselves into our, you know, you could call it new meta, if you wanted to call it like that. And I wonder if they've gone a little bit too far, maybe need to just get back to the basics on what works well for them. That's the big disappointment. I think Wolves picked up big wins today. If we look at the teams from EU that we expect to be at majors more often than not, G2, BDS, Wolves, Virtus.pro. Who am I missing? I'm probably, oh, well, M&M, but they've gone. Yeah. So kind of those 4 teams would be the front-running teams. And I think out of all of those teams, you could still say they will be at majors, and then it's just Virtus.pro that's kind of lagging behind a little bit after those 2 performances. The result and the performances.
Positive surprise, however, Team Secret. I think that they have shown a lot of depth in their theory for being such a new team. That you can play 2 very different clubhouses. It's a very good sign, because that makes me think that they have more on other maps too. When they go onto Oregon or when they go into Bank, they won't only be able to play one way, they'll have way more depth and way more different approaches. So yeah, Secret is my positive surprise.
It's that strategic depth, right? I think when you're looking at Church and Arsenal on Clubhouse, which is probably one of the hardest sites to attack, we saw, I think, at least 5 different attacks and variations on those attacks, particularly with Adrian playing on the different operators of those attacks. W7M executes, some fakes, some just Church executes. There's still more to come from Secret as well, but the depth of the attacks particularly, I think, is what's impressed both of us.
Well, when you talked about your expectations in regards of teams that should be attending the major, the 4 teams you mentioned, funnily enough, are playing against each other tomorrow. We have our schedule ready to have a look what is in store for us for tomorrow, because we'll start out with Secret versus Wild, and keep in mind, we'll start again at 6 p.m. CET. So if you finish work, school, or whatever it is at 5, you can take some time to get home and then join us at 6 p.m. We'll start with Secret Wild, of course. Wild having an off day today. They're going to have to try and get some points against a Secret that has been doing really well so far. Our second game, G2 versus Virtus.pro, a matchup we've seen so many times in EU, and it will always be a nail-biter. Our third game, the French Derby, as we like to say, BDS versus Wolf. However, maybe at the moment isn't all too much of a French Derby anymore. And our last game of tomorrow will be ENCE versus Fanatic. Which of these 2 teams can bounce back from their losses today? And it's, well, a game that really speaks out to you in particular.
I mean, the French Derby always stands out, right? But the most important thing is don't forget your snacks. You need your drinks.
You have your drink, but your snacks are gone.
Yeah. Remember your carrots.
We ate all the
cucumbers. Remember that for the games. But yeah, the French Derby is the one that's standing out to me. I don't know how close it will be this time. Usually we see very tight competition from it. But BDS at the moment, I just can't wait to see them again.
Wolf surprised us today.
Yep. See, before I go to bed every single night, I pray to the Siege Gods.
Okay.
Usually it's about rank-related things and swindlers and having a good KD and all that stuff. But the Siege Gods are actually putting the fixtures in like a storyline heaven, right? Because like we said, we talked about the top 4 teams and VP, and they're all playing against each other. The teams that maybe struggled today, they're now playing against each other. So, I'm excited for tomorrow already.
Now, you know what, before we go and find whoever wrote the script for the games that will be ahead of us for tomorrow, make sure you do get some rest and then come back to us, of course, just before 6 p.m. tomorrow for some more Siege action. Of course, we'll have LATAM on this channel very soon, right after EUL ends. If you're looking to gain your packs, of course, you can stick around and get some more percentages on that going. For now, thank you so much for watching. We hope you have a great rest of your night, and we'll see you again tomorrow.